Hello, everybody, and a massive welcome to the third InfoSec Live Cyber Career Day. Amanda looks in a state of shock because I told her I wasn't bringing her on just yet. Sorry, Amanda. So, hello, everyone. For those that don't know me, my name's Simon Linstead. I'm the founder of the InfoSec Live community, and I'm joined with my amazing co-host today, Amanda Sawitz, the Director of Innovation and Strategic Partnerships at the CyberBytes Foundation. And we are here today for 5 hours of crazy cyber inspiration with some amazing guest speakers. But before we go on to that, and before I bring Amanda on to do an intro, I want to do a special shout out to our sponsor, MyCyberPath, Jason Shockey, whose sponsorship has basically made it possible for us to have this event today for free for everyone attending. So before we go on, I'm just going to play a quick promo video to show you what it is. It's about 30 seconds, and then I'm going to bring Amanda on for a hello and an introduction. Here we go.
MyCyberPath.com provides you with the keys to a successful cybersecurity career. We match your interests and personality traits to cybersecurity career pathways. The pathways show you in a systematic way the certifications, experience, training, and education to pursue throughout your career. They allow you to search and apply for jobs on platforms where recruiters are hiring, and they're best for transitioning veterans, students of all ages, and human resource departments, just to name a few. Get a pathway today. We promise it'll be one of the best decisions of your life.
Awesome. So for anyone who hasn't, make sure you check out mycyberpath.com. I'll put the link in the comments shortly. And for those that aren't aware, we are doing a giveaway live in around about 3 hours, 15 minutes with the founder, Jason Shockey. But before we talk about the itinerary, Amanda, please introduce yourself and tell everyone a bit about who you are and what you're doing.
Ooh, no pressure, no pressure. So, hello everybody, and thank you for joining us. It is always a good time when Simon and I get together. So, I'm Amanda. I've recently come back to this side of the pond after quite a long stint over in Europe, and now I've landed, and I think I kind of have my feet under my desk as the Director of Innovation and Strategic Partnerships here at the CyberBytes Foundation. So that is, I've spent a very long time in the technology world, originally with an organization called SSH, where we built out a SaaS platform for identity access management, which was very, very exciting. And that's where I first dipped my toe into, the cyber pond, as they say. And I don't think I've ever looked back since then. I left very briefly to go to another startup organization. But it was during that time, whilst I loved startup and scale up, that I said, no, cyber and technology is where my heart is and where my passion is. So that leads me to where we are today and the very big things that I get to see and touch and feel and, back on this side of the pond. So.
And we're not just talking about the massive burgers and the food here, are we? Let's just talk about the technology you've got in the CyberBytes Foundation. I know you've got an area there with some pretty awesome tech. Have you got a second just to cover that off before we start?
Yeah, I do. And you know what? You said earlier when we were chatting backstage that you would be coming to this side of the pond rather soon, which is exciting for me because it's been a very long time. So I will 100% send an invite over to you, live here. Make sure that you take time and come and visit us here at the CyberBytes Foundation.
100%. I didn't want to talk too much about my new role today because it's about helping other people break into the industry. But personally, myself, I started a new job last week as the global head of business innovation for a expert kind of penetration testing company here in the UK called Bramfitt Technology Labs. And my main role is to expand our services even more in the US. So I will definitely be coming over to see you very, very soon. But enough about me, because I do like running on. We all know that, and I need to stop. So let's talk itinerary, because we're already 6 minutes in. I've already started waffling. We've got a quick intro now for 15 minutes. We're then joined by Jeremy Miller from Offensive Security. the dreaded OSCP or the amazing OSCP exam, which I failed in 2020, but I am going to pass again. Must try harder for that. We've got him on at 5:15. That's British summertime. Then followed by Dr. Mike Brass, a CISO, talking about his journey. CISO, very interesting guy, also an archaeologist. Hear a bit more about that later too. Then Parol Kana, who is an information security expert from Toronto in Canada. We've got her on sharing her journey, followed by Sam Bramfitt, the CEO of Bramfitt Tech Labs, sharing his journey from the military into cybersecurity. We've then got the main man himself, sponsor Jason Shockey, telling us all about MyCyberPath at 8:15 UK time, followed by Derek Schweller, Cyber Warrior Studios, telling us about his. And we've also got a secret star guest lurking around in the back. And if he's ready, I'm going to bring him on real quick because he is the man. Where's your mask? Come on. We've got Mr. Chip Harris in the green room here, who very kindly messaged yesterday and said that he'd jump in. So once he's got his mask on, I'm going to bring him on to say hello. Here he is. Chip, headphones on, sir. Are you with us?
Well, hello. Yes, I am. How are you, sir?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you? Hot in that mask today, I bet.
I actually washed it and cleaned it for everyone.
Oh, lovely. That's very nice. And what have you been up to? You're about to start a new role yourself, I think, Chip.
I am in negotiations right now, so I can't really kind of talk about a lot of what it is that I'm working on. But the good news is also that within this being something that I am working on, I do have the opportunity that most people don't know that I have been working with the University of Arizona for the past 4 years to write curriculum for a textbook that's going to be coming out, that's going to be produced by the university, that's going to be used in their classes. And I actually have just been approached by a book company to actually write a book about some of my experiences.
Oh, wow.
So that is in the works too. So not to kind of jinx anything, so I can't really kind of talk about them, but it is as they say, work in progress.
That's very exciting. I just need to say something. My stream has glitched out a bit. So whilst I can see everyone's chat coming down the side of the screen, I'm not actually able to respond to that at the moment. So I'm not being rude, just unable to reply. So a massive hello to everyone jumping in the chat. It's much appreciated. Let's just let's touch on breaking into cybersecurity from your point of view, Chip, before our first guest comes on. You've had an interesting journey, and I know you're a bit like me where you like to talk, so it's going to be difficult, but can you do it in 3 minutes?
Yes, I can.
That's the challenge. Ready? Go.
The overall challenge is that, you look at universities and university education versus what you're looking at for certifications. So especially, I look at, especially with my team, real world experiences and what it is that you have done within the market, and what you have done as experiences to breaking into that market. So, if you're just graduating college or you're graduating from a university, and you are looking to break into this market, it is first off, very finite depending on exactly what it is that you've been doing. So, if you're looking to become a SOC analyst, if you're looking to become an ethical hacker, if you're looking for doing red teaming, even if you're looking at doing in PM administration, there's a lot of different avenues that you can actually take a look at, because I work in IT and OT. So I work in the IT world that deals with servers and computers and so forth and regulation. And I also deal with OT that deals with steam power, nuclear generation of power, and then so on. So it is, a very, very open field. And, right now, as I was telling an actual group of students last week at the University of Mississippi, otherwise known as Ole Miss in the state of Mississippi, that they right now in the IT world, there's tons of people that are graduated and looking to get certifications and so forth. In the OT world, it's in the hundreds. So it's a smaller pool of people, because you got people that are electrical engineers and stuff that are nuclear engineers, or, scientists that are looking to go from a scientific or technical degree and vocational education into dealing with cybersecurity for those systems, which is greatly needed, because as of today, we just passed a new infrastructure law to put into play to actually safely and secure a lot of our global infrastructure and our infrastructure within the United States, which is a very big thing to get passed. And guess what? They got to have cybersecurity for it all day long.
So basically, I agree with everything you say there, Chip, and I think the OT side is really, really underlooked. Um, Obviously, we've said it a million times. Well, not a million times. I'm exaggerating again. We've said it lots of times before about everyone being focused on kind of the penetration testing and blue team. And part of today is hopefully bringing a little bit more awareness to people who are trying to break into the industry that there are like over 50 roles. There's governance, risk and compliance. There's red team. There's blue team. There's purple team. There's yellow team. There's all these different things that you can come into. And myself, I mean, Chip, you're obviously a very technical person. Myself, clearly not. Amanda, you're more technical than I, but dare I say it without causing any offense? Do I say it? I'll say it. I don't know if it's your technical ability that makes you successful. It certainly isn't mine. And my point is, you've got amazing soft kind of essential skills. Do you see that, Amanda, as being a gap in the market from what you've seen from the short time you've been in the last couple of 3 years?
One thing, if you need some technical skills, hands down. However, if you look at a CISO position, for instance, the two most sought after skills for a CISO, just hazard a guess what they might be. It's creativity, which is not a non-technical skill, obviously, and having soft skills. Those, being able to interact with your team and, being able to take a very complex problem and explain, using the big red crayon and explain it to a non-technical person. So that's, whereas, being able to understand the technology and being able to explain the technology, very, very, very critical skills within technology. So it's, it's, is it important? Of course it's important. You need to understand it, but you also need to be able to explain it to non-technical people as well.
I think you're absolutely spot on, and not enough people realise that who are sitting outside the industry, desperately trying to get certifications and different rankings and whatever else is they're doing, when perhaps if they looked at the previous experience, I mean, mine is completely different perhaps, but a lot of people have got customer service experience, anything in negotiation, governance, risk and compliance from different industries, you can bring it across. There's so much different talents and skills that we can embed into the industry and improve it for everyone as well. And here we go, Simon, you're running on already. So Jeremy, our first guest from Offensive Security, I can see him in the green room there. Looks like he's getting himself ready. So Chip, I'm going to say goodbye to you for now, sir, and catch you hopefully at the wind up at the end, if that's okay. I don't mean wind up as in we're winding everyone up. It's the show wind up. Although I'm sure we can. So Chip, thanks ever so much for jumping in, and I'll see you again in a few, my friend.
Very good to see all of you. Have a wonderful day.
Thanks, Chip. Have a great day.
So it is that time already, I believe. We're 1 minute away from our first guest, so let's bring him on early. I haven't even met Jeremy before, so I'm very, very excited. For those that don't know, Offensive Security is where Jeremy works, and they are an examination and training provider who holds some of the most coveted exams in the industry. One I failed personally in 2020. So Jeremy, absolutely amazing to have you on board today, and a pleasure to meet you, sir.
Hello, Simon. Nice to meet you. Can you hear me well?
I can hear you loud and clear,
Excellent.
So thanks ever so much for taking the time to come on. Would you just give our audience a kind of whistle-stop tour as to who you are and what you're doing at the moment before we move on to your journey and story?
Sure, absolutely. I currently work at Offensive Security. We're one of the world's largest providers for penetration testing and other security certifications. And I currently manage the penetration testing content development team, so the team that writes our courseware.
Awesome. Hold on, I've got to work out how to bring myself back on the stage now. Look, here we are. I'm trying to do two things at once. And I know your journey hasn't been a typical one, not from speaking to you, but from doing a little bit of digging around before the show. Would you be kind enough to share your journey with our audience and basically let us know how you've managed to get where you are today and what skills you've brought from previous experiences as well?
Yeah, for sure. I hope every audience member has a coffee or a tea, because it's a little bit roundabout.
Mine.
There you go. I started off by wanting to be a lawyer. I wanted to be a defense attorney, and I studied philosophy in school. But so not tech, no IT, no computers, nothing like that. I actually I saw myself as a non-technical person. I thought I wasn't good at math or science. And I ended up working for a lawyer, and then I didn't want to be a lawyer anymore. So, so I really liked working with him, but I realized that that field was just not for me, not what I wanted to do. And I said, what can I do with a philosophy degree? It turns out the thing that I really enjoyed in philosophy was logic, thinking about how what follows from what implies what, and that led to more advanced classes in logic and math. And suddenly I realized I was a technical person. I ended up interning for a company that does research in artificial general intelligence, and that was super interesting to me. The problem was, of course, that like going into AI as a field, you need a lot of math. So even though I started to think about myself more, as a technical person, I didn't have anywhere near the background. Discrete math, you need a ton of linear algebra. I would have had to gone back to college and kind of restart from scratch. So instead, I sort of didn't know what to do, but I was working at this company, and one of the researchers there said, you should think very much about going into security, cybersecurity. And I said, cybersecurity, I've never thought about it or considered it. Why cybersecurity? What's the relevance to AI? And what they said was that there's a lot of thinking patterns that are the same, because in both cybersecurity and in artificial intelligence, you're thinking about other agents, you're thinking about how other agents are thinking, sometimes how other agents who can be smarter than you are thinking. And that like sort of clicked with me, the idea of like there's this other adversary that I'm trying to think about. From there, I kind of just researched like how do you get into this field? And at the time, and still today, OffSec was one of the #1 answers. So I enrolled for our penetration testing with Cali course, but I didn't have any of the background knowledge that I needed to have. So it took me quite a long time to kind of go through that course and like learn like what is Linux, what's a command line, what is even like the keyboard that I'm typing into the terminal. Like I had to learn a lot of the background information. I was super lucky that when I passed my OSCP finally, there was a job opening at OffSec, and I applied, and here I am 6 years later. Hey, Simon, I don't know if it's just me, but you're muted.
It's not just you. It's my technical inability today to click any buttons correctly. And I've also put myself on stage and completely removed you. So it wasn't what I meant to do. Hopefully I'll bring us all back on now. The discussions. So how long, thanks for sharing that, Jeremy. Again, I was trying to do two things at once, which isn't possible for me. When did you join Offensive Security? How long ago was that?
I started 6 years ago.
And your role's changed or been doing the same role? Tell us a bit
about. Yeah, it's changed a lot. I started, we were just a few, not even a few dozen people. We were a very small company. Now we're a lot larger. So my role's changed quite a bit over the years. I started off as a what we used to call a student administrator, and what we now call a student mentor. At the time, that was sort of a jack of all trades, because that was like the only role in the company. We would do everything from networking to helping students to setting up machines to writing content to literally everything under the sun. As sort of the company grew, I got interested in more of the business aspect of things and went into project management. But because I knew our courseware very well, I was able to sort of work on the courses, the actual content, with our content team, helping get that out there. And from there, I moved to a product management role, doing kind of the same thing, but a little bit more strategically, thinking about the OffSec's value proposition, why do this course instead of that course, and that sort of naturally evolved to where I am today.
Okay, and tell me how your previous experience has helped you in the roles that you're doing now. How have you related that, Jeremy?
So the two areas I would talk about here, I guess, are first, my studies in philosophy, I think helped a lot. Both learning pen testing in general. I think for pen testers, it's very important to be self-reflective because you're operating in the space of vast uncertainty. You have no idea you're not supposed to have an idea what the machine holds, because if you knew everything about the machine, you wouldn't actually have to do anything, right? So if somebody says, hey, here's a network, it's exactly vulnerable to this particular vulnerability on this particular IP, and you need to use that exploit, there's no point in hiring a pen tester, right? So it's because that there's something you don't know that there's even something to do in pen testing. And so being able to reflect on yourself and say, hey, what don't I know in this situation? What assumptions am I making? How much credence am I putting on my beliefs? All these sort of questions about what I'm thinking about myself are really helpful for a pen tester. And that sort of came naturally to me because it was something that I studied for a long time. Do you want to respond to that, or should I go to the next one?
Please carry on. I was just going to question, which was, I take it you know function. So for the team, when you're studying at OSCP, you've got access to a team of people, haven't you, who you can ask questions to and support you as you go through the process. And these poor people on the end of the email, when I was doing mine, they must have been so frustrated with me because of my stupid questions. And you know, I sat the exam probably 2 years too early with regards to my knowledge, and it was clear when I got to the exam, despite going through all the labs, and despite the fact that I was trying harder, that my knowledge was not quite there. And for me, the guys on the end, despite irritating the hell out of me by, you know, how do I do this? Well, research it, try harder. It was an amazing experience, and one that I'm absolutely determined to smash. It's not going to be for another couple of years. So I've set myself the target at age 50. So we'll see.
You got it. I fit.
I hope so. It's just your lab time. I think I spent so much money on labs because I was so far behind, but I bailed on the labs the last 4 weeks. And the one thing I would recommend, whether you'd agree or not, is the lab time's kind of invaluable, and I should have spent a bit more time on that.
Yeah. That's one of the reasons. I don't know if you want to get into this here, but one of the reasons why we have a subscription model now, right? That takes, you know, you sign up for a year, and so you don't need to worry about, oh, I only have 30 days.
I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that reasonably new then, Jeremy?
Yeah. I think I'm gonna get my dates wrong because I don't remember them offhand, but I think we started that in Q3 of last year. If I want to put a number out there.
Okay.
But getting to your question,
a little while after I failed.
Yeah. I wasn't in a support role after.
Sorry, Jeremy, go on.
I was just going to say I wasn't in a support role before joining OffSec, but as a student administrator, a lot of what that team does is interact with students and help them out.
Okay, and how the big question for me, offensive security, in my opinion, especially amongst pen testers, is kind of the holy grail for qualifications. And first question, one, how did you manage to get to the point where you had that kind of reputation? And the second question, which hopefully you can lead on from that, is do you have any options for people who are kind of at a lower level? So like myself, who perhaps needed a little bit more of a junior course or a beginner one with sort of training wheels on. Do you mind addressing those points for me?
Absolutely. So first one's first. I think this goes back to when OffSec started. OffSec's actually a fairly old company. It started, I believe, late 2000s. So I only joined it, several years into its existence. But it started from the premise of how do we get defenders, developers, people in sort of the cyberspace to recognize what an attacker actually does. And at the time, there was no virtual labs, I think, of really any kind. OffSec was, to my knowledge, the first company that really put out a lab out there, like a robust lab, a robust enterprise-grade lab that was attackable in different ways by a student over VPN. I'm not sure if there were other solutions at the time that were smaller, but it was really the first one that was really really robust. Again, to my knowledge, I could be wrong about my history, but combining the labs with really high quality content and expression of why an attacker would think this way or why an attacker would do this thing. So you have the labs, you have the content, and you have the mindset of what we call the try harder mindset or the security mindset. These three things combined, I think, is really what has has led to OffSec's success and growth, and is also sort of the guiding principles of how we develop our content today. The second, I forget your second question. If you can repeat that.
I popped up just in case you had, because if
Thank
anything
you.
like two things at once. The second question was, I suppose, more not entry level, but
yeah,
maybe a lower level kind of. Any
how do you
recommendations,
start?
thoughts on that?
Yeah. Yes. So you're absolutely right, and I myself would have benefited from this a lot because I jumped into PWK without the prerequisite knowledge. So first, let me just say what I think the prerequisite knowledge are, and then what our solution for that is. If you're going to, this is true for any of our courses, even if it's like we have courses on web application assessments and on security operations from the defensive side, but for any of these, really, you need to know some Linux basics. You need to know some Windows basics, so system administration, how to run commands, how to navigate directories, some of these basic things, but they're very important to start with, or else you're gonna be lost right away. You need to have a fundamental understanding of networking. You don't need to be a master programmer, but you should be able to write a 50-line script. So all these things are important to get first, and then moving into one of the more let's say niche areas like pen testing or security operations. So we recognize that over the years, and we created content to that level, and so now we have a Learn Fundamentals subscription. It's our lowest tier subscription. The benefit of that is that you get access to an entire library of sort of what we call 100 level content. So PWK, or Penetration Testing with Kali Linux, is a 200 level course. And then we have these 100 level courses that prepare you for the 200 level equivalents. So Pen 100 prepares you for Pen 200, SOC 100 prepares you for SOC 200, and the Learn Fundamentals library has access to all of these 100 level courses.
Awesome, thank you. And I have, for anyone who's interested, I have dropped a link for the Offensive Security website in the chat below as well. I'm not sure if you can comment from a company perspective on this question, or whether it's going to be a personal response. The thing that I love gamification, right? In cybersecurity, I think it's learning. It's amazing, and in particular, there's a new platform called ThreatGen, which is kind of active adversary, which I think is awesome. And I love Try Hack Me, and I love Hack the Box. However, so my mistake was not doing labs and focusing on doing boxes on Hack the Box for about 3 months, and I'm not sure that it's a great way to support the OSCP exam. Would you, not putting down any of these providers, would you say it was a good idea to build your own labs perhaps and do some work that way, as much as it is as jumping on providers' content? What do you think?
Yeah, I'm gonna refrain from commenting on different providers. I think it's great that the space is so large. I think there's room for lots of different companies and businesses, and that's fantastic. In terms of setting up your own lab, that's definitely something that we often recommend to students. Like, how do I really get this stuff? Yeah, I mean, if you can build something and then you can figure out how to break it, and then you can modify it, you can tinker with it. That's really what it takes to truly grok what's happening. Not everybody has the resources, the hardware, etc., to build their own home lab, so that's okay. There's some virtual solutions where you can set things up. But anytime you're going to really sit down and take a blank canvas and say, okay, I'm gonna install an Apache web server, and I'm going to see what I can do with it, and then I'm going to make a Python one, and I'm going to see what I could do with that. That's really how you start to understand these things. A lot of people try to go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, and I was just going to say, it's also a good way of demonstrating what you've learned from trying to get a job point of view, if you can showcase or show that social proof of what you've done. And I just want to go back and ask you a quick question. Your answer was amazing. Have you ever thought about being in politics? Because you served. No, and Riley, I completely agree with what you said as well, Jeremy. There's a place for all of them, and I think for me, it was more me focusing on that as a kind of a replacement for the labs, when it was my lack of understanding of that more than that as a platform. And I do think there's a time and a place for all of them too. So before anyone starts moaning at me from those gamification platforms, I think you're awesome.
I will say, I think
You sit there and not say anything now for like ages. So have you got a question for Jeremy? Are you there? Why can't I see you? Amanda, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you. Sorry.
See, I just said
It's getting a bit glitchy.
Am I? It's my poor internet. So this could be a good opportunity for you to ask Jeremy a couple of questions if you've got some.
Well, I think it's really important to talk about like skill sets and, and not to that we have the blend, like we have the blend of the skills. So, what are, if you're onboarding or mentoring someone, what are those top 3 or 4 skills that you would most focus on?
Yeah, good question, Amanda. I think there are two categories of skills that are important. The first is sort of the object level of what a student is learning technically. So like, let's say you're trying to learn, how do I do privilege escalation on a Linux machine?
Mm-hmm.
There's a whole bunch of different, right? Like, okay, is there a misconfiguration? Is there a programming error? Did the user set a poor password, right? There's all these different things, and learning how to assimilate that knowledge and not necessarily memorize it, but have it written down somewhere so that you know where to look for things. Nobody's going to remember every syntax, every command all the time, but if you know where to find it, then that's going to really help you out. More important.
Sorry. No. I was just going to say, just kind of leading into that. How do you think? And this is something that I've been thinking about a little bit, so maybe you could perhaps shed some light on it. As AI becomes more and more prevalent in how we deal with cybersecurity, how do you think the skill set is going to pivot? Because that is deal with like AI and security is a completely different skill set than what the operators are doing today. So how do you, how is that pivot going to take shape?
So this I sure we didn't plan this. This leads to the second thing that I was going to say. So the first skill, like I said, was this object level stuff, but then there's this meta level skill of how do you even figure out what you should be learning in the first place? Or if you're working on a machine, there are multiple ports open, there are multiple services, you don't know where to start. How do you sort of start from this place of not knowing? That goes back to that reasoning under uncertainty thing that I was talking before. I think as these AI systems develop, talking about narrow AI, being able to cross-reference ports with different commands and different syntax, like that's going to get easier and easier and easier and more automatic. But I think that the space of possibilities that you can have in a network or machine is very, very, very large, of course. And so that is the skill that I think the human being is going to, not forever, but at least for the foreseeable future, still be ahead of the machines in terms of being able to like think critically about the different possibilities.
Excellent.
Great answer. We've got a bit of feedback somewhere. I'm not sure where it's coming from. I don't know if it's me now. I've sent a message to people saying we've got some feedback. Let me just check.
I can't hear anything. It sounds good on my side, Simon.
Okay, maybe it's just me. It's this brick room that I'm at the moment causing some issues. So we have said we'll open up some. Harry, I know that you've asked one as well with regards to struggling to breaking into the industry. Jeremy, would you just go back over? We talked a little while ago about, I suppose, the entry level or base requirements that you think people should have with regards to knowledge before embarking on a technical career. Would you mind just covering those again?
Yeah, sure. So talking about like a specific job role, like penetration testing or security operations, from my perspective, what I see from students is that they do really well if they have a background in something like networking or system administration or programming, any of these things, not necessarily all of them, but what I like to say is that you have to have a non-mysterious understanding of a computer. And now I'm hearing the feedback too.
Yeah, no, me too. It's definitely. Has anyone got Amanda? Have you got another browser window open with YouTube?
No, nothing.
No, me neither. There's no one else in the background. It must be just some kind of weird magical glitch. Right, have we got any other questions on here? Let's have a quick look while we're doing that. Someone's mentioned try Hackney being really good for blue team. Completely agree with that. Okay. This is a question that Jeremy's not going to like because the word discount is in there. Jeremy, did offensive security offer any discounts? I'm not aware that you guys do you?
You know what? I'm actually not aware either. That's a question for our orders and our sales teams. I don't know.
Yeah, no worries. And with regards to just talking about the pricing a little bit, with regards to the level 100 qualifications, are they a similar cost to the 200 levels? Are they a different price? How does that work?
They're significantly lower. I don't remember the numbers offhand. The 200 level subscription is more than double the fundamentals one.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Amanda, any other questions? Because we're a bit short of them in the chat. If anyone's got any questions, please do drop them in the chat. I'll pop them up.
Oh, I'm full of questions. I always have questions. So, I think, maybe I can just drive, as opposed to questions, I can just drive the conversation a little bit. It's, I think something that is extremely important, and this was talked about quite a bit. I was at an event earlier this week, Hack the Capital, and they were talking about, this skills gap and, just the sheer amount of positions that are open within security. And I think it's time to change the education model. You will always need those fundamentals, but not every person on your security team requires a PhD. You have people writing job descriptions requiring 10 years of experience with particular applications, etc., whereas that application is only 5 years old. It's the classic case. So I think the industry itself needs to, a little bit of introspection is needed so that we can almost treat some of these roles as a vocation, essentially. Mm-hmm. And if you have that passion, if you have that drive, if you have a willingness to learn, sit down beside me and I'm going to teach you how to do this. I'm going to teach you what to do, and you will get somebody, especially if they're engaged, etc. We will fill those roles a lot faster than waiting for this 4 or 5 year curriculum that is irrelevant. That's the wrong word. I take that word back. That is not keeping up with what the industry requires.
I think as well, Amanda, the other issue is some of the admin pasted from other roles, and we'll all know that a role at one company that has the same name as another one doesn't mean the job's going to be exactly the same. So I think there's a duty of care with regards to the recruitment aspect as well, and the managing expectations. And seeing as we've got a training provider on who doesn't tell you can be qualified in 12 weeks and an expert in cyber, I will mention it, that managing expectations in this industry is a real issue. And I get not having experience can be a killer, but I think there's two things really. You've got to have the passion for this industry. It isn't an industry to get into for the money if you haven't. That's my opinion, because it's that, as Amanda was just saying, that continuous learning and how much things change so much. I was talking to a member of the InfoSec Live community today who was talking about the demand for different types of testers. When you look for the recruiter stuff now, you see loads of AWS stuff, whereas a year ago it was less. And as you rightly said, everything seems to be behind the curve all the time, doesn't it?
Yeah. Whereas if we take on this model of, mentorship, I almost want to relate it to the medical field. You're going to get your core fundamentals, but bringing people on as, say like, you want to be a SOC analyst, well, come and sit beside somebody and they will grow leaps and bounds, and then there's a whole host of other things, of other benefits to an organization if they, train inwardly for their own, with their own teams, and so, but that's a whole other conversation. So
you think we're seeing a shift in that, Jeremy? Have you got any opinion firms are recruiting at the moment for talent?
Well, I want to say yes, and I want to say a really big yes to that. As I said, I was just at the Capitol earlier in the week, and there was a panel specifically on this. And you know, if I'm the leader of a huge organization, you know, sitting on the security side, yes, I want that person to have deep knowledge. Like the person running the bank, I want him, yes, him, her. I want them to know, I want them to have very deep knowledge. But, you know, but there's spots within the organization on the security team for entry level people. And they can, you know, as long as the leader knows what needs to be done, there is space for entry level positions. And
I agree.
you know,
The other thing I
we
want
need that
to say
mentorship.
one thing I want to say quickly is I don't know why people with loads of previous experience are always looking for entry level positions as well. I don't know if it's a lack in confidence. Is it my end, Roy? It could be. I don't know if it's a lack in confidence, but people with lots of other experience don't need to come in as an entry level SOC analyst. You know, they could come into potentially GRC at a more senior position, or a sales position, or a developer position. I need to work out why I'm echoing. I'm going to be quiet for a moment and have a look. Right back.
I think that's exactly right. There are so many students that we've had that have come from different areas and have, you know, put in the time. It takes longer often, but they also show a different way of thinking about problems that you don't necessarily see from somebody who's been in tech forever. The other thing I would say is that there are technical positions that are not considered like cyber, or not every company considers them cyber, but which really are. Like system administration is often not considered a security role, but of course it is, because you're configuring and making sure that a machine is working properly. Part of properly there, of course, means defend it. Some of the best pen testing students that we get come from a system administration background. Some of the best web attackers that we get come from a web development background. In fact, our top web content developers they were web developers first. So they became web assessors, penetration testers, and then content developers, but they started with software. So I think, yeah, to get back to what you're saying, Simon, there's definitely a lot of transferability both within tech and outside of tech.
There is, again, and doing a bit of a drop for our amazing sponsor, MyCyberPath, not because they've sponsored the event, but because what he's built, what Jason Shockey's built, is a platform. Sorry, my kids are home now. Them screaming in the background. I'll just shut the door. Platform that can help you work out through a bit of psychometric profiling and some questions based on who you are and what you're good at, what roles you could be good at in cyber. And there's a free version as well for people to try. So I will drop the link for that in the chat in a little while. Just thought I'd get that in there quickly. At the end of this section as well, before we bring Dr. Mike Brass on, I will just do another replay of the clip for those that didn't see it so they can learn a bit more about the platform. Okay, so we've got some questions in the chat. Let's start bringing these up. We've got more of a statement here, but this is very true, from Anjali, which is, I'm trying to find internships or apprenticeships in this field, but it is very hard. It is very hard. And I think in the UK, they're very rare at the moment. I don't know what it's like in the States, Amanda. How are you finding internships and apprenticeships? I know the Cyber Bytes Foundation do some work with the youngsters as well, don't they?
I'm going to turn my mic back on. Do you hear the feedback from me before we answer that question?
I can't hear feedback now.
Oh, okay. No. Well, maybe then.
Yeah, I
think internships are really important for growing regardless of your career. You know, but they can fill a real gap for an organization, and then, you know, from there you can get the cream of the crop, you know, which is exactly what internships are made for. So I think that's incredibly important that we work towards opening up more internship positions. You know, obviously within security, you have to be really cognizant.
What about paid versus unpaid internships? So some people complain about the not paid internships. I've got a slightly different opinion on that, but I'll let you give yours first. What do you think about paid and not paid? Or is that a politician's answer? There's a time and a place for it. I'll give my thoughts. Right? So
Yes, yes.
It depends. It depends what financial position you're in, doesn't it? Let's be honest, whether you can take that risk or not to do an unpaid.
Right. I think what I will say, there's government initiatives to cover any gaps if that's required. But I know I'm not gonna. I'm not dipping my toe in that pool, Simon.
I'm trying to get you all to come out with stuff, but you won't, will you? I'm obviously losing my touch here. Jeremy, while we've still got you, so I know I haven't asked you a question for a while. There's a question in there or a statement. Does it mean a system admin role is a great start to cybersec? I mean, my opinion on that is definitely yes.
Yeah.
Jeremy, what about yours?
Yeah, definitely. You've got obviously you have system administrations. You know how the machine works. You're going to learn some scripting. You're going to learn some networking. Most importantly, you learn the guts of the machine, and that's really what you need to get into cyber, whether on the offensive or defensive side. So, perfect role.
Yeah, I completely agree. Roy, I see you in the chat, my friend. I hope you're well. You're not old, by the way. You're younger than me, so please don't say you're old. Make me feel even worse than I do already about my 50 years approaching. I get that you can't afford an unpaid internship. I might have a little bit of part-time work for you, Roy, because for those that don't know, I've started a job last week, which means my time in the community InfoSec Live is now really limited. It isn't going to be a lot, but I'm looking for someone to come in and do a few hours work a week. So reach out to me afterwards. Here we go. We've landed one job today, although it is only a part-time one. So Jeremy, back to you. Biggest bit of advice you could give someone who wants to be a penetration tester?
Biggest bit of advice. I think it's going to sound really cliche, so get ready for it. It's don't give up.
We're all about the cliches here, Jeremy.
I know, yeah. Everyone was expecting me to say try harder, but I didn't say it. No, it's don't give up because this stuff is hard, and as there are two forces going on. On one hand, the demand, as Amanda has talked about, for job roles has just increased. There's more and more people that kind of need to get into this field. And that means that the level of person in terms of their previous experience is always going to get lower and lower. That's one thing. The second thing is that what it actually takes to be a pen tester day to day gets harder and harder because the defenders get better and better and there's greater and greater technology. And so this gap of what somebody, the video is reversed, so I don't know if my hands are doing anything useful. The gap between where somebody starts and where they need to get to be sort of a useful penetration tester just grows and grows and grows and grows. And so it's very frustrating as a student to go in and be like, okay, I need to learn X, Y, Z. And then by the time you're done Z, there's like Z plus 1, right? To give an example of that, a standard sort of buffer overflow used to be like top tier in terms of what you had to learn to do exploitation. Now it's the very, very beginning, and you're very unlikely to find a buffer overflow in a open binary in the real world. So I think that recognition of this fact or of this cycle is really important to realize that, okay, you're coming into this wherever you are, that's fine. It's going to take some time to get to where you need to get to, and that's okay. And to take the time that it needs to really engage with whatever you're learning and not try to skip past it in an effort to, go for quantity over quality. It's really about making sure that you're learning properly the thing that you're learning, because being able to go deep in one area is going to let you expand into others as well.
That whole best advice ever there, Jeremy. The whole skipping bits is the reason I failed. You know, I want everything kind of now, and I thought I could do it quicker, and I missed out the whole networking bit, which is obviously quite important. So whilst I learned techniques and processes, and I could, get a shell through following a process, I had no real understanding of how I was actually doing it and how it worked, which I think my bit of advice, not being a pen tester, but trying to be one, is to have that fundamental knowledge before you even think about doing the job, because it is a steep learning curve, but it's also, what a rabbit hole to dive down, because it is so interesting. And as both Jeremy and Amanda have said, it just changes on a daily basis. The threat landscape changes, the threat actors change. We've now got a war, potentially global war, about to be confirmed, as it were, that is going to have an impact on that as well. So the opportunities are massive. Let's try and get a couple of questions up here rather than Simon rambling on like he normally does. Let's have a look. Question, Jeremy. Here we go. So, what advice would you give to a blue teamer that has just been hired to rapidly grow into a pen test lead in 2 months?
Wow. First of all, congratulations. That's awesome. I'm gonna answer twice. One as if you are a pen test lead actively doing the pen test, and twice as if you were leading a team but not doing them. If the former, I would say get yourself as much exposure to doing attacks as possible. A lot of blue teamers that do become pen testers are great. They have a very, very deep understanding of how an enterprise defends itself, not only in terms of the computers, but in terms of the people, right? In terms of how are people organized, what hours do they tend to work? So that will really, really help you out. But definitely get a sense of what going through attacks is like mentally for yourself, so that as you lead your team, you can help them through any issues that comes up. If you're leading a team, I'd say that's even more important, because if you want to get a sense of what they're going to go through, hacking some machines on your own on the side in a lab, on an online lab is going to be really helpful, so that you can empathize with their experiences they're going through it.
That's a great answer. Thanks, Jeremy. We've got another. I'm going to keep these questions coming in because we've only got 2 or 3 minutes before we're going to have to break off. So the other one is another good point, or good question. So I have strong background in OSINT, SOCMINT, and I have already strong passion for it, but don't have the technical knowledge in software, web dev, or programming. Where do I recommend I can fit, or where do you recommend I can fit? Good question, Peter. Pretty much anywhere, I'd say, with that.
Yeah. The thing about OSINT is that it leads to really good enumeration skills. So for like open source intelligence gathering, being able to find information about that's public about a company or an entity, that's its own its own field, right? Like it's its own discipline. You can spend your life doing that. But somebody who does that is going to have excellent research skills, because the space of where you need to research is just enormous. Whereas if you're like, okay, now I'm going to attack a particular machine, the scope is much smaller, right? Or even a network, the scope is still much smaller than the whole internet. So I would say like you can take those skills and that mindset and take that into a security role that's more focused, and your enumeration abilities should be really top notch. So build on your strengths and continue rolling with that skill set.
I think for any role, I'll unmute my mic, any role in cybersecurity, having the experience of the other side, from the blue team perspective, when you're on red team and vice versa, is invaluable, because if you don't understand how that works, then you're absolutely scuppered, I suppose. Purple Otter, good comment, I think. OSINT might match up with law enforcement.
Probably. I can't say I know very much about law enforcement. But it does sound, at least from what I see on TV, it sounds
yeah,
right.
If the films are right, then definitely. But I don't have anything on that either. Jeremy, any final words before we say farewell to you?
No, this is great. Thank you so much for inviting me here. Thank you for the introduction to the community. It's great. I see all these comments coming in. Amanda, thank you so much. Simon, you as well. And looking forward to chatting again.
Yeah, amazing. I'm looking forward to catching up offline, where I don't try and catch you out with awkward questions. So apologies for that, and well done for the politician-like answers. It were awesome.
Jeremy, thank you so very much, Jeremy.
Bye-bye.
Have a great day.
You.
Bye now.
So, just us for the moment before our next guest comes on. Our next guest is Dr. Michael Brass, who I believe is a CISO amongst many other hats that he wears. And he's also a doctor in archaeology. So it's very exciting. I know he's due on in 5 minutes. He's in the green room at the moment. I know he's got a weekend planned with the family. So what I'm going to do is just go through the sponsor bit quickly. And Dr. Michael Brass, if it's okay with you, I'm going to bring you on in about 30 seconds without any further ado. Lovely. So back to the reason this has all happened today. Without our sponsor, Jason Shockey of MyCyberPath, none of this would have been possible. So I've got a quick little teaser video here for you. I'm going to drop the link in the chat as well, but have a look at this. This is what MyCyberPath does.
MyCyberPath.com provides you with the keys to a successful cybersecurity career. We match your interests and personality traits to cybersecurity career pathways. The pathways show you in a systematic way the certifications, experience, training, and education to pursue throughout your career. They allow you to search and apply for jobs on platforms where recruiters are hiring, and they're best for transitioning veterans, students of all ages, and human resource departments, just to name a few. Get a pathway today. We promise it'll be one of the best decisions of your life.
Amazing. And for those that don't know, there is a free version as well. So you can go on the website. I've put the link in the chat, register for free, and it will give you a pathway to your recommended pathway for cyber. We are also going to be doing a giveaway in, what's the time now? In about 2 hours, 15 minutes time. Anyone who drops win-win-win in the chat will get entered. I'm sorry about the feedback. I'm still having a problem with it here. So I'm going to try and be quiet to avoid it. Amanda, I know you've got to pop to a meeting and you're going to be back soon. So
you know what? I'm going to a very exciting meeting right now. So I'm looking forward to that. But I'm also coming back and chatting with you some more because I'm loving all of these guests. But I'm going to have you on in the background.
Awesome. Thanks ever so much, Amanda.
Right.
And I'll see you
soon.
Simon.
We'll see you really soon.
See you soon. So just me and the next guest, Dr. Michael Brass. Let's bring you on. Here we go. How are you, sir?
Hey, Simon, old man.
So you are one of the few guests I've got on today who I have spoke to before. Whilst you've been a member of the InfoSec Live community and we've been connected on LinkedIn for a little while, we spoke for the first time face-to-face or internet face-to-face last week. And your journey is a very, very inspiring one. Before we get on to that, well, different's good. Before we get on to that, would you just tell everyone a little bit about yourself, what you're doing now before we go on to the journey?
Okay, I'm the CISO and global head of IT and head of information, head of business systems at a global company called Ubisense Limited. We're based primarily here in the UK with a strong presence in Germany and the USA. We've got a French connection and we partner as well with Rakuten out in Japan. So it's 3 hats within the organization. Tech role and then separate GLC. At the same time, however, if there are business processes which need to be streamlined and got a lot better, that is where I get involved with as well. So yeah, it's quite a complicated
so you've got
setup, but it works.
3 roles.
Three distinct roles.
Wow.
Complementary, but also distinct. And you've got to be careful when you move in between them.
If you've got 3 official roles, I'm sure it means you wear far more hats than that on a daily basis, really, Mike. Let's take a step back. So today is all about inspiring and helping people who are trying to either break into the industry or raise their game. And your story is fascinating. So could you please tell our audience where you've come from and how you've got to where you are today?
Okay. Obviously, just interrupt me with any questions. As some of you can gather from my accent, I'm actually South African. Born and bred in South Africa, but I live here in the UK at the moment. When I went to university, when I went through to university, I did archaeology, history, and classics. I've got a BA in history. I've got a BA and BA honors in archaeology. I've also got a master's and PhD in archaeology as well, and I actually direct an archaeology project in the Sudan in the present. In fact, that background there is the Blue Nile in the Sudan from a recent trip there. So in the last year in South Africa, which was 1999, I knew I was going to come through to the UK afterwards, and I had no idea what I actually wanted to do. Now, short version is my father had been at IBM, so the only other thing that I knew what to do was computers in some form or another. In fact, I was a bloody idiot at them for a long period of time. And I went and did my A+ certification at the end of 1999 and 3 Windows NT courses. I passed the A+ and failed all 3 Windows in Windows NT exams. Came across here, and obviously that being the year 2000, it was a bit easier to get into the industry, into the IT industry, to be more specific. And I got a contract role just 2 months after arriving at Oxford University Press as a second line support officer. So I skipped all the first line stuff, thank God. And that was a rolling contract to the end of the year. Then I got another contract, actually, ironically, at the Oxford Archaeological Unit for 8 weeks, and that was to build their network, transitioning from a work group to a domain. And then I was at Earthwatch Europe for a year after that. And then I did another contract role because I took a break and I did a year's master's for my archaeology. So another contract role. Then I moved up here to Cambridge because my then fiance was moving across to the UK, to Cambridge. She's now my wife, for anyone who's interested in that little trivia. And I joined Amadeus Capital Partners as their system administrator. This was December 2004. And over the course of those 4 years then that I was with them, I progressed to senior systems administrator. And due to some personal issues, the guy who was my line manager, he had to take a lot of breaks. And so quite a bit of the managerial responsibility at a very young age landed on my shoulders. They then hired a replacement IT manager, and she went and outsourced my role. So unfortunately, that was right at the start of the Great Recession. So obviously I hit the job boards, and I was extremely lucky that 1 month later, I got hired as the IT manager for a company called the Institute for Government, which is an apolitical think tank based in London. It was founded by a former minister from Tony Blair's government, Lord David Sainsbury, member of the Gatsby Foundation. He headed the Gatsby Foundation and also one of the family members for the Sainsbury supermarket group. I was the 13th staff member there, and I was part of a committee that oversaw move from renting 2 rooms in the Royal Academy of Engineering actually through into our own building in Carlton Gardens. And I was there as the IT manager for some 8 years. I decided I was hitting a plateau there and went out looking, and I got headhunted for another company called Dialight, which is an international company. And I was the IT manager for the entirety of Europe and Australasia. And while I was there, in fact, very shortly after I joined, because I'd always viewed security as being IT centric, I fell into that trap big time. While I was there, within the first couple of months after I'd started, the board of Dialight commissioned. Okay, I'll get onto your question in a sec. The board of Dialight had commissioned there to be a cybersecurity review of the organization for the London and the Farmingdale, USA, 2 headquarters. And that perked my interest because the questions that I got asked and that went around also with HR were far beyond anything that I had yet experienced with regards to security. Fast forward, there's a bunch of stuff there that I could get into, but it would be quite boring for a lot of you. And
it sounds to me like that's the most interesting part, Dr. Brass, isn't it?
Yes and no, because it delves into internal politics in a company that I don't really wish to expose. The ultimate outcome of that was that the person who was my line manager, who sat on the board and was the director of IT, she had to leave the organization. And I kept raising the issue that there's security matters that needed to be addressed. And so I got called into the CFO's office one day, and I got told, well, I've been promoted now to look after the cybersecurity for the entire organization. But based upon what was in that report and based upon what I wanted to do, I said to them, this extends beyond anything infrastructure-wise, this extends beyond anything IT. And the security person ideally needs to be outside of IT, needs to be a business security person. That bit was shut down, unfortunately. but I still had the responsibility, so I started implementing various measures. I got various authority to implement those measures, and then I got headhunted for my current company, where I've got a lot more carte blanche, and we've actually set everything up from scratch in the right way, with the right reporting structures, with the right GRC, Information Security Management Forum. And so that's a very short summary of how everything has evolved with me. In some ways, it's been very much a traditional route when you look at it. Go in from into support officer, systems administrator, IT manager, doing all those sorts of basic IT security matters, and then transitioning into the actual business security environment. The key on a lot of this, though, is actually understanding business security risk management, which is an entirely different beast. And what I will point out is that there's a lot of when you're hired for a lot of the entry level roles, and I should say also a lot of the junior roles, they are very much looking at the soft skills. Now, the soft skills is, yes, the usual. You're able to talk to the receptionist, you're able to talk to the person next to you, but it's a lot more than that. It's the ability and the skill set to decipher what people need, what the business needs, not what they are asking you to do, not what they think they need. You have to arrive at what is that end goal, what is that outcome, and how can that be achieved? And that can be by, yeah, hang on, there's a couple of questions I really get to. So some home
let's
labs.
bring a couple in. Bring a couple
Yeah,
in,
sorry.
Mike, if you can hear me.
Yeah,
Let's
I can
bring
hear.
a couple of those in, shall we? Let's do the polite one first, because Colin did say not to interrupt, so I'm going to have to go with this question first, which is here we go. When you get the chance, very polite, love it, Colin. Do firms practicing GRC ever seek counsel by boutique law firms that specialize in cyber? Good question.
That's actually a damn good question. And there are multiple ways to answer this. Now, to understand my answer, you've got to understand that I make a heavy distinction between cybersecurity, which to my mind is very much IT security and IT related security, and information security. And I define information security really as the GRC side of things. Now, it's at the GRC level, as the question is asking. Yes, you have to get specialized legal opinion, or particularly if you're dealing with PCI, DSS laws, if you're dealing with HIPAA laws, and even if you're dealing with substantial in Europe. Germany's got certain laws. For the UK, it's obviously the GDPR, the UK Data Protection Act, etc., etc. And if you've got a substantial amount of PII, personally identifiable information, you need to have the legal framework in place to be able to protect all of that information. Which is okay if you've got somebody who knows the GDPR and your PII, for example, is just information about your employees and salary, etc., etc. All of that's quite easy to take care of. But if you're dealing with credit card information, if you're dealing with any kind of merchandise, then it's an entirely different ballgame. And yes, you absolutely should either have counsel on board internally who knows these laws and who can advise, or you need to bring in that expertise.
I mean, this is the thing, isn't it? I suppose the specificness of the question was, do they seek counsel by boutique law firms? And I haven't got enough experience to comment on that, other than in different industries that I've worked in. It depends upon the firm and the relationships they have with their solicitors, because some firms may engage,
You're going to have some law firms which have no idea about PII, for example, and you're going to have some law firms, or at least some data privacy organizations, and I know of one in the UK that I regard very highly, who know the law inside out. And so you could bring on consultants in that regard rather than formal legal experts. again, depending upon the entire context.
I do
So
wonder.
the law firms that specialize, that have specialized departments in this, but you're not going to have one law firm that says, I'm only going to be doing this for GRC.
That's a very good point. Let's bring the next one up. So for Cestus, here we go. Recently landed a help desk job with the intent of gaining knowledge and experience to eventually break into InfoSec. What are some? I suppose there's a couple of questions to come back to you there. If I can ask them before I carry on, any particular area of InfoSec that you want to break into would help. But the question then goes on to, what are some home labs I can work that would be essential for me to try my hands on? Any ideas on that, Mike?
That question confuses cybersecurity and information security.
I knew you were going to say that.
Yes, you've got to know me quite well in just a couple of sessions.
Let's talk about that, because again, from people breaking in, my cybersecurity is a bit of a buzzword, in my opinion. Information security, I'm going to let you do the definition of it, but no, I'll let you do it. Go on. I'm not going to put the foot in it and get it wrong. Go on, I'm going to be quiet now. Here I go. Choosh.
There are a number, and I've got a couple that are sitting on the blog. Sometimes there's such a variety out there that sometimes I look at them and think they're not even mutually exclusive. It's really to do with the usual people, processes, technology. People are the most important within it all. The information security is really looking at governance structures. It is looking at the risk management, and what people very much confuse, compliance.
Yeah.
So the ISO 27001 is a security management compliance framework. Now, if you're compliant with it, that means you're meeting a certain minimum base standard. But that compliance can be achieved actually by any number of ways, unfortunately. And it provides a measure of reassurance. It provides a measure that you've got a security architecture in place at a conceptual and sometimes at a practical level. So you can help compare if you've got third-party suppliers, you're entering into partnerships. It eases all of that. Now, the real basis of that compliance is actually underpinned by governance. So when you're getting into all of this, when you're looking at people, processes, and technology, you have to start very much at the governance level within the organization. And once you've got the governance structure sorted out, that is when you can do your proper risk management. And it's on the back of the risk management that you can do your compliance work.
So that's a very good point. I want to move on. I'm conscious of time. We've got about half an hour left. I know you've got plans for the weekend. And I saw you bought a nice new fire pit last week, Dr. Parol.
Yes, nice. I'm going to be using that this weekend.
I was in Lidl in the Middle for those, or the middle of Lidl today, for those in the UK who know what that is, where they have an array of great stuff that you can waste your money on. And I think I saw your fire pit or one very similar. I might treat myself to on my first payday. Anyway, enough about fire pits. Next question. We've got one here from Mohan. Here we go. I'm an IT production support from Capital Markets Domain here in Toronto. I'd like to know how to get into GRC. What are the relevant certs that I could do to achieve CISO? That's a broad question. Let's see if you can answer that. And I'll also say our next guest is actually GRC from Toronto in Canada. So it might be worth holding that question for then as well. Let's get two answers on that, Dr. Mike. Come on.
Yeah, why not? Okay, I'm a CISO, but just remember that a CISO can be an end goal. It's not really a means to an end. And there are various other ways that you can actually achieve, how can I put this, a very good job within GRC. So you don't have to go straight for that CISO role. Obviously, if like myself, you enjoy that level of authority, a responsibility, and to some extent an autonomy in making a difference within the organization, then obviously go for it. To do the transition, I mean, there's Gerald Auger's online. He's got a course that it's basically as a pay as you go, pay as you can course. And that will give a lot of the fundamentals of what GRC is actually about. And I do highly recommend it. In terms of actually starting off within GRC, being in North America, I would strongly advise that you take a look at the NIST standards, the NIST risk management standard, and or the other equivalent standards. Over here in the UK and in Europe, it's ISO 27001. That's a very good base to just get that fundamental understanding of what you need to explore within a business context. Second, I would start off, providing you've got the number of years of experience, I would start off with the CISM certification for MyCyberPath. It is very good. It does focus primarily upon the governance, and it'll put a lot of things into the broader business framework. Obviously, at some other point, you can get the CISSP certification from IC Squared. I know some people disparage it. It is highly recommended, obviously, on your CV for HR to get past systems.
It's on most entry level positions as a requirement as well.
God, please do not get me started on that bullshit.
Well, I've said that on purpose because I want you to get started on that a little bit.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is.
There's a number of domains within the CISSP. So it is 10 kilometers wide and 10 centimeters deep, and it's very much on purpose. Now, what you'll find to whoever does the CISSP is it does bring a lot of things within context. The exam's an absolute bastard, and it really does. It tests you to the limit. Some of the information within the CISSP is actually heavily outdated, and controversially, I will argue that happens to include the CIA triad. That should have been the CIA triad should have frankly been scrapped some 20 odd years ago.
We could do a whole show.
There's better ways of describing, better ways of integrating. After that, there's the CRISC, C-Risk certification if you're wanting to do the risk management side. There's the CISO, also for MyCyberPath if you're wanting to go down the auditing side. And if you do go down the CISM side, I would highly recommend also the CISO as well, because you're going to get audited at some point and you'll gain that holistic understanding. In addition, your company, if you've got the right governance structures, is also going to have an internal audit function, which can either reside in the enterprise risk management, or you've got to be setting up that information security management forum yourself. And you'll need internal auditors. That internal auditor doesn't have to be yourself. In fact, it is advisable that it is not yourself, because your areas are going to get audited and they have to be audited independently. However, you have to know what to expect and you have to know what the auditor is going to do.
Absolutely. Look, I'm conscious of time. We've got so many questions coming in for you. You're the most popular yet, Dr. Mike. So there's a couple in here.
I've got time.
A couple in here I want to pick up on because I know them both. First, Nick Nicanor Chavez. He has got extensive experience. Based in London, looking to re-enter the cyber world. Used to do pre-sales years ago. Find it quite difficult. Companies asking for years of experience, certs and tools one needs to master. And he moves on to the bit which I think is the reason he should be employed. How to transfer his manager, team, project, organization, CXO support into cyber to be taken into consideration? That's a great question, Nick. And from knowing you personally, you'd be an absolute asset to any organization. Mike, any ideas?
GRC. Yeah. Don't think about cyber security. Think about information security. Think about the GRC. And in particular, if you, with your background, and I'm assuming, I'm just going to act on an assumption, you've got some project management certifications, very likely Prince 2. If you've got ITIL, obviously that's service desk management, but it does help you understand what IT actually does and how IT is meant to function within the business. Definitely go down the CISM route, get it, and you will find some doors opening for you.
Thanks, Mike. That's really good advice. Next one is from someone else I know, a member of the InfoSec Live community, which again, I haven't spoke about, and I should have done really. We were founded in June last year. I founded the community as a free platform for aspiring and existing cybersecurity professionals to kind of share best practice ideas and resources. please come along and join. Click the link or type it in the browser and come and say hello. It'd be great to see you there. But one of the members of the community, Kerry, is struggling a bit at the moment to find some work, and he's banging his head against the brick wall. His comment there is he's done the GRC course from Gerald, and now what, basically? So I suppose for someone who hasn't perhaps got the managerial or project management experience, I'm making an assumption there, Kerry, that you haven't. I'm not sure if you have or not. What else could Kerry do, Mike?
I have been debating that because I've seen Gary's posts on the forum itself, and it is quite hard when you don't have the resources available to do certain studies that actually need to be done. My advice is actually to take a sideways move. Just because you've done Gerald's course, it's not accredited in any shape or form. Companies are not going to recognize that apart from continued education or experience. Unfortunately, that just is the truth. And that would be myself included if I was a hiring manager in looking at it. I would actually take a sideways move for the time being. I would look at doing some cloud security. That would get your foot within a company and would get a foot in a company pretty damn quick. If you do the Azure and AWS fundamentals and the two afterwards, I know money can be an issue in actually taking the exams, but the exams are quite cheap. But if you do that, and once you get your foot within the company, spend a couple of years, then you'll be able to move sideways into the GRC and be able to move upwards, because companies will be looking for that sort of career progression and would be able to financially support you in taking those certs.
Thanks, Mike. That's really good advice. Let's jump on to the next question. We've got a few here, so I want to keep pulling them up. This one is trying to land a position in the military as a cyber offensive defensive specialist. Should my self-prep learning path look any different than attempting to land a similar civilian career? What a good question.
It is. I don't know the military. So I'm not the best person to actually answer that.
Okay, well, look, I know we've got, let's have a look at the guests we've got on later. Jason Shockey, the sponsor of today's event, is a veteran, and he worked in cybersecurity within the military in the US. So if you can hang around for a little while, Jason's on in around about, well, it's under 2 hours now. And I'm sure
my answer is yes, but I can't give advice on the nuances.
As to the nuances, yeah. So let's hold that one for later. Thanks, Mike. And the next one, here we go. Where are we?
Is a good one from Mohammed.
This one. Let's do this one. We'll move on.
No, we'll do that one, and then I spotted another very good one there.
I'm a network security engineering student and want to expand my knowledge in the security field. I started this journey by taking a Linux course on Udemy. Brilliant. From your experience, what should be next? Another good question.
I mean, knowledge of Linux, you will hear time and time again. It depends exactly what your end goal is in terms of that. If it's penetration tester, etc., or you are within a very large organization that runs a lot of Linux servers, then obviously it's invaluable. Me, my Linux skills are highly limited, and they haven't held me back, but that's because I've got a different focus in terms of all of that. I would highly recommend you get your Security Plus.
Yeah, I think that's a really good recommendation there. So moving on to Mohammed's, regarding the CompTIA Security Plus, how high of a regard does an exam like that hold? See, this is a tricky one because it's different in the US than it is the UK. For a start, would be my comment. And it says, because I've applied to countless jobs and rarely see CompTIA as a requirement. Mohammed, where are you based, first of all? Be interested to hear that. And Dr. Mike, any thoughts?
The Security Plus, I mean, it's a tricky one. It depends where you're coming from. I'm not talking about a country. You will see it a lot more on job adverts in the USA compared to the UK or anywhere else in Europe. The knowledge, however, that you gain through those certs is what is valued here in the UK and throughout Europe. So if I go onto, say, jobserve.co.uk, I'm not going to see Security Plus listed. What I will see listed is the knowledge that you can gain through that Security Plus. And in particular, prospective employers will want to see how you've attempted either attempted or have applied that knowledge in real life environments. And if you can't apply it within your job, you've got to somehow build a demo environment. You've got to find a way where you can demonstrate that you're attempting to apply this. And that could very well just as be taking a bigger role within projects. And if it's a technical project, then it can be within the actual project management of that and demonstrating how you're talking to different stakeholders. So yes, although it's not on job descriptions, the value of it is it places the IT security within a wider business context and starts you thinking about the business.
I think the thinking about the business part is a very valid point, and one that isn't brought up much on any debates that I've seen. And there's two sides to that. So we see a lot of people struggling to engage with the C-suite, is the terminology, and get them to kind of adopt the recommendations that are going through. And you've also got the flip side to that, which is the importance of the ability to communicate with the IT team or the team the other side of the C-suite. So getting the message across, we haven't got the funding this time because of this, and getting them to understand the pressures that a business has, and sometimes why they make the decisions they do. Because from an employee's point of view, someone who's never had any involvement in running a business, sometimes the decisions seem a bit strange, don't they?
Kerry's got a very good question as well about transferable skills. Now,
From
just to put
retail.
that, yeah,
Yeah.
just to put that into context, when you're doing a university degree, like I was, you're interacting not only with your peers, you're interacting with students that are above you, you're interacting with lecturers, you're interacting with heads of department. At some point, you're interacting with lecturers from other departments, and you're already building up a whole bunch of soft skills in that regard. So, like when I joined Amadeus Capital Partners, all of a sudden, one of the heads of Amadeus is friends with the then Hungarian Prime Minister. Suddenly, you're thrust into a world that is different, but you're equipped with the actual skills to do this. And it can be some of the simplest little things. I gave this example to Simon, and I'll be quick. When I started there, I had a tendency to stay within a particular room, and there was an area where all the PAs were sitting. And at one point, a couple of months into my being there, I had to install one printer for them. And so all I did was spend a couple of hours there doing the job, talking with them. And to me, it was nothing. It was just putting in a bloody printer, ultimately. But that engagement and that ability to just be able to talk at a professional level with anybody, and it turned their perception of me around from somebody who can do the job but is just there in the corner, didn't really want to talk, etc., etc., to he's actually quite approachable. So in terms of the transferable skills, there are a lot. There's everything from the customer interaction. There's accountancy work that needs to be done. There's talking with line managers. There's understanding the entire business context. In fact, on one of the CISSP courses that I did, the instructor, as was an online course, the instructor was given an example of a hairdresser who had transferred and had done the CISSP exam without any IT security background whatsoever, because what she did within those businesses as a hairdresser meant she actually met quite a bit of the experience requirements. So yeah, there's a bunch of transferable skills. My advice in looking at that is to go to the IC Squared website. It lists the domains, it lists the experience that is needed, lists what's covered. You can take that list, you can write a separate list, and this applies to anybody. Write a separate list of what your experiences are across your different companies and different sectors that you have worked in. And then you can sit down and actually compare, and you can work out where your strengths and weaknesses are lying. Just because you've got experience in a non-IT sector or non-GRC specific sector doesn't mean you're siloed in any shape or form, despite what some, quite frankly, some assholes out there say.
There's Oh, now we're talking about arseholes. We can stay on that for a bit. There's so much misinformation out there, and I know MyCyberPath is our sponsor, but it does really relate to what Dr. Mike is saying. There's a free version on mycyberpath.com. I'll drop that in the chat, where it aligns you based on a personality questionnaire and some other questions as to what particular roles you might excel at or find interesting in the information security or cybersecurity industry. And it's having the ability to open your eyes and look to see what there is and be aware of all the roles and speak to as many people as you can who do the different jobs and find out what they actually mean. Because I've said this before, I thought I wanted to be a pen tester until I spent time with pen testers and realized how much reporting they do, which is my idea of, you know, it isn't quite as much. It is fun, don't get me wrong, and I'm saying that with a bitter pill in my mouth because I failed the OSCP. But you know, reporting is a big part of it, and if you don't want to be sitting there putting reports together for clients, look for another thing. And that's what I've done in the industry. I've pivoted, ended up going back to doing what I was doing before, which effectively is relationship management. And
Yeah.
this is an industry that's crying out for people with essential skills, soft skills, and the ability to develop and maintain relationships.
You will find many people who are encouraging. You will also find many people, particularly in a business environment, who will attempt to silo departments, to silo people, to keep in straitjackets. The best advice that I can give is always fight back against that. Silos are not good. They will ruin your career.
Yeah, I completely agree. And it's the problem. I'm not going to start picking on organizations of different sizes because you get issues in all organizations. But sometimes the bigger the organization, the more layers of complexity and the more layers of idiots in the way throughout the recruitment process. And I had this conversation with a business owner last week whose own experience with, I suppose, seeing companies recruit from within for cybersecurity is you've got to have all the cogs in place for it to work. You know, you've got your recruiters at the bottom, then your managers, then the higher level. They've all got to be singing from the same hymn sheet. And the problem is at the moment, they're not. A lot of the time, you know, as we alluded to earlier, Dr. Mike, the request for CISP as a requirement for an entry level role, it just shows you how out of touch perhaps these companies are.
Very much so. And the last point I'd make is, unless somebody has got other questions, etc., is remember that you are not protecting business assets. You are helping the business achieve its strategic objectives with the minimum amount of risk.
Say that again, because that's a really good description. I'm going to write
So
it down.
many people think that IT security or cybersecurity is there to protect assets, and that could be physical assets or information assets. Now, those assets are there for a reason. They are there in a decent organization who has got a full asset inventory, etc. They are there for a reason. They are there to help the different departments and different people achieve the objectives within their role and their department's role, which in turn has its own function within how the business wants to achieve its objectives, the objectives that are set out at board level for the business in the business strategy. So your function is to minimize the risk to those business objectives. And that can be achieved by any number of ways. But ultimately, all of this comes down to governance and risk management.
Very good. I've written most of that down, but I'm going to have to bring you again after the weekend and get you to do it again because it was such a well put statement. We've got some more questions. Let's get them up before you have to jump off. So let's bring this here. We've got from Chad. I'm in America. I've been a database admin for 15 plus years. Any specific sec position like database background? And if yes, any other tech skills needed for those security positions? So what upskilling could they do perhaps?
Thinking about that one. I'm not too sure because a database administrator is going to have other responsibilities at the same time. Unless you're within a huge enterprise and you could be doing MySQL or SQL database administration. But even then, you're going to be having to interact with the finance department, sales departments. You're going to have to do quite a few of that side of things. So you're you might be able to be moving into the software development side. You could very easily, with those types of skill sets, be moving into penetration testing,
I
or you
think
might
for me,
decide you want to do project management.
there's so many transferable skills from what you're doing at the moment. I think my comment would be the industry's your oyster within a certain regard, because there's a lot that's transferable that you could quickly upskill on. I'd make the decision on what path you want to take before you make the decision on where to upskill, perhaps. Just coming back to a comment from Colin earlier. Colin, sorry, I missed this one. Do you have a Discord channel? I think so. I'm nearly 50. My Discord knowledge is Slack, just to coin another communication technology phrase. We do have, but we don't use it much. The InfoSec Live community is built on an independent platform, so we tend to do most stuff on there. I'm not to doing more on Discord. I just don't know enough about it, Colin. With regards to others who would benefit from the ecosystem that is InfoSec Live, anyone in the industry, especially those who are looking to upskill their soft or essential skills. I've personally put some courses together myself, which are free in the community. One's on goal planning and one's on soft skills. And even if you watch them through to give you some pointers to help with interview techniques, whether it's active listening or preparing to be pretending to be empathetic, even if you can't, some of the tips and tricks that you can use, jump in the community and have a look. So thanks, Colin. I'll come back to them again. Again, Colin, you've thanked Dr. Mike for his comments and me. Thank you very much. And Pineapple, I can't even say the name. Squinting with my old eyes here. I have a few years in sales and account management, currently in a boot camp for CyberSec, looking to get into the field and take my security and network plus. What job should I be aiming for? Me personally, I think it depends what particular one excites you. If you've got years in sales and account management, my experience is sales, business development, and I've come in at a fairly high level for a firm, helping them with their relationship development, management, and strategic partnership. So my answer to that question would be, if you don't want to come in on a completely technical role to start with, maybe come in on one of the ones which utilizes those soft skills, which will enable you, once you've got the foot in the door, perhaps to then go into a more technical role. Mike, any comments?
Not much to add to that.
You can't say
again, I would emphasize that the cloud security is a huge growing field. So if you wanted to get into that side of things, I would get in.
Yeah, it's massive, isn't it? We've got some more here as well. So Nathan Turner, Nathan asks, is working remotely a reasonable goal for this industry? And do you lose something tangible as a SOC analyst being there physically? The number of companies offering remote seems very, very low.
I do think remote working is here to stay. I would say more hybrid working. Now, the penetration test, I'm answering this in a roundabout way. The penetration testing companies that I have dealt with are all still mostly working remotely. Their penetration testers are either completely remote or hybrid. Now, in terms of an actual SOC environment, this becomes a lot more difficult because you are not the only person. You are part of a team that are analyzing multiple companies at the same time. Now, obviously, depending on where you are, there would have been a setup for either a few months or for a couple of years where you would have had to have been remote. The systems that have traditionally been in place for the SOC environments will mean that most of those companies would prefer to have you back within that big environment, unfortunately. The pressure, however, that I see coming from companies like myself would be that I prefer a hybrid environment. So I would foresee over the next couple of years that there would be more remote working possibilities. And for a SOC analyst, I don't see that happening immediately.
I mean, the only experience I could speak from is I work for a firm who do penetration testers. We've got over 20 testers within the firm, and all of them work remotely. In fact, the one I spoke to this morning for the first time, we've been chatting for half an hour, getting to know him because I've only just joined the company, and asked him whereabouts in the UK he was, and the answer was the Philippines, which I thought was pretty amazing. And he's decided in a few weeks' time he's going to go and work in Bali for 9 months. I mean, the opportunities for working remotely in the right role or the specific roles are there.
Oh, huge.
However, Am I glitching?
No,
Am I
no.
back?
I was reading by Purple Otter the remark there that I didn't know the Palo Alto Network's SOC environment is fully remote.
Wow.
I know the Sophos SOC environment is not fully remote. We don't utilize the Sophos SOC, but a friend of mine does. And there are some within the UK that most certainly are not remote. So I'm glad to see that that pressure is already continuing, shall I say. But unfortunately, it's not widespread.
Thank you. Just a quick comment here from Mr. Paul Cummings. How are you, sir? Spoke to you briefly earlier. Whole Cyberhuman Initiative doing some amazing things and breaking down some barriers for entry to this industry. Don't discredit data analysts. When quantum nano becomes commercial, it could end up the highest paid field for creating those data lakes. That is a great point and brings me on to, if you don't mind me mentioning this quickly, whilst catching up with the Bramfitt team this week, I spoke to, it was yesterday, their specialist in auto security. So who does all the testing for automotive cars, etc. And this guy's background, he did 10 years at Halfords, is where he started his career. So you talk about transferable skills. This guy started off in a customer service role in Halfords, which is for people who aren't in the UK, they are a chain of MOT bike service centres, also sell parts and all sorts of stuff here. And he worked his way up through fitting car stereos, telephones, etc., learned the engineering side, and he is now by far the leading tester for any IoT device ever for our firm. And it just goes to show those transferable skills. I bet you 20 years ago when he started working at Halfords to get the body kit for his car to pass up and down the road, that you never thought he'd be one of the highest paid testers in the UK. So the opportunities there are for everyone. And we've got still a few more questions left and we're running out of time desperately.
Yeah,
So,
there's one from the whole Cyberhuman Initiative.
yeah, all again,
They've
which
made a
one?
comment that I completely disagree with,
Oh, come on
saying
then.
companies are less inclined to hire career shifters who haven't been in tech. Now, if you're talking about shifting into systems administration, if you're talking about shifting into penetration testing or into defense, that comment is correct. If you're talking about shifting into pre-sales, into project management, into auditing, that comment is absolutely incorrect. So
Okay.
it very much depends upon context.
I completely agree with you. I know what Paul's trying to say there. I think what he's saying is demonstrating what you've learned by building home labs, etc., and providing that social proof of what you can do and how you can relate that to a job.
You've got to sell yourself. You've got to demonstrate the relevance of your different skills to the job that you're applying or the sector of the industry that you're applying in. Absolutely. Do you need that tech background? Sometimes it is an advantage. Sometimes it isn't, and that it's not needed. There's so many diverse roles. And again, it's bringing me back to the difference between what is cybersecurity, what is information security, and the absolute myriad of different roles that are available within. So I'm against blanket statements, I'm afraid. You're on mute.
Look at that. I was just pretending not to speak. I was trying to do two things at once. I was just messaging our next guest who's due to be on in a minute. So I wanted to make sure that they were turning up. I want to just wrap things up now. Mike, any last comment for everyone watching? It's been an absolute insight and a wonder as usual. Please give some last thoughts and some wise words to our members before you go.
I mean, I'm on LinkedIn, so everyone's happy to contact me. And every couple of days, Kerry would see that I sometimes post on the InfoSec Live. Look, you've just got to understand it's a complicated couple of industries. You've got to understand the different contexts. So feel free to always reach out. That bloody phrase, I don't like reach out. It feels like texting somebody else. Just feel free to get in contact with the different people who are actually within the industry. Don't take advice, whether it's my own, whether it's Richard Diston's advice, whether it's a bunch of other people's advice as the absolute gospel. You've got to understand your own context, take it for guidance, work out your own pathway. And the moment you've got your own pathway worked out, that is when the specialist advice can kick in.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Dr. Mike, it has been an absolute pleasure. I'm going to bid you farewell now and hope to catch up next week with you anyway. Enjoy that fire pit. Have a lovely time with the family, and we'll speak to you soon.
All right. Thanks all.
Cheers, Mike. So, excellent. What a great session with Dr. Mike there. So before we move on to Parol Kana, I just want to say another thank you to our sponsor, MyCyberPath, who's made today possible, and to be free possible, basically, for everyone. So thank you so much, Jason. Let's do a quick teaser, 30-second teaser for MyCyberPath for those of you who haven't seen it, and then we'll be back with our next guest shortly. Thank you very much.
MyCyberPath.com provides you with the keys to a successful cybersecurity career. We match your interests and personality traits to cybersecurity career pathways. The pathways show you in a systematic way the certifications, experience, training, and education to pursue throughout your career. They allow you to search and apply for jobs on platforms where recruiters are hiring, and they're best for transitioning veterans, students of all ages, and human resource departments, just to name a few. Get a pathway today. We promise it'll be one of the best decisions of your life.
Massive thanks, Jason Shockey and MyCyberPath, for making today possible. There is a free version as well for anyone who wants to try it. I'm trying to find the link. If anyone can help me out with my inability to multitask and drop the link in for MyCyberPath in the chat, it would be much appreciated. Parol Kana is here, our next guest, and I'm very excited to bring her on. I believe that her video isn't working, so I'm going to bring her on live with audio, and then we're going to try and sort the video thing out after, if that's okay with you, Parol. So here we go. Can you hear me, Parol? This is the question.
Yes, I can hear you perfectly. Yeah.
And I can hear you too, he says, wiping his brow. So let's try and, now we're live, work out what's going on with the camera. So is there a cog setting that you can go in and change your source at all?
Yes, I just toggled between the GOG setting, and I can see the virtual background option as well, but it's just not picking up on my camera for some reason. Let's give it a try one more.
Try it. Well, if not, we'll do an audio version, and I will get your LinkedIn link here. So for anyone who doesn't know who you are, they can look to see your picture here. Here we go. Hold on 1 sec.
Right.
Put that in the chat. Okay, so I expect you can multitask, whereas I can't. So shall I start asking you some questions while you're playing around with the video there, Parol? Would you be kind enough to tell our audience a little bit about yourself before we start?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Simon. And yes, thank you for actually giving me this opportunity and having me here today in the Cyber Career Day. I was looking forward to it. So a brief intro about myself. I'm Parol Kana, and at present, I'm working as a senior consultant in the field of information risk management for a Canadian multi-insurance company, goes by the name of Manulife. Previous to that, I've had the experience of working in different fields, which includes some software engineering, a little bit of help desk work, and then hopping on to as a SOC analyst, as well as working in the data loss prevention department. So yeah, quite a number of hops there. In terms of my educational qualifications, I have a master's degree in information security management from a Canadian university. And then I do have my certifications, CISSP, CCSP, CISM, CRISC, and CDPSC. Outside of my work, I'm involved in quite a number of volunteering gigs as well. So I'm a board member for the ISC Square Toronto chapter over here. And I forgot to tell, sorry, I'm based in Toronto. So yeah, I'm the board member for the ISC Square Toronto chapter over here. Started off this year in January. So yeah, it's been, it's a lot of work for that. And then, yeah, I'm also involved in moderating a few cyber security communities. One of them goes by the name Certification Station. So I am a moderator over there, and the intention or the mission is to actually encourage the folks who are looking forward to study for certifications, just guide them, give them the guidance, and then help peers to grow along their professional networks. And then I'm also the events director for the WISAs, which is your Women in Cybersecurity Western affiliate, the group. So yeah, it's kind of organize the events for that particular community. So yeah, that's a bit of
Do you
brief
do
about
you have
myself.
do you have any spare time at all, or you seem to do so much? Tell us what you do for social. Do you have any hobbies outside of cybersecurity? Because
uh,
you've told me you've got so many responsibilities in work. What do you do for
the,
fun? Let's talk about that because it's important.
oh yes, for sure. Yeah. So I'm big into fitness, and when I say that, I love doing hot yoga. I tend to like go there probably 2 or 3 times per week. That's the max time I can find. But yes, I'm a big into hot yoga. And then another thing, I'm quite passionate about the driving. So like I made the move from this province, Alberta, to Toronto, and I literally fitted my whole luggage in the car and drove all the way, by myself. So very, very passionate about driving, and then driving, hiking, trekking. So anything related to nature that quite interests me. I'm a big nature lover. Nature seems to, do that,
You've
rejuvenates me.
hit, you've hit my subject there. I mean, for me, I know we're here to talk about careers, and we will, but resting and having that time away from work is massively important. And we live in the middle of the countryside in the UK, and we've been here a couple of years now. And I've become at one with nature, I think, for the first time at 47 years old. And it's from people who, of myself, living in a city my whole life, to experience that. The first 6 months was hell. I hated it. But now I really struggle to be anywhere else other than in nature, and it's such a calming experience. And with the work you do and other people in the industry, it's quite a stressful job with an awful lot of responsibility. Hence why I asked you what you did to wind down, because it's a crucial part of it, isn't it?
Right, yes, absolutely. Getting yourself the break and winding down, giving yourself, that kind of disconnect from the work, because I'm a strong believer that if you continue to work and continue, it doesn't actually improve upon your efficiency. It actually tends to decrease it. So there comes a time when you need to unplug from everything, unwind, disconnect, take your mind off your work, and then do the thing that actually interests you, distract yourself, and then come back again to it. So yeah, I mean, it's part of, I think it's a ongoing process. I mean, I tend to remind themselves quite often, and then yeah, take care of your health. So it's quite important.
It is so important. So come on, let's go back. So let's go back to, when did you first know you wanted to get into this industry? Let's talk about that. Let's talk about how you got into it.
Great question, Simon. So yes, I was working as a software engineer, and that goes back in India, and that is from in 2012 when I got. I was working in this language C sharp. It was a software development role, and I was working developing the features of a camera of a well-known a camera, which is for a client in India. It was then actually that I actually got exposure to the cybersecurity rules or the information security rules, because the development cycle or the whole of that development work was very restricted, and we were meant to follow certain protocols, and we were meant to have like the strong passwords. So that quite fascinated me and impressed me. And we were also given those information security trainings, which I had no clue about during that time. Like, why the heck we are given those trainings? But yeah, it was something that I would say it aroused my curiosity, and it got me further looking into okay what this field is, and then I decided okay, let's dive a bit more into this, and then I decided to pursue my master's in information system security management from a Canadian university. And once I actually got exposed to like the different fields within the cybersecurity realm, and then I decided, okay, I want to move into the incident response. So that's where that's I started off my career as a SOC analyst, and then as a data loss prevention analyst eventually. So yeah, it was then I got this hang and feel of the incident response. So I did that for around 3 years and then worked on my certifications as well. But then again, when you're starting off your career, you definitely have a lot of things to explore around and a lot of projects, So I decided to jump, and I think it was the certifications that helped me primarily to make the jump from being a part of like a blue team to a completely risk consultant or a consultant in the field of risk management, like that kind of role. And at present, yes, I have been like 2 years into this risk consultant role. I'm still evolving in my present role, but I must say that between the incident response and risk management, it's definitely the risk management for me. But yes, coming back to your question, it was actually the trainings which I got as part of my software development role that led me to, okay, so there is something which exists by the form of cybersecurity.
So, just touching on what you mentioned before about the different types of roles, how invaluable has it been for you to have experienced the different roles in cybersecurity before doing the risk consultancy that you're doing now?
Yeah, I see each. It's quite valuable, and honestly, I see that it's quite important to get as much exposure as you can in your earlier careers of your cybersecurity, especially you are during the beginner days, because trust me that there would be each role actually teaches you a set of technical skills as well as non-technical skills, and that actually helps you evolve and further down the road, whatever role that you are actually passionate about. Exposure to all the different realms of cybersecurity is also important to help you narrows down, okay, that which field actually you want to specialize and spend, maybe like after 40s you want to have a specialization, so you want to spend the rest of your career in. So I think yes, it's quite important. And like for me, the SOC analyst or the data loss prevention incident response is honestly it's a stressful field, because I mean if an incident happens, you got to react or you got to mitigate, you provide the response to it as quickly as you can. So incident response, it's a stressful field. It's teaches you how to be on call, how do you react, respond and react under stress, and how do you deal with presenting the results to stakeholders. So that's one part of your incident response. So I think yes, that particular skill, it definitely adds on in your career and adds value to it as you grow along. In my present role, for example, the risk consultant, I deal with a lot of client in like back to back meetings, understand their requirements. So that's another skill to actually add, because each of the clients that I work with and understanding their requirements, it's a challenging task, because not all clients are on the same page. Not all clients are like technical. Some of them are
Or even,
non-technical. So
or even the right book. Never mind the page.
exactly. Right, yeah, exactly. And sometimes you really have to coach the clients, and you have to understand that that what uh, you have to get the best out of them. So I think yeah, it's quite important, and it's part of the skill that you actually acquire as you evolve more in this role. So I think that's another part to it. And then based off my experience as a software developer, which I would say that I had in C sharp, I think a little bit, I think that knowledge, because the coding knowledge, C sharp is actually helping me out like towards my present role to understand the code changes that my clients make, and then to assess the further risk to it. Like they share the code scans as well as the pen test reports. I mean, I won't go into the technical details of it, but I know that being as a software developer, I can relate to like what their code scans actually show me. And from where I'm getting that expertise and knowledge is from my previous experience. So yeah, definitely each of the roles that you have encountered in your initial stages of your cybersecurity career, it's meant to teach you something valuable, be it technical as well as your non-technical skills. And trust me, it's going to contribute a long way towards what you eventually want to become in the long run. Yeah.
I think, I mean, that goes back to kind of the whole thing about the event today, and I'll sponsor MyCyberPath on what it is you want to do. And I think taking the time to come along to events like this and learn from, experienced experts like yourself and the other speakers we've had today, joining communities full of people either doing the same thing, trying to break in, or experience, but not just InfoSec Live, you've got loads of good Discord servers and supportive communities out there as well. It's invaluable to the career. And I've got a question here that was actually asked to a previous guest, but it's relevant to you, and you'll see why, if you don't mind me asking. I'm an IT production support from Capital Markets in Toronto, Canada. There we go, look. I'd like to know how to get into GRC and what are the relevant certs that I could do to achieve CISO. So, any thoughts on that, Parul?
Yeah, great question, Mohan, and thanks for this question. And honestly, I get this question a lot of time around from different folks as well. Because stepping into GRC, it's definitely a challenging um, challenge for folks who are coming from the different fields, especially such as networking or IT production support, or even from like being a SOC or a DLP analyst. So I would say, like, I would like to share here my career path. What I did was I was working as a SOC and DLP analyst, and I decided to pursue the school standard certification, which is CISSP. Trust me, CISSP is definitely a gold standard certification, and it actually is your gold pass to go into any of the domains of cybersecurity. So I did this certification, and then I had a lot of good mentors, luckily, and they guided me that there is quite a good overlap between your C-Risk, which is your risk management certification from ISACA vendor. There's a good overlap between C-Risk and CISSP, which means that I would just have to give additional 10-20% of the efforts and go for this exam C-Risk. So I think immediately after my CISSP, I went for 2 weeks after I went for this exam C-Risk, and then a couple of months later, I went for the CCSP, which is again a cloud security gold standard cloud security certifications from your ISC Square organization. So yeah, that was my path. So in terms of like what we are looking, so let's just take a step back and try to understand the requirements for a GRC role. A governance, risk, and compliance. A GRC role essentially is that you have a broad knowledge of all these three aspects. And when you have your certifications which speaks to it, for example, your C-Risk, your risk management, your CISSP, or your CCSP, which is your cloud security, you can definitely speak up to a lot of things which are covered as part of the GRC role. So yes, that was initially my approach to actually take a step into the risk consultant role. And then you also read a lot about, let's just say there are other certifications, which is like auditing, CISA, and then IAPP, which is like your privacy certifications. And then I'm planning on like both of these certifications at this point because I see them adding value to my present role. But yes, the more broader certifications which touches upon the different realms you have, the better it is for you, the easier it is for you to land into a GRC role, I would say. So yeah, hope that answers the question.
No, absolutely, it does. Thank you so much, Parul. Another quick question. One that I get. I've got six children, but one of my children, Sonny, if you're watching, hey son, he's 16 and doing technology levels at a sixth form college here in the UK. And part of what they've told them about already is LinkedIn. They've already mentioned to them in their first year, which is age 16 to 17 for those in the US. They've already talked about the importance of networking, as in making connections in the industry, and they've already suggested their students create basic LinkedIn accounts and start to network. And my answer to the question, Mesa, is how can you expose yourselves in the cybersecurity field as a student? I think, from my point of view, you can hear my children screaming in the background. I apologise. It's getting to know as many people as you can and finding out as much as you can. There's so many amazing people in this industry who are prepared to give up their time and help. If you haven't already, come and join the community, and we'll say hello in there, and I'll introduce you to some people. But Parol, any answer to that?
Yes, I absolutely agree with you, Simon, over there. I would say the LinkedIn is definitely one of the platforms where, yes, you can connect with people, connect with peers. I think it's important to understand like how exactly is to put LinkedIn to an optimum use. I mean, let's just say connecting to folks, it's one part of it, definitely. But then think of LinkedIn as a daily feed. I mean, you exactly follow what kind of uh, feeds and what kind of stories that you actually want to see. I mean, if you're subscribing to something which is totally not related to your industry, then I don't think that you're putting a good use of optimum use of LinkedIn. Let's just say, for example, if you are interested in cybersecurity, so subscribe to a lot of online communities which are related to your cybersecurity. Follow the news content in there. A lot of communities, a lot of conferences and events happen worldwide related to cybersecurity, and most of them, I mean, during the pandemic, most of them they were virtual as well. So subscribe to those, get the feeds from there, and see like what's happening around the world. There are other news Well, yeah, I would come to that news aspect of it later. So one thing is connect with, yes, start connecting with your peers, like especially your recruiting managers, your hiring managers, and people within the industry that you are passionate about, that you are interested about. The second thing would be, yes, follow the feeds from the industry that interests you. Like start being part of those communities, those events, those conferences. And a lot of times, like LinkedIn has, I mean, people, they usually ask me if they should go for this premium membership or they should go for this, simple membership. I mean, for me, like honestly, I don't think that I have ever taken the premium membership throughout my like a decade
Let
of
me
career.
let me jump in because I did a test. I've never paid for premium, but because I've been on LinkedIn, I think it's just over a year now. I did a free trial for premium when I first joined, and I just got the offer again for a limited period to get access. I registered for it, got the access, and it made absolutely zero difference to the amount of connections, views, posts, engagements. It made none. So it might work for people if they're using it in a different way. For me, it didn't work. And the only other thing I want to say about LinkedIn is, as with any social media, you have to think of it as an extension of your resume or your CV, because we all struggle sometimes, and well, we all struggle a lot. Life's very difficult. Putting those struggles and moaning about them on social media a lot is not going to help you get a job. And I know we've all done it, but I would ask or recommend anyone, especially the younger generation who's so used to posting everything online, just take a moment to consider that, especially if you're going to be joining an industry where data security is very important and what information you share is important. Be mindful of what you post, and also, think about what you're posting. Is it positive? Is it going to engage people? Are people going to want to give you a job? That's kind of my opinion on there. Parol, any thoughts?
Yes, absolutely. It's an extension. Yes, LinkedIn is definitely an extension of your resume or CV. And trust me, the your daily posts, your likes, your feeds, everything gets reflected onto some others. Like it's others people's walls as well, right? So, yes, be mindful and be careful about that. That what actually you're subscribing to, what actually you're posting. Definitely, you don't want to reflect negativity around. So you want to actually, it's a platform where you connect with the mentors and where you share your knowledge and you see it as an opportunity for growth, be it like in terms of your professional skills, in terms of your networking, your connections. So that's one part of it. And the second I would also like to highlight is be open in LinkedIn, in the sense that, let's just say, if you are looking around for a freelancing or probably something like an internship role and you're just stepping into that particular industry, I mean, there are two ways to do that, and I've seen both aspects of it. One of them is to just reach out individually, do those individual pings. I mean, it gets annoying, trust me, and most of the recruiting managers, they don't pay attention if they get like those individual pings. So be open on your profile if you're looking around for internships or freelancing opportunities, or if you want to participate in any of the projects. So have that particular, I think LinkedIn, it gives you an options within the non-premium memberships to specify that it's like open to work, like that kind of option. So that's one part of it. Even in your heading and title, you can specify that you are open to opportunities. So that's another part of it. The third I would like to mention is, other than this LinkedIn platform, there are other sources. I mean, since I'm from like cybersecurity, I would like to say, like, let's just say your Bleeping Computers, ZDNet, like those resources which are your related to your news. So start following those on a regular basis so that you stay up to date of what's happening around the thing that interests you, what's happening in that particular industry or field. The reason I say this is that, let's just say you hit an interview and you're asked about, okay, so what's happening around, so that you are actually able to respond to that. So that's staying up to date is another part of it.
I think
And
it's
yes,
it's a very important part as well, and it's something I wasn't doing myself properly until recently. And every day now, I only do one thing a day to keep up to date with knowledge, and that's because he's my friend. But I watch, and he's very very good. I watch Jerry Ozier's Simply Cyber updates for threats, etc., every day, which then gives me a couple of things. It gives me more knowledge on what's happening out there in the world, and it also gives me talking points to potential customers and clients as well. And I just want to go back quickly, Parol, to Rene Osuna. I hope you're well, my friend. Great to see you here, and thanks for tuning in. We're talking about what we was talking about on there about paid and unpaid internships, and I did mention these earlier, and there's a bit of disagreement around whether unpaid internships are good or not. And my opinion is they are very much so for the right people. Not everyone can afford to take an unpaid internship, but there's definitely more unpaid ones than there are paid. And for anyone looking for one, I do know a couple of firms. I'm not going to mention who they are on here live today, but if you come and join the InfoSec Live community and send me a direct message, I know 2 firms in the US at the moment who are looking for both paid and unpaid internships or interns. So do reach out to me within the InfoSec Live community for that. Parol, any opinions yourself on the internships?
Yes, so internships definitely, I would say they act as a, like personally, I see they act as a bridge between you, your educational thing, once it's done, and then actually stepping into a job, like a real world where you actually got to implement those skills. So internships act as a good bridge of connecting these two aspects of it. And when it comes to paid, unpaid, I understand that for some of the people, for some of the students, like with the financial having a financial crunch, it might be hard for them to choose to just go for like a unpaid internship, which is like totally understandable as well. But I would again highly recommend that any sort of internships that you find, go and grab that opportunity and do it. The reason being, it puts a thing in your resume which shows that yes, you have a working experience with so and so organization as an intern, and then that is basically going to act as a good bridge towards you getting a full-time role. Importantly, it's also important to realize that if they do like you as an intern, they might just hire you full-time as well, and I've seen a lot of cases happening like this.
I
Think
completely agree. And it's social proof is the statement. What you're getting there is demonstrable proof that you can apply yourself, work for an organization within cybersecurity. So going back to the comment someone said who was a student, how do they get that exposure? Internships are such an amazing way of doing that. Unfortunately, there aren't that many around. There's another question come up, Parol, and I want to make sure I get all these answered. So currently work as a hardware engineer at HP. I take it that's Hewlett Packard. But to school for a degree in cybersec. Can people get into cybersec with just Security Plus? I mean, I'll answer that first, Craig. I haven't even got Security Plus. Not that I do a technical role, but I work in cybersecurity, and I do that through bringing across the skills I've learned in previous employment through relationship management and business development. So, depending on the role you want, the answer is a resounding yes. But if you want a technical role, I'll let Parul answer from her perspective.
Yes, again, great question, and thanks, Craig, for that question. So, essentially, yes, I echo with Simon over there that yes, it's very much possible to actually get into a cybersecurity role with your CompTIA Security Plus. Now, essentially, when we are talking about the initial entry level roles, well, like what you have your degree, you have your CompTIA Security Plus. So essentially, you're looking at entry level roles, which are more of like pertains to analyst. And I, I, I I would like to emphasize over here that analyst role is the one which provides you a lot of exposure because they vary from policy compliance development to your like SOC, DLP, and your identity access managements. Like they vary over a whole lot of range of things. So it's really a good role to get a lot of exposure into. Having said on that, let's just say if there are other skills that analyst role demands, so I would highly recommend that. I understand that it's not possible to get an experience like a hands-on working experience with all the tools mentioned in the job description, but as long as you're familiar with them, and when I say familiarity, just go to the YouTube, watch tutorials, just read about them, do your research. There's like LinkedIn Learning, Pluralsight, Cybrary, those three good learning platforms which have those training tutorials, and you take a monthly membership. I think it's like $20 for Cybrary. So you go through those training courses, and then if you are able to speak up in the interview, that you have a familiarity or a knowledge of those tools, then yes, I think the organizations, if they like you, they are more than willing to teach you and give you a hands-on training with those tools, because they also understand the part of it that as in your degree, while doing your college degree and while like CompTIA Security Plus, you don't actually get to have a hands-on experience with those tools unless it's something which is like your OSCP, which is related to your pen test, and that has your hands-on experience. But other than that, definitely, I mean, your answer to your question, Craig, with a CompTIA Security Plus as well as your degree in cybersecurity, I see you as a very good educational. I see you as a strong educational qualification as well as a background and a good potential fit to enter into one of the entry level roles for the cybersecurity. Definitely, yeah.
I completely agree. And Lokesh, just a quick one. You dropped the message in there. How can we ask our questions? Is Simon answering in this YouTube live chat? I am in YouTube. If they're on LinkedIn, they don't always come through. I am doing my best to sort of keep an eye on them and have the conversation. But being a man, and I will make that comment, multitask. So if I've missed your question, please copy and paste it, drop it back in the chat, and I'll make sure that we answer it. So let me have a look. Here we go. Purple Otter has come out. Thanks for engaging all the way through, Purple Otter. It's much appreciated. If I knew your name, I'd call you that. Security Plus, Linux Plus, and Project Plus, and a lapsed CCNA. None of that would guarantee me a job, but they are definitely building blocks. And I've brought that up because, you know, Parol, you've got a whole collection of amazing exams which have clearly helped you in your career. The reason for that is you've been specific and done ones for a reason, as you said earlier, that are going to help you in the aspect of your career that you're working on. And one of the mistakes I see for people trying to break into the industry is sometimes collecting certifications. It seems to be like a hobby. And I think that's fine if you're in the industry and you're taking those certs or qualifications to relate to help you upskill in what you're doing. But I do wonder whether that's the right approach. What do you think, Parol? From an educated point of view, you can correct my lack of understanding there, perhaps.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Simon, on that aspect that for some folks, yes, it's definitely more of becoming a hobby to collect those certifications. I mean, and for personally, like in my experience, I see the value of certifications if either they contribute in my present role, which means that they increase my skill set or knowledge in my present role, or they help me to earn a promotion in the sense like a higher pay, or let's just say they help me to evolve in my present role. So that's the way I see the value of certifications, and I'll be upfront about this. The reason being, it's important to choose the certifications that you are doing with a correct mindset in mind. Like, what's your end goal of doing these certifications? Either contributing to your knowledge or helping you evolve in the present role, which means like growing up the ladder. So I think yes, there are a lot of certifications, and trust me, at one point, if you go on collecting these certifications without having a definitive goal set in your mind, then the maintenance fees of all these certification adds up very quickly, and at that point, you would clearly be paying more out of your pocket. I mean, if you're lucky if the company is reimbursing you there, but really, if you are paying them out of your pocket and you have to do it until the rest of like 20 or 30 years of your career, that's something definitely to think about, because the certifications they do have associated renewal fees. I mean, like almost all of the certifications have a renewal fees associated with them. So it's yeah,
Sorry, go on.
it's important to know the different understand that okay where you are, and then what essentially skill sets that you want and which certifications will help you acquire that. For instance, when I was working as a SOC or a DLP analyst, I had no clue that I wanted to step into a GRC role, or I had no clue that where do I want to go next ahead of me. So I just took the CISSP Gold Standard certifications. I mean, it does have a prerequisite that you need 5 years of working previous experience in the two out of the eight domains, which I fortunately had. But yes, CISSP is definitely a gold standard which can actually fit you into almost each and every role within the cybersecurity industry. And then from there on, once I ended up being in my and I personally wanted because my mentors and all, they had a background in risk management. They asked me to go for C-risk. So it was then I decided, okay, let's make a transition to a risk consultant role at that time. So coming back to your question, Linux Plus, Security Plus, and then like CompTIA. I mean, all these certifications are good, but also you would have to start working on your practical skills as well. Like see some tutorials on the tool sets which are used within the different industries, see the skills that you actually need, and start working on those offline. I mean, some of the tools definitely come in free versions. Some of them are like paid versions, and obviously you cannot. It's hard to get all the licenses just being an individual. But the free version of the tools, accompanied with the tutorials, accompanied with your knowledge on the still your you're working towards the certifications. I think that goes a long way and speaks up to your skill set within the interview itself.
It also shows that you can apply yourself. And Purple Otter, I love your comments, and it makes so much more sense now that you say that you used to work for an IT cert training company as to the insightful comments. So thanks ever so much for jumping in. But you're spot on with your comments, which reflect what Parul has said, which is the experience, especially I think it was Craig who made a comment earlier. The experience as a hardware tech is going to make as much difference as the cert or the degree, you know. So if you can show how that previous experience relates to the job you're going for, it can be a great door opener as much as those certs can, I think. And yes, Kerry, it is coffee. It's decaf, unfortunately. My wife has just very kindly brought it up for me. Right, we've got literally a couple of minutes left, Parul. I've got, just so everyone knows, our next section after Parul is Sam Bramfitt, who's the Chief Operations Officer at my new firm, actually, who I'm working for. And he's taking us through his journey into cybersecurity and also talking about his opinion of some of the recruitment processes and practices that go on out there. It's a really, really interesting one, but it is pre-recorded. So after the one with Parul, we've got a 51-minute clip, which is pre-recorded. I'm going to use that time to have a quick refreshment break, but I will have my phone on me and I will note down any questions that you may have. And Sam has also said, if you've got questions, you can basically send him a message on LinkedIn. So I just wanted to make you all aware of that please stay in the chat. I will be answering it, but the next session is pre-recorded. So before we go on to that, let's take the last question that's just come up from Craig, because Craig, I know you've asked a few and you've been engaged. So Parol, oh, wrong one. Hold on. It's me clicking again. There is a small amount of caffeine in decaf, Kerry. I know. I need something to keep me awake, my friend. So is there a recommended training platform that employers value higher than others, or is it just being able to explain how sim software, etc., more important? That's a good question. Parol?
Yes, yeah, it's definitely a good question. So, in terms of the training platform, so I would say it actually depends on the individual that which training platform is best suitable to their needs and which helps them to understand faster, grasp the concepts more clearly. Like personally, for me, all the different training platforms, like be it like Pluralsight, Cyberary, Okta, LinkedIn, all of them work well because I'm more of like a visual person. I like to see the videos. If you are more of like audio person, then there are yes audiobooks as well. So that might work for some people. And if you're into like reading, so definitely getting the hard copies of the books. So yeah, employers honestly no, they do not value any one platform over the other. All they care about is that you are well aware of the concept and fundamentals. Your fundamentals are good and you have a good understanding and you're able to explain it well within the interview. That's all what they ask for. They do not seek for from where you have learned this concept. I mean, it's if you're able to explain it out to them, that's all that matters within the interview. Either you have learned it from your YouTube, you've read it from the book, you've learned it from a friend, you've learned it from like any online community. That exactly doesn't really matter. The thing is that you should
It's the application, isn't it? It's showing that you can apply the knowledge that you've learned in a way that will make
exactly.
it employable. Yeah. So for example, people spend a lot of time who want to get into pen testing. The guy Ben Brown who came into the industry to work for back last year, you know, Hack the Box, Try Hack Me, amazing. All these platforms are amazing, but what you need to do is turn that into a relatable, employable skill. So, for example, learn how to do a workstation build review or a server build review, you know, Windows or Linux. document it, do the review, and showcase it. You know, you can. This is what you should be posting on things like LinkedIn and Twitter or whatever you're on. You know, showcase what you're learning, and the fact that you understand it as well, I think is hugely important, isn't it? Hey, Lokesh, I know that you've been trying to ask a question, so let's just jump onto yours quickly before we go. Hi, Simon and Parol. I'm an information security analyst with 3 years of experience with SIEM and Microsoft XDR security suite. Can you please guide me on how I can approach an InfoSec job in Europe and US? We've only got a couple of minutes left, so it might be we'll connect up later and chat on this one. But Parol, any quick answers for Lokesh here?
Yes, a lot of companies, like as far as I can tell in the US, I mean, there are a lot of jobs around the extended detection and response, like your XDR as well as your SIEM. Now, the question around this is like a couple of things, which is like your personal factors that are you willing to relocate to US if there is a need, or if you do want the companies to sponsor you as well. So that's one part of it. The second part of it is actually your skills. Like, do your skills exactly fit the job requirements? Now, given that you have a good experience, like I definitely see 3 years as a good experience, so you have crossed that entry level for sure. You have the experience, you have the skill set. So I would say, yeah, go and apply for the job. But again, keep into mind that a lot of companies over there might ask you to relocate to US, or they have to be, they were very clear about their policies that they're willing to sponsor or not sponsor. So you have to keep an open mind over there. So that's one of the things. And once you have decided on that criteria, then yes, I think it's easier for you to narrow down, okay, which jobs you exactly want to go for. Some of the companies definitely have the work from home, so which might actually act as a bonus. So go ahead, start applying on Indeed, LinkedIn, and your other. I think for the USA, there is a lot of platform. There is a lot of job sites which are specific to USA. Like I can definitely speak up to Canada. Um, Referrals as well act a big way. So if you know of someone within the US who are working in those companies, get them to submit your resume internally rather than having to apply externally, because definitely internal resumes, they are definitely first on the recruiter's preference if they are good. So yeah, go about that route. And let's just say for Canada, I do have a lot of connections as well over here. So if anything interests you, particularly in Canada, feel free to drop me a message or send me something on LinkedIn, and I would be more than happy to provide you a referral, like especially for my company or any other company that you find it fit.
Parol, thank you so much. We are out of time. I'd like to just say a massive thank you for sharing all of that with us today. I can see our viewers have had some real insights and real benefit from that. So, Parol, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much. We must catch up again soon. I'll send you a DM after. Please say goodbye to everyone and see you soon.
Thank you, Simon. I appreciate all the questions. Thank you. This was great. Thanks.
It's been fun. Thanks, Parol. Right then, folks. So that was amazing. Thank you so much for the questions. It's much appreciated. As I mentioned before, for anyone who wasn't listening at the time, the next session is pre-recorded. It's 51 minutes long, so we are going to be running about 2 or 3 minutes behind. I haven't edited it because there's some absolute pearls of wisdom in there from Sam Bramfitt, who's the COO of Bramfit Technology Labs. Before we go on to that, and I get my long overdue toilet break, you can see me jiffling around on my chair if you hadn't noticed. I'm going to play you quickly again the clip for the teaser for MyCyberPath, who are our amazing sponsor today. And for anyone who isn't sure about what pathway to take, check out the free option. I'll drop the link in the comments below, but here's the teaser before we bring on Sam.
MyCyberPath.com provides you with the keys to a successful cybersecurity career. We match your interests and personality traits to cybersecurity career pathways. The pathways show you in a systematic way the certifications, experience, training, and education to pursue throughout your career. They allow you to search and apply for jobs on platforms where recruiters are hiring, and they're best for transitioning veterans, students of all ages, and human resource departments, just to name a few. Get a pathway today. We promise it'll be one of the best decisions of your life.
Right, So if you haven't checked it out, make sure you check it out. Link is in the comments below. Please like and subscribe to our YouTube channel if you're enjoying the content. It is much appreciated if you do. Without any further ado, as mentioned, I'm going to have a quick break now while we play the next clip. Drop your questions in the chat. I'm going to keep coming back to them. Here we go. Sam Bramfitt, the COO of Bramfitt Technology Labs. Let's see if this technology works from the pre-recorded video. So a massive welcome to Sam Bramfitt from Bramfitt Technology Labs, here today to tell you all about his journey into the cybersecurity industry and how some of the things he's learned in his previous careers and previous experiences relate to this industry. So Sam, please say hello and tell everyone a bit about yourself.
Yeah, well, thank you, Simon, and good to be with everyone. I guess this is either a live stream or you'll be watching this after, but thank you very much for inviting me into the community. My name is Sam Bramfitt. I'm the COO of Bramfitt Technology Labs. Bramfitt Technology Labs has been going since around 2004, founded by the CEO, a chap called Lewis Bramfitt, who happens to be my brother. And the company has grown quite a bit in these probably last 4 to 5 years, probably a slower start as a lot of tech companies are and single contracting type organizations and that type of setup. But recently, in the last 4 to 5 years, Lewis had a vision for growing the company, offering different services to a much broader client portfolio. And so we now stretch over penetration testing, DevSecOps, software engineering, for InfoSec consulting. We do accreditations like Cyber Essentials, IoT security assured, and lots of different sort of strategic and CISO options as well. Myself, my role is COO of the company, so I always phrase that role in my head. That role is about making sure the CEO's vision comes to life effectively. And I always see the CEO and the COO as a real partnership. I don't believe one works well without the other good one, and vice versa. And so my journey really into where I am at the minute is not a usual one. So I would certainly not get your notepads and pens out for this one and use this as a strategy. I started my younger career in the military and started in the Royal Signals as a communication specialist, which many cybersecurity professionals are from that background. And that was really after a failed football career, very, very close to getting some kind of professional contract, but it didn't work out for me like it doesn't for many. And as it happened, I ended up playing football at a very high level in the military. But alongside that, I really got interested in the technology side, which the Royal Signals has lots of, although outdated at times, but they are the technology body of the armed forces, if you like. And cut a long story short, I had a great career in the military. I met my wife, who I'm still with today, and I decided it wasn't the right environment for me to bring a family up in the future and all that kind of nice stuff. And so I decided that I would take my exit out of the army at that point. And I didn't really know where I wanted to go. I kind of enjoyed the technology space, but I was limited really on qualifications, quite poor education. Where I grew up, I had quite a poor schooling period, if you like. And so I decided, in fact, how it actually started my career in after the military was when you leave the forces, depending on where you are, where you're located, you have to travel around lots of different units within your camp and effectively get what's called signed out. And that's handing your ID cards back, your medical documents, your kit. And one of the offices you have to get signed out of is the education office. And that's where you might have been studying qualifications alongside your career. And I'd been studying a modern apprenticeship in telecommunications. So I'd gone to get signed out, which allowed me to effectively leave the army in the next few weeks. And I made a joke as I walked out the door. I said, "You haven't got any jobs, have you?" And just carried on walking. And as it happened, the guy came running after me and said, "Actually, yeah, we have. We need someone who knows about the signals kit and certainly knows the unit in the military. Do you fancy going for an interview?" And it really took me by surprise because I was due out of that perimeter fence in a couple of weeks' time. and I had no idea what I was doing. All I knew is I had a girlfriend at the time that I just wanted to spend time with, and a location that I was going to end up moving to, but no real career prospects as such. I knew I'd be okay because I'm I've got half a brain, and I can get around the world and stuff. So as it happens, I decided to apply for this job, which was an apprenticeship coordinator. So in the education sector, but it was looking after soldiers' English and math skills, ironic really, as I had very little at the time, but also looking at their telecommunication skills and moving them through a portfolio of qualifications for them to gain a qualification. So if in the event that they left the forces, there was some kind of backup and career options for them. And that's something I do advocate with the military services. They do really look at that backup plan, if you like, for when you leave. So I decided to start.
It's similar, I suppose, Sam, isn't it? To you started off with a sporting career ahead of you, and I've got children myself who play sport at a high level, and you see so many of them nearly make it and not, and it's so important there as well to have that backup plan, isn't it? That, I mean, yours was obviously joining the military. For other people, it's sometimes getting involved in the coaching side. And one other thing I want to quickly pick up on that you mentioned a little while ago before you carry on is the fact that you asked a question when you were in that office, and that's the only reason you got that opportunity. And
Absolutely.
It's back to the message we try and give everyone, especially those watching today who are trying to break into the industry. It's not always what you know, but who you know, and making sure you're in the right place at the right time and actually.
And on that point, there's actually 2 points in there. One's network, and one's having some confidence to ask that question. Because you can have a great network, but if you're not asking the questions, you're not going to get anywhere. And if you're confident with asking questions to people or asking for opportunities, but you haven't got the network. So there was a couple of learning points in there for me. And that was quite out of character for me because I'm an introvert by nature. So for me to go and do that, it was really a joke at that time. Anyway, I got the job. I started the job, and that started really my passion for the education sector. Now, I didn't know at the time because I was still really fresh-faced. This is my early 20s at this point in time. But I started to realise what really made me tick in life. I thought it was football. I thought it was a military career. And actually, it really comes down to developing people and projects. Those are the things that really, really make me flow in work. Now, when I was working in that particular role, I would be supporting soldiers. It was quite funny because one week I was in uniform in the same garages, working on the same equipment, and the next week I was in a suit in that same garage with the officers having to call me sir because I was a civilian. And it was quite a unique experience. But the penny dropped for me that there was a big bad world out there that was available for anyone who wanted to go and get it. And with that first lesson of dropping the question about the job, suddenly then I was wearing a suit, and I thought, actually, this isn't where it stops for me. I've got way more to give than this. And this was at a very, very early age. Now, I did about sort of 8 to 9 months and in that role, and alongside working that role, I absolutely loved that role. I would have never have left that if it wasn't for the fact that my partner at the time decided that she'd wanted to travel the world for quite some time, and I did, but I wasn't really that fussed. I was more kind of need to get the career sorted. But we came to an agreement. We thought if we don't do this now, we probably will not do it. So we sold everything we owned, and I mean everything, cars, all the way down to my last pair of socks. I think I sold to get the cash ready over probably about an 8-9 month period of time to basically leave the UK and not come back for a while. And we did that. We did just that. And we had a phenomenal time. And I won't list all the countries, but effectively.
I don't think you're going to get away with it that easy, Sam. Come on, list the countries.
Okay, well, we flew across to the US, and we travelled all through the US. Then we flew across to Fiji, which was by far, and still is by far, our favourite place on this planet. We did all the islands across there and lived with a chap called Ziggy on an island where we, just like coconuts in the morning and all that kind of stuff. Fantastic experience. We then, bearing in mind that around that time, it's probably about 3 months in now, cash started to get a little bit scarce. So we headed across to New Zealand. We did all the stuff in New Zealand, which is all the bungee jumps, the canyon swings, basically trying to kill yourself, but in a safe way. And we then got to the point where we were all extremed out, if you like, and headed across to Australia. Australia was always going to be the big one for us because we were considering, moving there at one point. And we, again, it's looking back, it just makes me smile. We landed in Melbourne, and I bought a hostel for us on the first night. By this time, we probably burnt through about 10 grand by this point. And we are down to not emergency funds, but certainly not enough to last the rest of the trip. And the next day, I went and signed up for at the time a $1,250 a month apartment in the middle of the central business district. Absolutely clueless, crazy decision. But I thought, if we commit to it, we've got to make this work. And on the morning of that, we signed. So we flew into Melbourne on the afternoon. We stayed in the hostel. On the morning, I managed to sign a contract for 6 months in the central business district. And in the afternoon, my girlfriend and I were walking the streets of Melbourne trying to secure a job. And I actually secured one within 2 hours. And it was a cafe, put the apron on, all this kind of stuff, and started serving customers there and then. I think I actually went and bought a pair of black trousers and a black pair of shoes and ran back to the shop and got stuck in.
You know what? Isn't it amazing when you put yourself under that? You say it's a stupid decision in that apartment, but when you put yourself under that kind of pressure, it's amazing how resourceful you can become and how quickly you can get results. And it makes me think back to when I was in my late teens, early 20s, working for one of the most aggressive, awful double glazing companies in the country. I won't name who they are, but your sales manager was all about you borrowing money to get a big flash car and all these things. So you had all these big weights around your neck. So you had this pressure to perform and achieve, and it definitely works, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So within 2 hours, I was working in this cafe. I soon realised that probably wasn't going to cut it for me. And I think the turning point, the really, really nice owner, I've got to give my dues to her. I walked in off the street and she gave me a job there and then. So I have to take my hat off to her. But I spoke to a couple of the colleagues who were working there, and we hadn't talked about money. So that was a mistake for me. Definitely, again, young, naive, and just desperate, I suppose. But I spoke to a couple of colleagues and I was saying, look, how much do you want? And I thought, I need this information if I need to negotiate. And they both pretty much said $9-10 an hour, and this is like 2006. And I thought, you know what? That's not going to cut the mustard for what I want to do with Claire and travel and experience, all the rest of it. So I went back to the owner. I said, I'm really, really sorry. I think this is going to be a sticking point. Chatted about pay with her, and we just went our separate ways. So I was back on the street within another hour, walking up and down the streets again. In the meantime, my partner Claire, she'd managed to get a job for a superannuation company. So for those that don't know, in Australia, you pay superannuation, which is effectively like a fund that will come back to you.
Like a pension.
Various tax codes. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. And that was a really respectable job, actually. She did really well. She was in there within 2 or 3 days, getting all the admin sorted and starting the work. And I'd actually got in touch with a company that was supplying to Telstra. And Telstra is one of the biggest Australian telecoms companies, if it isn't the biggest anyway. And they were looking initially for lots of call center operations. This is when mobile phones was, probably 5 years in, and it was everyone wanted the latest brick at the time. That was a new mobile phone. And I started on the call centers, and you'd get customers phone up, brand new phone, no idea what's going on. Do I need to activate it? What's a SIM card? All this kind of stuff. So you take them through that. And I got promoted fairly quickly. And after a small time, I was training these operators on how to support customers and some of the technical stuff as well. And we had a great time. And then with the working visa that we were on, we had to switch jobs after 3 months. It was 3 months at a time. And my second 3 month period was actually with Fitness First, who have dived in they've vanished pretty much off the face of the earth. So, but they were big at the time. They were the biggest commercial fitness brand. No, nothing like Pure Gym or anything like that now. But that was a sales job, and that was phenomenal. I learned a lot about sales and particularly marketing at that point. Certainly some of the underhand tricks that go on, but also, some of the requirements for honesty and integrity in sales as well.
Absolutely.
And that was it was really good. And for some reason, no idea, but I was very good at sales. I was earning more there than the general manager because of my membership sales, which was really, really interesting because I had no passion for it whatsoever. I had
and
no
this
training.
is from someone who mentioned earlier on in the chat that they were naturally introverted. And I want to focus on that because there's lots of people watching who feel that they're also naturally introverted. I know, I've spoke to some of them personally, and I think you'd be surprised how good some people would be who don't think they're naturally outgoing at sales, because it's a process, Sam, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think the introvert extrovert thing's quite interesting because some of the environments I think shape how you feel in that situation. And so when I was with a customer talking health and fitness, which is a big passion of mine, that was not an issue for me whatsoever. But maybe put me in front of maybe a general manager at that time talking about my sales figures, I might feel a little bit more pressured, and that was a little bit more difficult for me. So I did this 3 months and had a great time. We saved up a stash of cash again, and then we headed over to Asia, and we landed in Singapore, went up through Malaysia and Thailand and did all that usual area that everyone does around there. And then we went to Hong Kong, and we headed back after that. And so we arrived back in the UK about just after 12 months after leaving the UK. And wow, what a reality check that was. We got back, and we burnt through all the cash. I mean, we're very, very good in terms of most of the people we've been traveling with. You meet travelers along the line. Most of them were living off credit cards. Now, I think we'd come back, and Claire and I had about £200 overdraft. So we didn't have any credit cards outstanding. All the money we saved and we worked paid for that 12 months. So we came back pretty much on balance. But I did have a big problem because I'd come back unemployed. I'd sold my last pair of socks. I didn't have any socks.
It's cold, yeah.
Not literally, but we were stuck. And I was thinking, right, what the hell am I going to do? I'm a soldier. I've done a little bit of education. I've had a fantastic time traveling the world. I'm a little bit stuck now. I'm not sure what's going to happen. And Claire at the time had a friend who was working in recruitment, and it's a very close friend of hers. And she said, look, I'll get Sam a job. It's not a problem. And I remember a couple of days later, a call came in for me to get to this industrial unit, start this job. And I thought, okay, so started this. I was looking obviously for relative stuff, but I needed to get some cash in. So I turned up at this unit, and it was a company that was subcontracted to prepare the Brompton bikes. I don't know if you remember the Brompton foldaway, probably still there. People take them on the trains and stuff. Yeah. And I remember for the first 6 hours, me sanding down these Brompton bikes. So I said to the guy, how long have you been working here? And he'd done like 16 years or something. I said, oh, right. I'm thinking, I don't know if I can do this for 16 hours. I said to him, what happens after I've done this 6 hours worth of sanding? He said, oh, no. I said, what happens after I've finished this lot of sanding here, this big pile here? He said, I'll go and get you another pile.
Sam, I've got a similar story for you. When I was 16, I left school a bit like you, with not really any exams. And before I started selling mobile phones, a friend of mine and I got a job in a factory. And we got picked up one morning by a minibus at about 4 o'clock in the morning to go to this factory. We had no idea what we were doing. We get there, they put us in hairnets and all this protective gear. And then they walk us up to this counter. They massive, great chopping knife. And then the forklift truck comes with the carrots, right? The biggest boxes of carrots you've ever seen. And it was the same conversation. What do you want us to do? Top and tail those. And then what? Do the next one. We left at lunchtime and walked for an hour and 45 minutes home.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. It was another point where I reflected. There was a couple of points growing up where I thought, this isn't me. I've got much more. I can do much more than this stuff. But I wasn't really acknowledging that or understanding what that was about. I was just too young. I was just happy-go-lucky and living through life. But that was a point where I thought, I've looked around here. These guys here are okay with this. They'll get to the end of the week. They've got enough money to pay the mortgage, keep the wife and kids looked after, but they're okay. it's not okay for me. It's not on the money side or anything. It's just I can't do this. I need to be using my brain and achieving.
You need more stimulation than that.
Yeah, absolutely. So anyway, I sort of let my partner's friend down that I wouldn't be going back there after a very short space of time. And actually, I bit the bullet, and I phoned back my previous employer. And to be fair, he's a really good guy who's an ex-soldier and executive director of the company. He said, look, anytime you want to come back, we'll take you back. You're a fantastic employee. So I was very lucky to be given that chance to go back, because I left them only after about 8-9 months. But so I ended up back in that company. Now, I then did about 2 or 3 years where I was getting various qualifications under my belt with regards to education, but still nowhere near the mainstream education sector, still alongside really in the apprenticeships, working with military soldiers, not civilian learners. They were all soldiers, and it was all apprenticeship style work. And again, 2-3 years down the line, I thought, I've still got a bit more to go. Yeah, I'm still not nowhere near my limit. So I started to reflect on when I went, just before I went in the army. I was at a college in Staffordshire, and I did a public services course. And this was all about preparing students for either going into the army, the RAF, the Navy, that type of thing. And I thought, you know what, those lecturers that took me through that course, they were ex-service people. So there's no way they had teaching quals to start off with. So I started to research into it, and I actually applied for my first teaching job a few years later. And I thought, there's no way. I haven't got any teaching quals. I've barely got a qualification to my name. And this college gave me a shot. They must have been desperate. They gave me a shot, and I remember I was due to start in September, and the manager of the department said, phoned me up a few months before. They were really stuck before the summer break, and said, look, can you come and teach a lesson? It was in June, so it was just before they all broke up for the summer. And I wasn't supposed to start for another 3 months. So I said, yeah, no problems. So I turned in at this college with, books, usual newbie teacher books, Apple, all the cliche stuff. And I walked into this staff room and said, oh, hi, I'm Sam. I'm here to teach this particular class. And they effectively just pointed at me down the corridor. Yeah, it's down there. So I walked into this classroom, and oh my boy, I was eaten alive by these kids.
How old were
they? They were FE students, so college students, they're 16 to 18. Yeah. And not eaten alive in like a behavioural way or a nasty way or anything like that. It's just, I didn't know what I was doing. Let's face it, I did not know what I was doing. And they could see that, and they went straight for the jugular. But it was,
fear. They smelt the fear, Sam.
Absolutely, yeah. But I reflect back, and I understand after working with students for such a long time, I could see where that was going to go. Anyway, progressed from there and started the job, and then I absolutely loved it. I was really fortunate that there was a young lady in the department at the time who'd obviously seen me looking at these books for the first couple of days in the staff room, and she thought, this guy doesn't have a clue what he's doing. And she came over and she really looked after me, and I actually owe her a lot in my career. And again, that's another point really for people that are listening, that there's going to be people that help you on the way. There's certainly 3 or 4 characters in my life that without them, there's no way I would have taken this trajectory. And I always reflect back on those people. Anyway, she effectively taught me how to teach in about 8 hours. And I was loaded onto my formal teacher's training qualifications. And cut long story short, 9 months later, I was promoted to the head of department role, which was a total shock to me. I was really not going to apply for it, and I was just advised to apply for it because for a few reasons, really. But I applied for it, and the vice principal gave me this job. So at this point, I'm 26 years old. I've got next to no qualifications, no teaching qualifications, no experience in education apart from 9 months in a college. And I'm now head of department of the public services and sports section.
That's amazing.
And it was about a £1.2 million department, so a budget of about 1.2 million a year. And I thought, oh my God, right. Okay, well, here's my opportunity. So anyway, the first 3 months, I learned a lot of lessons. I've come from a military background where if you're asked to do something, you do it, and you do it pretty quickly and pretty well. And suddenly I was dealing with teachers who aren't always. They don't. I mean, there's some fantastic teachers, and the team I had was awesome. but they are certainly not soldiers. And as time's gone on, I've kind of respected that fact that, you know, it's not always, you know, apart from being in the military, you don't always need that type of team. But I learned a lot about myself very, very quickly, and I had to. But we turned a really poor performing department around in about 2 years. And then we had, for those people who know Ofsted, they're in the inspector of the school, they came into our department and inspected our department. We were grade 1, which is the highest possible grade.
Wow. Yeah,
and I think for us as a team, and certainly for myself as a manager, I thought, you know, okay, we've learned some stuff here. I certainly personally have got way more to go now. I've seen problems, I've figured the people out, the projects out, moved them forward, and I've got, there's something here that I can move forward. And I enjoyed it as well. It wasn't a chore. And so all those things together, I thought, yeah, okay, we're on to something here. So then I moved, I was asked to go for another particular position in the sector. I moved up into a more senior role within the college sector, and took on various things like higher education and other bits and pieces, and working with partnerships with universities, bringing business deals in with universities. And that was really interesting. I was then a member of the Employment Skills Board for the council. So where the local council had problems with particular employment skills, we would go in and advise from our particular positions and give our views and advise on that. And then I had an opportunity to go for the vice principal role of a college in Westminster, and I was successful. And that was the biggest kind of move for me, really, because it was suddenly going from managing 100 people to over 1,000 people, and the college group, their budget was a 50 million year budget, and they're not for profit. So the idea is that they're not making profit. So trying to land a 50 million pound budget annually, I mean, it certainly wasn't all down to me. There's a whole team that had to do that, but that's quite tricky. When you consider some organisations, won't get out of bed for 30% markup and stuff. So,
and what was the biggest challenge you faced from going from the smaller organisational structure to a bigger one like that, Sam?
For me, if you're in that middle manager zone, you've got parameters that are already laid out, and effectively you've got your style, your charisma, if you've got any, and your ability to shape that team to fit in some parameters. The difference for me is when you get to that senior exec position, you're creating the parameters. Now, as a middle manager, if those parameters are set, they could be great. You could have fantastic senior leaders, or they could be pretty poor, and you might have poor senior leaders, and you have to make the best out of a bad situation sometimes, or you make it even a better situation, even better than it is. But when you're then moving up to the senior exec position, or the positions, or those types of roles, you are setting those parameters, and that's a really different ball game, because a slight hesitation at the top, a slight incorrect decision has ripple effects over an organisation with 15,000 learners and over 1,000 staff members. And so you have to be really clinical. And a really interesting thing that I saw, there was 2 stages. First of all, teachers moving to the middle managers, and middle managers moving to senior execs. Great teachers do not make great managers all of the time. And great middle managers don't make senior leaders either sometimes.
It's a different job completely, Sam, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I found certainly adaptation was required. There was no way I was a great teacher from the start, a great middle manager and a great senior exec. I don't believe that was the case. But I think by nature, when I've gone through lots of different assessments, personal assessments, I always come out as either the red character, if you see the colourworks type stuff,
yeah, or
in some of the other models, I come out as a reflector. And a lot of the time I will think about the things that have gone on, whether it's a daily activity or whether it's a project. And I don't necessarily always write them down, but reflection is a really constant activity for me, and that I believe that shapes performance in the future.
I think it clearly has for you as well, because I think you see the difference between people who don't reflect and just carry on charging ahead, and it's the same as from those who don't learn from their mistakes. And for me, it took me 45 years to learn from mine, and if I'd have spent a bit more time reflecting, perhaps, Sam, a few years ago, that wouldn't have happened. I'm conscious we've got about 15 minutes left, and we've got to your journey where I think this is the role before you joined Bramfit. Am I right in thinking that?
Yeah.
So tell us quickly about how Lewis got you to come on board, and then I want to flip back because you've spoke so much about your experience in the education sector, teaching people. This is so relevant to what we're talking about today in cybersecurity, and I want to see what the glaring differences or the things that need perhaps some work in the industry that you can identify from what you've experienced before. So we'll come back to that in a moment. But tell us how Lewis managed to twist your arm away from that college.
No, I mean, he didn't twist my arm at all. I mean, I think Lewis and I were closer when we were younger. I obviously left the army, and I drifted apart from my family in the main, really. I mean, not to a point where we wouldn't speak or anything, but I was just always off traveling and all that kind of stuff. You know, behind closed doors, Lewis had started to create a future for himself. He'd got himself a good qualification. He'd started in the cybersecurity industry, and he was passionate about his job, and he was really driving his skill level. He created. Am I
right in thinking that Lewis is ex-military as well?
Yeah, he's done it. Yes, he's done not as much time, but he's done a small amount of time in the military, and so he started the company. I think, like most people probably do, is that they've got a contract, they need a private limited company, but he soon realised that there was growth in the areas and the people that he was working with, and he developed the company to, you know, from 1 person to 3 to 4 to 5. Now, in this last 5 to 6 years, he's developed the business, and it's grown. The contracts have been larger, and the team's developed. And I think, as probably most people can associate with, or at least understand, when you develop a company or a business, there are specific points in that time where you have to do 1 or 2 things, and that's overstretch and on capacity and go for the growth, or build the capacity in first to go and secure the contracts. Sometimes it's a gamble. There's no right or wrong way to do that. And I felt, probably from chatting to him over time, that his business growth was going exponentially, but some of the business support functions around the company weren't necessarily as good as they could have been, because there was just too many things to do as the business was growing. And the guys and girls in the company are technical experts, they're technical geniuses, but the backup in the company probably wasn't where it needed to be, you know, general kind of administration, marketing, you know, all that kind of stuff. I also think that he was really interested in getting someone he could trust on board, because, you know, that's just one of the things you need in your senior leadership team, and that's quite hard to always get. I'd been keeping in touch with what he was doing, and we had a chat, and I approached him and said, look, I think I'm ready. Are you ready? Do you think we can make it work? And to give credit, without hesitation, we joined forces at that point. So I took the role of COO, and straight from the start, it was about trying to ensure that his vision would be the one that goes forward, because in the past he would have had to have the vision to come down to the operations to make that all happen. And so that's the building block of where it all started.
Okay, thanks for sharing that. And for those that don't know, are actually my bosses now as well. I started with Bramfitt last week, and you'll be hearing lots more about them from me. But let's flip back to what you've learned from your experiences before joining the cybersecurity industry, and looking on from the perspective of the job hunters, those trying to break in, the myriad of certifications and recruitment consultants. I'll open that floodgate and pass it back to you, Sam.
Yeah, recruitment consultants, interesting conversation. I mean, the first thing I would say, I appreciate this. First of all, I'm really sorry, because we talked about me all the time, but I want to flip it back to people that are listening, who are thinking about breaking in. I definitely would take a seat and think about a strategy. And when I did this previously, before cyber, even when I started going for senior exec roles, I just created this little thing in my head, which was called PI. And effectively, it was planning, information, and evaluation. Again, the evaluation was really because of my character as a reflector. PI for me was governed by honesty and integrity, and the tools I used were sales and marketing. Now, the planning aspects were very much kind of, right, where's the target? What companies am I going for? What opportunities? What types of salary? Are they doing remote? You know, all that kind of stuff that you need to know are the fundamentals of what you're getting into. As an example, lots of people wanted to be a penetration tester. Then they realized they have to sit behind a desk, behind a computer screen for 8 to 10 hours a day. And suddenly it's not so attractive. So again, that's part of that planning phase. The implementation phase, I see so many mistakes in this phase, and a lot of it is around the application, because naturally, once you've got through the application, really the mistakes are ironed out. But the CVs are, in my opinion, a disaster in the tech industry, and I say that with the utmost respect, because some are phenomenal, but we certainly miss skills in the tech industry because of a poor CV, and we take poor people on because of a great CV. And I think we've got a long way to go to supporting people with getting those CVs up to scratch.
What do you think there's another way, Sam? I mean, you hear talk about video being part of it. I think whilst that's got some huge positives, I also then worry about the people who are more introverted, and especially those who won't be using that kind of skill in their day-to-day jobs. I fail to see the relevance of that in perhaps an interview or CV situation. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, you need some information, whether it's a
Yeah.
CV, or you need some information to be able to see who the person is and what they have on paper. But I would absolutely agree. People who are assessing a CV based then on progressing forward for some kind of final stage kind of I don't see that to be a good method. The best situation I've ever been in, which I didn't secure the job, was a company in Oxford, and I got invited to Oxford City Football Club, and it was a 2-day event. I got walked around the football stadium. I got shown different points within the stadium, and then a whistle blew, and I was given an envelope. It had my name on it. Opened the envelope. It said get to point A, and I went to point A, and it tested me on something there, and then I had to do a presentation. Whistle went, and I went to point B, and they tested me around all these different skill sets: communications, working with people, report writing. And I was drained. It was 2 days, but do you know what? They nailed the assessment. They definitely got the best person, and I learned more about myself in that than I have in any other interview stage. Now, that's always been stuck at the back of my mind, because we don't assess people properly, and Bramfitt can be prone to that sometimes. We in Bramfitt's process, we try and relax people. We certainly will not go off the CV, although the CV needed, but if you think about these people who turn up for interviews, a lot of them quite pressured environments in some cases. We try and put people at ease. The job of the interview is to get the best and the most relevant information out of that meeting, and it's certainly not to put some kind of spin on it that sends the candidate into a frenzy of any kind. So CVs, I think personally they're outdated. I think the video thing is okay, but again, that doesn't always meet everyone's needs. My advice to anyone who's thinking about drawing these plans up is, what is it you actually need that person to do, and build the assessment around that takes into consideration diversity for assessment. So if someone doesn't like video, how else can you test that skill? And I think that's the golden method. The problem that we all face, especially in the tech industry as well, is it's a fast-paced environment. Who has the time to create that? But if we want to be the best of recruiting, and certainly retention and workforce development, we have to get to that point. And there are some fantastic companies who do this really well.
I completely agree, and I think the biggest win out of that is changing the process for each type of role, because the interview process for a sales position is going to be completely different from a relevant interview process for a penetration tester. And at the moment, it seems to be the same process across the board. And also, this tends to be bigger companies. I appreciate with senior roles, you maybe need 4, 5, 6, stages to the interview process. But again, you're going back to what you said, Sam, where at the moment we're taking a snapshot in time of someone, where you do it over a period of time, even if it's a few hours. You get to know someone a lot better. You know whether you're going to build rapport with them. You know whether they're going to fit in with the team. And I think until recruiters change the way that this process works, I think they could be one of the stumbling blocks in the industry. Not you, Joseph, or Musa, who I'm friends with, but all the rest of them.
Yeah, I mean, with the recruiters themselves, whether it's a recruitment agency or not, it doesn't really matter, because there are good recruitment agencies and there are poor recruitment agencies. There are poor internal recruiters and good internal recruiters. And I've also seen, even with internal recruitment departments, fantastic recruiters, and then the next step up might be the head of department. He's just very poor. And so you've got the consultants getting the interviews and the candidates through, The timing then of getting interviews scheduled by somebody else or a decision maker or whatever the next step is doesn't happen. And if you've got good candidates, they don't brief for very long.
No,
so the whole skill shortage conversation sort of took off a while ago and stuff like that. It's a grey area, that one. It's not necessarily there's not enough people through or there are enough skills. So there's a whole myriad of problems across that journey. Anyway, going back to...
We have to also put, not blame, but we have to equalise the relevance for people searching for jobs as well. And sometimes job seekers' expectations can be too high. And I think the reason for that, especially in the cybersecurity industry, is there's a lot of poor marketing or good marketing if you're the company out there, especially for those transitioning from the military and also for those who want to get a job quick, where they're telling you to do a 6 to 12 week boot camp and you're going to become a cyber expert out of it. Now, don't get me wrong, I think there is a time and a place for these, because if you've got the right experience and the right background knowledge, a boot camp can help. It can help reaffirm skills. It can help kind of top off and improve on the bits that you've missed. But it can't turn you into a competent professional from a standing start in 12 weeks. And until the companies take some ownership of the marketing practices, I think we'll continue to see more and more people get hoodwinked.
Well, and that's on the training company's perspective, and I agree with that. But also for candidates, I mean, it's literally countless times where I've spoken to a Python developer as an example, and skills on the CV say they've got Python, right? They've got a skills section, it says Python, Java, various different programming languages, and then you ask, well, what experience in Python have you got? And there's a weekend course that's been done 3 weeks ago. That's going back to my pie method, when I said integrity and honesty governs that.
Yeah,
it is really important. And certainly, you know, I hope Lewis didn't mind me speaking for him, but certainly Lewis and I, you know, anything that's sort of stands in the way of, you know, basic honesty and integrity, it makes us worry that if we have that person in the company, how does that play out with clients and things like that? So I would advise people to be cautious about how they're behaving if they don't behave in that way. You know, and other examples that I would really advise against, we've provided offers to people in the past where they've had a great application process, great interview, we're ready to offer, we've offered a benefits package, a certain salary, they've accepted. After they've accepted, they've come back, they want £5,000 a year more. I mean, that's the end of the process for us at that point. There's a few things like that just, I would ask people just to reflect on and think, how is this the right thing? And how is it going to look in this relationship? You know,
I think from my personal experience, Sam, as well, chasing the money doesn't make you happy or necessarily mean you're going to have a decent career. And I think if you're just going somewhere for the money, it's the wrong decision to start.
Yeah. I see lots of kind of variants of that as well. So people come forward, I'm not bothered about the money, I just love InfoSec. That's cool, but you need a certain amount of money to be able to live. So we need to talk money anyway. And then vice versa, don't even want to know about the job, but what's the pay packet? And that can be really off-putting at times, certainly as an employer. And I think there's a happy medium. You've got to be balanced, certainly from my perspective, balance going in. You probably don't want to throw the money up right at the front. I get that. But money should be part of that discussion, along with the job and the skills and everything that needs to be required. And, you know, going back to my method of PI, you know, we've got the planning, the implementation, which is the CV, and then the reflection, which is the evaluation. I said we would use a marketing and sales strategy with this. So I talked about it being governed by honesty, integrity, but let's get real on this one. When you're trying to go for a job, you are definitely in sales and marketing mode. And I think that some people know it and they just can't do it, or some people don't realize that's the mode to be in. It took me a long time to understand that, and because I, you know, in my previous life, it's just I hate sales. I don't want to do sales. Actually, sales is a very, very valuable thing.
It's in everything in life, even negotiating dinner with your wife, Sam. Sales is part of the process. Or maybe that's just my house. I don't know. We've got 2 minutes left. Thank you so much for everything that you've shared. I want to finish off by asking you a quick question. It's not a curveball, but it's one that people who are watching are going to want to know. So we've talked about lots of different interviews and processes and types of interview processes. But if you were a penetration tester and you wanted to get a job at Bramfitt, how do you go about demonstrating that you're good? How do you make yourself stand out from the rest?
Well, again, I think you should have a reflection of your CV. Your CV would be your starting point. I don't believe the CV is the be and all and end all, but at some point that CV is probably going to be required, because even if you've got an in with the company, it's very likely that someone else might be on an interview. They're going to want to know who you are. So go back to that CV, have a look at it. I won't go into what a CV should look like now because it'll take too much time, but CV is a must. Secondly, I would say, what platforms and communities are you on? There's certainly some next level penetration testers in Bramfit as a company that have not come from a traditional recruitment angle. They have come from various platforms or communities where somebody in our company has spotted an eye for talent, has either spoke to Lewis or I or one of the other senior managers and said, this person's pretty good, we need to speak to them. And if I'm honest, for us, referrals are a little bit better than going in cold with someone, because there's some reputation and review that comes along with that.
And it's two things, then, isn't it? It's social proof, so you can see that they're demonstrating what they're doing. And again, it's not what you know, it's back to who you know and whether you can get that recommendation, Sam, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I would say that the third thing on my mind would be qualifications. Now, sticky point for me, obviously working in education for such a long time, the whole thing was qualifications, but I don't believe in doing qualifications for qualifications. There are some specific qualifications that really allow you to say, I am a penetration tester.
Again, though, we were talking on the call earlier today, the company call, not on Cyber Career Day, about the differences in the US and the UK with regards to what qualifications are recognised, weren't we?
Exactly, and this is my point. I mean, it might be regional. In my point that I'm going to make, it's about having a look at what that company might require. So if you are, as an example, looking to get in with a consultancy that maybe does check work or does CREST work, think about what value, it goes back to the sales and marketing, what value are they going to be looking for? You've either got to go into that conversation saying, look, here's my certificate, I'm ready to go, or have some value proposition that allows you to slip into that exam fairly quickly with inside the company, and them having confidence that you're going to get it fairly easy as well. And so again, you know, it goes back from having a strategy about when you approach the company and when you apply. I would definitely advise against the same CV, the same application across 100 companies. I would go and get your target companies, tailor your CV, tailor your qualifications, and this might be a year in advance. You're looking at this. You know, if you've got specific industry sectors or companies that you want to work with, find out what they want, and that might take you a bit of time to get those qualifications in and build yourself up. And I guess the easiest thing is, it's a bit like when you talk about fitness and militaries, the mantra is always make yourself harder to kill. In this game, it's make yourself indispensable, make it so that company can't turn you down. And for
it's
that,
the Art of War by Sun Tzu, isn't it? What is it?
Yeah.
Value first wins, I think.
That's it. But that's it.
I've read.
You know, and it does go back to the sales and marketing, and you know, I suspect some of the listeners on, you know, will have a list of qualifications they have either done or in their mind, and I'd say to everyone, what governs you on making that list? Because some of them will be nice to have, some of them you will have got from other people, some of them you won't know, but you know it's got a good title. I would come away from that and go and what is going to give you the best skills, what's going to get you the opportunities. As an example, you mentioned there the US and UK. That's a great example. For those that don't know, CREST is in the US, but CREST qualifications are not as big in the US as in the UK. And there's going to be some nuances like that in qualifications, regions, companies, industry sectors. There's a couple of the industrial sectors where there's some quite specific cybersecurity qualifications that just cater for industrial sector. So again, is that a sector you want to go and work in? Go and get qualified in that and approach those types of companies, and don't hit them with your CV that you've just hit to the other 99 companies. And the one thing that I think I do want to touch on the CV without sort of going into how to build a CV, my personal opinion is that you should have like almost like a file, a whole folder of CVs, and every one of those should be tailored to the individual company and the job. And that goes back to the sales and marketing. You're trying to connect with these people. They see lots of CVs. The best chance you're going to get is filling exactly what they need, and that means tailoring, unfortunately.
It does, but the only way you can do that is to look through the job requirements for each one, isn't it? And I suppose that's the best place to start. Sam, we're out of time, but let me just do one quick question because it's the best one. Got any jobs at the moment?
We don't advertise our jobs, so we've got a recruitment partner that we use, and there are no specific openings at the minute. However, our business development is very, very strong, and we are constantly getting approached by enterprise level companies, and we do lots of little contracts for smaller companies and large companies. And we would definitely advise anyone who just wants to connect with us, or maybe a penetration tester, a DevSecOps engineer, or an information security consultant, to drop your CV into us, because every now and again we certainly connect with people and hold social events and things like that. But also, we're pretty busy, and every single month there's always a new job, contract, piece of work coming up. Now, most of the time we've got people in our network that we know, but we're looking to expand that network. And Simon will know that we're expanding in the US now, so more opportunities will be coming up on a remote basis or in the US. So I would connect with us on LinkedIn. You can see our website. I'm sure that'll be linked up somewhere. You can connect with me on LinkedIn. And on our website, you can drop a CV in, or you can simply email, and Simon will drop my email. But even if you just connect, you're going to be part of the Bramfitt network. And as we grow, there's not one single year in the company's history, in 8 to 9 years, that the company hasn't grown. We are constantly needing good people in the company. So it's just by nature that we'll end up speaking to you at some point.
Amazing. So I think the message is watch this space. Sam, thank you so much for your time. For those of you that aren't aware, this portion has been pre-recorded, and we're going to head straight back to the studio for the next guest now. Sam, once again, thanks so much.
Thank you, Simon. See you soon.
Oh, hold on. Camera problems, technical problems. I hear there'll be a slight echo as well from one of my guests backstage. So if there is, massive apologies, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed Sam from Bramfitt. Sam Bramfitt, in fact, from Bramfitt Technology Labs. Some real great insight there for those of you wanting to break into the industry. I've just noticed my green screen's glitching, so let me turn the light back on. We should get that back in working order. Maybe nearly there. So we're running over a bit, and we need to get moving. But before we do that, Renee, I see that come to Texas. I am coming to Texas very soon with Bramfitt to meet you, Renee. Don't worry about that. But the main part of the show is here. We have with us our very, very amazing sponsor, Jason Shockey, the creator and founder of MyCyberPath.com, which is, in my opinion, an absolute game changer for those unsure of their direction in cybersecurity. I'm going to play the teaser trailer quickly before I bring Jason back on. Amanda, if you're on backstage as well, I'm going to bring you back on for the chat with Jason. So just check out the trailer, everyone. And don't forget to comment, win, win, win. Jason is giving away 10 free passes to MyCyberPath today. Anyone who's entered, I'm assigning a number to your name, and we're going to do a random draw at the end. But for now, take another quick look, if you haven't seen it already, at the MyCyberPath trailer.
MyCyberPath.com provides you with the keys to a successful cybersecurity career. We match your interests and personality traits to cybersecurity career pathways. The pathways show you in a systematic way the certifications, experience, training, and education to pursue throughout your career. They allow you to search and apply for jobs on platforms where recruiters are hiring, and they're best for transitioning veterans, students of all ages, and human resource departments, just to name a few. Get a pathway today. We promise it'll be one of the best decisions of your life.
So here he is, Mr. Jason Shockey. Jason, welcome. Firstly,
thank you, Simon. Very good to be here.
Thank you so much for being our sponsor. It's because of you that we've been able to run this day today. So without Jason and MyCyberPath, this would not have been possible. So for that, And from everyone watching, I'm sure as well, a massive thank you. The main point of having you on, though, is to hear all about you and how you've come to create MyCyberPath. So, Jason, please tell our audience a bit about yourself, your journey, and how we've got here.
Yes, so I grew up in Northern California. My cybersecurity career started in 1999 when I finished school. I majored in chemistry, went into the Marine Officers Program, and became a telecommunications officer. So started with computer network defense, then layered on offensive cybersecurity, then cyber threat intelligence. And throughout my 20 years in the Marine Corps, conducting cyberspace operations, cyber risk management, and incident response, I started really looking at the experiences that I was having and trying to create a pathway for me, knowing that I was going to get out of the military at some point, whether that was 2 years in or 20 years in, that I would eventually have to get another job. So what I wanted to do was create a pathway for myself to become a CISO. So in 2009, I really started looking for those career pathways, specifically a cybersecurity career pathway. And what I found was nothing. There was nothing there that would show me what to get outside of certifications. So each certifying body has their own career pathways, but those are very specific to just the certification that those organizations have. And those are great. So, certifications are part of the pathways, which we'll get into later. But what I was looking for was something that could make me a whole cyber professional. And that was certifications, experience, training, and education. And then I started looking for the specific jobs that I would need to get to that level. So being in the military is very unique, where you're kind of told where to go. You have some influence on where you might land, but you have to bloom where you have to blossom where you're planted. So what I did was first got a CISSP, the gold standard certification, which I heard some of the other speakers talk to. And that's very serious. CISSP is in the certification pathway for cyber leaders and some of the others because it is the gold standard. You get so much experience to a certain level to then go and apply in your job. And that piece about applying is specifically what I was looking for. So I started with the CISSP in 2009, actually got the certification in 2013, started training for it in 2009, 2010. Got an accounting degree in 2009, knowing that that was the language of business. So starting with the end in mind, creating a pathway for myself across those certifications, experience, training, and education, I started really noticing those elements in other people for the high performance teams that I was running. And what I mean by that is, what were they interested in? What were their personality types like based on their personality traits? Because when they come to work for the teams, we have to make sure that they can, stay on, mission for 15 hours at a time, 18 hours at a time, very little sleep. And it's grueling work. And that's not just specific to the military. A lot of people, even today, I work 15, 16 hours a day at the bank that I work at. I'm a CISO at a federally chartered bank. Same type of hours, same type of tech, different concepts to apply when you go to work in those specific areas. So I always say that tech is tech. The same Windows, Linux, and systems that we had in the military are the same type of tech stacks that we have out in the commercial space. Tech is tech. So that means that I could start going through my repetitions, going through my applying the certifications, experience, training, and education that I was getting in the military to then propel myself once I started to transition out. So I retired in 2019, walked into a CISO role at a specialty insurance company in Morristown, New Jersey. And along that way, the last years of my military career were at Fort Meade with the Cyber National Mission Force. And all of the years previous to when I got to Fort Meade in 2015 that was my agoge, you could say. That was getting me ready to actually apply everything that I learned. And it was the most tiring time, you could say, in my career, but the most beneficial, because I was able to perform at a level where world-class experts were. And if you really want to be tested, go try to work at Cyber Command and with the NSA. You'll test your mettle there. But when you come out of that, you're able to speak, I always say, speak cyber to anybody in the world, especially if you work for the leaders that I did at CNMF and the people that I did at CNMF. In my time in the military, back on the pathways, what I did was I created something that allowed me to follow specific steps across foundational, intermediate, and advanced certifications, experience, training, and education. I'll sound like a broken record with that, but that's very important because a lot of people have gaps or areas that they have in each one of those, but they don't have the full picture. Now, it's not critical that you have all of those items. You don't need a PhD and a CISSP. If you get both of those, that's great. If you can code and also get your CISSP and get a PhD, even better. But there's a place for everyone on the cybersecurity team. And that's why I made MyCyberPath.com. Now, we can talk about the website later, Simon, but just back on my journey, specifically, I made this pathway, walked through it, and was able to better myself along the way by pulling in all the experience that I had from interacting with different people, interacting with named nation states in cyberspace to see how to actually do the job and then apply that once I got out to be a CISO. So that is one of the versions that I can tell you without going into too many details on my journey to being a CISO and getting into cybersecurity.
I think the part that stood out for me the most in there is the challenges you faced getting that message across with one of your previous roles. And you said that had taught you a lot. I mean, obviously the military and the private world are completely different. How did you relate though those challenges that you faced within the military in the private sector?
Yeah, I get that question a lot. It's a perfect question, and I love talking about the answer. So just like tech is tech, people are people. There are people in the military. There are people in the commercial space. So when I went through it all boils down to the way you speak or the verbiage that you use, right? Your patois, you could say. How you speak to someone in the military and at the National Security Council or at the NCIJTF is going to be completely different than how you talk to the boardroom, how you talk to your C-suite level peers, or how you talk to engineers in either of those areas, right? So when you're talking to a nation state exploiter, you're going to talk a specific way. When you explain what that nation state exploiter is doing to the National Security Council or to your boss, like the commander, completely different words you have to use, but you have to understand the concepts and how to apply those. So the board over here is going to, when I'm in my day job, they're going to ask me, are we secure enough? Well, that's a difficult question to answer, but there are ways to do it, right? You can talk about the 5 core elements of the NIST cybersecurity framework. You could see where the pain points are with the board or with the company to then, like Dr. Brass was talking about, you're enabling the business to move forward in the most secure way by mitigating the risk along the way to get to those strategic goals. You're not looking to implement security just to implement security. That doesn't work like that. That works in some areas, but not in, let's say, the commercial space all the time. Now, there are some areas that you need to get to that 95% maturity mark, 99% maturity mark, but it depends on your budget, depends on what you're actually trying to secure, right? So back to the point of your question, I was able to speak a different language, you could say. When I was in the military, I listened to all of the commercial side. I listened to a bunch of lawyers speak. I listened to a bunch of other information security professionals, cybersecurity professionals. And remember the distinction there that Dr. Brass was talking about with InfoSec and cybersecurity. 2 different areas, both working together to secure the organization. So people are people. Learn how to speak to people. Learn how to know your audience. Speak to the level that they can understand. Communication occurs on the listener's terms, not yours.
Just realized my mic was muted, trying to do 2 things at once again.
Yeah.
Although we've only got just under 50 people watching live on YouTube at the moment, I just want to say to everyone what an overwhelming response of applications for win-win-win. So I've been trying to go through the list of how many people have applied through LinkedIn, InfoSec Live, and YouTube. I've got 175 of you. So there's quite a few. So what I'm going to do is bring on my very glamorous assistant, or co-host, should I say, Amanda. Hey, Amanda, who I'm going to ask her while I attribute all of these entries. Right, Mac, Thank you. That's the last one. I'm going to draw a line under entries now because I've got to put each one of these next to a number. So I'm going to pop off and do that while you guys carry on talking, if that's okay. Jason, do you want to carry on before I sort of drag Amanda into the conversation, talking about how MyCyberPath came about from that? So you got to the point where you kind of went through your journey, the military, CISO role. You're now working, I think, for a financial institution. Am I right? In New York?
Correct.
Yeah. So what next? And then I'll go and count. See you soon.
Yep. Hey, Amanda, how are you? I'll launch into the birth and genesis of MyCyberPath.com. So MyCyberPath.com came about, actually, funny story, when I was in traffic driving from Fairfax, Virginia to Fort Meade, Maryland. If you've ever been in DC traffic, it's much like traffic in other areas, but this specifically for me was about 90 minutes one way. So I had a lot of time to think, listen to books, listen to talk radio. One of the things that I did was conduct thought drills of all the things that I was hearing at work where, you know, the cybersecurity workforce was lacking. We had a global cybersecurity workforce gap of 3.5 million, some say 750,000. In the US, maybe it's about 500,000 now, 700,000 now, depending on what website you look at and data set you look at. So I admired the problem for a while. And one of the things that I noticed when I was thinking about this was, how can I help? What can I do, specifically me, sitting in that car around 495 in traffic, do to help decrease the cybersecurity workforce gap? How can I help people get into the cybersecurity industry and not just break into the industry, but then level up past that, right? Because your career, you're a lifelong learner. That's part of the piece where I said people are people. And that's where I taught myself and still learning today, even interacting with you right now, where I can't see you, but I can see all your questions. I can see how much the chatter is going on. I'm learning every day and then applying what I can based on my personality trait. So MyCyberPath.com came about where I said, I switched from problem admiration to problem solution. And the way I did that was I just started listing all of the cybersecurity work roles that were out in the environment, in the ecosystem. And there are way too many. So once I started going down that path, noticed that the ontology of cybersecurity work roles is too much. So then I looked at the NIST-NICE framework. There's 50 plus roles there. And then I said, okay, this is too much. Nobody that's brand new to cyber is going to know how to ask the question to get a valid answer for them to then make life decisions to go get a career in cyber. So I said, okay, what did I learn from running all those teams when I was in the military? How can I apply the someone's interest, right? Because I was interested in cyber. I know myself, right? And then I started looking at the work role titles. And what emerged to me was 12 archetypal work roles. And those are the 12 in the Listo framework that you see at MyCyberPath.com. So there's 4 sets of 3. All of those are mapped to any work role title that's in the cybersecurity industry now. And that was my way of understanding what was out there and how it could help people. So what the site does specifically was taken from the empirical evidence that I gathered over 20 years of working in the military, and then 3 years since I've been out, the years that I've been out, is that certain personality types are better suited for various work roles, the titles of those work roles. One of the earlier guests talked about, I think it was Jeremy, that talked about, if you sit in front of a computer screen for 14 hours, it's difficult to do. Or will you stay engaged at the 9th hour? Will you stay engaged at the 15th hour? And more importantly, will you do it? That's on a Monday. Will you do it again Tuesday through Friday, and maybe do something on Saturday and Sunday for yourself, where you're bettering yourself in your off time by doing the same type of work? That takes interest. That takes personality traits. Those two things combined is where I created the algorithm to say, what are your interests? Take this personality test. Then you'll get a cybersecurity work role score to then be best matched to any of those 12 archetypal work roles. Then if you look inside that work role, you can choose any of the 12, right? We're just telling you what you best match to. So let's say they want to be a cyber leader. They'll click on that pathway, and then they'll see in there the certifications, experience, training, and education, and job mapping specifically for that work role. And the certifications that we picked in there are the durable certs that I've seen that are the best, best of class, best of breed, that you can say top shelf, that have been around and will stay around for years to come. And then you can see that through line with all of the elements of MyCyberPath, or the pathways in MyCyberPath.com. So that's basically the genesis and what it kind of is. I think you're on mute, Amanda.
Thank you for walking me through that, Jason. I certainly appreciate it. And I find it interesting that you're talking about being from Fairfax and you know, traveling to Fort Meade and such. I'm just down in Stafford, believe it or not.
Yep.
Right outside the Marine Corps base, Quantico.
Yeah, I spent some time there for Marine officer training. A lot of good days.
Yeah, fantastic. So yeah, no, I think it's, you know, you're developing something crucially important, you know, for the industry. So thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I thought I'd jump back in. I've done my numbers. Amanda, actually, I know I've mentioned Jason to you before, but seeing as you are neighbours and what you guys are doing at the Cyberbytes Foundation, there's an awful lot of synergy there. So it'd be great if you guys could jump on a call afterwards, perhaps, and take things.
Definitely.
Just thought I'd get that pitch in there for you, Jason. You know,
yeah, thank you.
Just doing
yeah.
So come on, it's a game changer, right? So there's lots of different things out there at the moment with regards to learning cybersecurity and all these different things to choose from. But the crucial thing is making sure that you find the right job for you. And I think, can we focus on that part of MyCyberPath, Jason, and how that bit of it works? So for someone like me logging on for the first time, what can I expect? How does it work behind the scenes?
Yeah, sure. So when you log in, there's the free assessment. It'll take you all the way to preview the 12 cybersecurity pathways, but you can see how you're matched and what are the other options that are there. So when a user first logs in, they're going to be asked a set of interest questions, right? There's 4 stages. So the first part is interest. You know, are you best speaking in front of people? Do you feel comfortable speaking in front of people? Another question, interest question might be, do you like to solve puzzles? Another one do you like to feel the rush of adrenaline, or do you like an adrenaline rush, right? So each of those sections, there's 4 sections, right, that align to the LISTO framework. So if you answer, yes, I like the feel of adrenaline, you're going to go into the operations portion, right? Then it's going to neck you down to answer some other interest questions where you're going to rank your interests across the work roles that are there. So, and then what happens, it captures that, all right, your interests across those 2 questions that you were asked. And then you take a short personality assessment. And what that's going to do, it's going to find out your immutable traits. So me speaking to you right now might seem like I'm comfortable, but there's a lot going on right now. I've trained myself over 2+ decades to do this type of speaking. And also, so I would say I'm very introverted in my normal life, but when I'm talking about cybersecurity, I'm extremely extroverted. And the reason for that is I'm very, the training and the experience that I've had allows me to be extroverted in this space. I know this space. I won't use the word expert, but I have a lot of experience and wisdom. I would say more importantly, wisdom. So back on the pathways, 4 stages: interest questions. They take the personality assessment. They get a score when those interest questions and the personality tests are combined, and then they're matched to those 12 work roles. And what that does is that you'll see a red banner that says best match. And that is the one, that is the work role and the associated curated pathway that will show you across foundational, intermediate, and advanced steps to get certifications, to get your education, to get the training that you need, and also the job that you're going to need. So it's also mapped to the NIST framework, and we pulled some CyberSeek jobs out of there as well. So 4 stages: interest, personality, matched. And then the user gets to choose.
And so even if you don't, you know, if it's recommending you are don't know, penetration tester.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean you have to do that. It's just showing you that they're the skills and experience that are most relatable in particular to what.
And that's actually, thanks for bringing that up. This is, and that's why I'm shifting right now. This is an exciting point. One of the other things that I've seen is that, passion and grit are the things those are the two elements that will make you successful in any career, especially in cybersecurity, because some of the other guests that talked today talked about that. It is difficult. It is not easy. So starting is the most important part. Having those two ingredients, right? Passion and grit, which are aligned to interest and personality traits, will get you to where you need to go. So even though your interest and your personality traits show you the best match through our algorithm, you can choose any of those 12. So the reason that is because interest goes, like, if you have the passion and grit and you truly want to be an offensive cybersecurity professional, but cyber leader popped up, you can still do that. It depends on how far you want to take it. It's not going to be as easy, or it won't be as aligned, but you can still choose the offensive cyber and do that.
That really, really good points. Let me bring us back on the stage for a moment. We've got about 10 minutes left, I think, Jason. Okay. And I think now might be a good time, before we wrap up with some final thoughts and direction for those on looking at the pathways, to do the giveaway. Nice. So if everyone's ready, 187 of you in total, although there are a few of you who've done it more than once, and it doesn't mean you get more than one entry. So there's actually 176 individuals who've entered the competition. I believe you've got 10 to give away, Jason. Am I right?
Yes.
Yep. And just to confirm what that giveaway is. So what are they getting? What are they getting for that?
Yep, they're going to get the annual subscription for the rest of their life. So it's
wow.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I've undersold it clearly, because I told everyone it was for a year. So I'm sorry about that. And that's amazing. So first of all, then, Amanda, can we get you to pick a number between 1 and 176? And I'll frantically go through one of this. I think you're muted. You're muted.
Again, like, I swear, I don't know how technology works at all. I can barely press the unmute button.
Good job we don't work in cybersecurity, Amanda, or there would be trouble. Look, good luck, everyone. Amanda's going to draw the first one.
I know.
Between 1 and 176.
Well, you know what? My youngest just had a birthday, so I'm going to choose the number 9.
Very nice.
Bear with me. It's an easy one. Chi Nedu, I'll drop it in the chat. Massive congratulations. I haven't got your contact details, so please send me an email. I'll put my email address in here now, and if all the winners drop their details to me, I'll happily, typed in the wrong bit, I'll happily pass those details across to Jason to get this sorted out. So Chi Nedu, congratulations. So let me get rid of this. Next number, Jason, give me a number between 1 and 176, but not number 9.
14.
That's a good one. Mike S. Mike S. So if you're there, Mike, let's have a look. Mike S. Again on YouTube. Some of these are from LinkedIn and some are from YouTube. The ones on LinkedIn, I clearly know who you are. The ones on YouTube, especially people like Purple Otter. Thank you for sending me a message earlier. I do now know who you are. Thanks, Eric. If you could let me have a contact of who you actually are, your real name and email address, that would be great. So congratulations, Mike S. Just put winner in there. Amanda, next number.
Okay, well, I'm going to pick 11.
Well, you're keeping them easy for me, aren't you? Because they're all down one end. Eula Chula, winner! Put that in there. And Jason, next.
117. 117.
And that's an awkward one. Hold on. Just talk amongst yourselves for a moment there. Oh, would you believe it? Purple Otter.
No way.
Yeah, talk that one up. Eric, congratulations. Well done, Purple Otter. Amanda?
Hold on. You can pick the next number.
Go on then. Jason?
Pick a number. I have a visitor with me.
You got a number picker. Okay, give us a number.
I do
Come
have
on.
a number picker. Pick a number. Come and pick. Come here.
Who is it? Who is this person? Hey, how are you? Give us a number between 1 and 176, please.
115.
Good number. And right near the next one.
That's a very good number. Well done.
Renee Osuna, winner. Thank you so much. Sorry, my friend, what was your name?
Ryan.
Ryan, thank you so much for your help. It's very, very helpful. I hope you have an amazing day, my friend. Jason, next number.
102.
Hold on, let me just put Renee's in. Again, drop me a message, folks, if you've won. 102. Ryan Kepner, sorry. Well done, Ryan. Hold on. And another number, please. From the Amanda Cyberbytes Foundation corner. Come on, you two. Give us another good number.
Okay, we have to confer.
No problem. It's helping me out, giving me a minute here. Because, we've had a few in the high hundreds. We've had a few down below. To give everyone a bit of a chance, let's mix it up with some, you know.
All right, I'm going to pick
That's a good one.
number 5.
Good one. Nick from
That's
Prime
really a good one.
CYIT. Nick Prime CYIT. Well done. Let me drop that in. IT. I think Nick Percal, that's you, isn't it? You'll have to just double check and make sure that I've got the right name there. We've got 1, 2, 3 to go, I believe. So come on, Jason. You're the next number.
175.
Ooh, good one.
Ooh.
Jason. Well done, Kerry. Really pleased for you, mate. Excellent. Well done, Kerry. We've got 2 more. I've spelt your name wrong, Kerry. Sorry. And let's go, Jason. We've got 2 left, 2 spaces left.
133.
Ooh, hold on. Michael D. Masola.
Nice.
Congrats, Michael.
All right, last one.
Yeah.
Number 1.
Ooh, good one. Mac Rizzle. Mac Rizzle, you are the winner. So everyone who's entered, thank you so much. Please drop me an email, simon@info-sec.live, and I'll make sure you're hooked up with Jason to get that. Thank you. Very exciting. And a whole lifetime membership as well, which is absolutely awesome.
That's incredible.
It is incredible. Thank you so much, Jason. And for those of you who can't afford, Jason, actually, how much is MyCyberPath a year? Just tell people.
It's about $3 a month.
$3 a month. And if
Exactly.
you can't afford
That's
$3
awesome.
a month, because I know, you know, it is tight sometimes, and I've been in a position where I can't afford that. There is a free version. Do you want to just talk people through what that does for you as well, please?
Yeah, the free version allows you to get matched to a work role, and then you still have an account, so you can always come back and actually get the pathway or a pathway, one of the 12 later on. So it allows you to get matched, and you would know, you know, what work role that you are best suited for as you start to go out and do other training, if you like. And just a note on the pathways. In MyCyberPath.com, what I wanted to do was leverage the good work that was already out there, existing in the cybersecurity ecosystem and in the industry. So I'm not creating anything new. I don't train anyone. I don't provide certifications. All I do is take everything that's out there and put it into a very easy path, easy way to follow from your starting point all the way to where you want to go.
And another really important point, one that you haven't mentioned, is where you have mentioned the fact to NICE frameworks. But what you haven't mentioned is the fact that all the exams and criteria and qualifications that are recommended, you have no affiliation with those companies. You don't get a kickback if anyone clicks through and does those. Just reaffirm why they are the qualifications in there, because one of the questions I've had back is obviously in different country, qualifications mean different things. So just explain, if someone takes that path and they see, say, I don't know, maybe SANS is a recommended provider, but they can't afford that SANS course at the moment. as a community, as the InfoSec Live community, we're now building out an internal platform to help support MyCyberPath.com, where we will have a list of free resources that relate to those same subjects. Because, in my understanding, Jason, and correct me if I'm wrong, for you to continually update that website with all, I mean, we all know how much new training comes out every day. It must be an impossible task. So I've waffled on a bit about it, but could you just reaffirm why you've chosen those?
That's right. Yeah. So the website itself, I mean, I've been living with this problem set for about 7 years on how I can solve the problem. But then, like I said, once I started getting in traffic and really going from admiration to solution, that's where things really started kicking in. So the certifications, the education, and the training platforms, and the jobs are also mapped to LinkedIn, ZipRecruiter, and Indeed. So I have no affiliation with those right now. The idea is that it provides links out to those specific resources. One of the things that you can do, if it's not conducive to paying for a $7,000 boot camp, a $7,000 training session, is you can take the mapping that you get from MyCyberPath.com, and this is what I did for a very long time, right? Because in the military, there's not much. We're not millionaires. So what I would do is I would take the training that I saw and then try to find that out for free in the world. So the thing that you're doing, Simon, is critical. So what you could do is go get a pathway. Then you're only paying, a few dollars a month. Then you can take what the specifics that are in there to then go find free training if you were so inclined. You don't have to do the training in there. What we're recommending is this is the training to find across foundational, intermediate, and advanced for the certifications, experience, training, and education. But if you can find a corollary to those, please send me a note through contact@mycyberpath.com and let me know what you found. Possibly we can integrate that with the platform at MCP. But you could get matched, you could see the pathway, right? And then you can take whatever is in there and go find that training somewhere else. As long as the specifics, right, that are in that training that we're recommending are aligned to that new course that you found. But that is one way to do it. So you don't have to spend, $1 million to get trained.
No, I completely agree. And I see whole Cyber Human Initiative in the chat there, who Amanda and I are both on the advisory board for Paul and the team. And there's so much synergy with what you're talking about and what they're doing, Jason. I'm glad you and Paul spoke. I think it was yesterday for the first time. That there's so much gatekeeping, but there's so much, it isn't just the training providers to blame. It's also expectations of people. And for me, thinking I was going to be a pen tester, if I'd have actually known what that meant, I'd have known it wouldn't have been the right job for me. And if I'd have had my CyberPath a couple of years ago, maybe my journey would have been different. Not to say I didn't enjoy failing the OSCP. It was a real challenge and it was fun. And I will get it one day, but maybe maybe not just yet. So look, we're pretty much out of time. Jason, it's been absolutely amazing. And again, just blown away by the sponsorship. Thank you so much for not only enabling the event, but also the sponsorship of the InfoSec Live community as a whole to continue as well. So it's meant the world to me and to a lot of people in there. Any final words of wisdom to our viewers watching before you go?
Yeah, anybody, if you've interacted with me before on LinkedIn, I'll talk to anybody. That's one of the traits that I have, and a lot of other successful people have, and especially in cybersecurity, is just being humble. Being open-minded, humble, being able to talk to anybody, to then, infer what they're saying, take it all in, and then see what makes most sense to then use it in your daily life. So if you need the next steps past MyCyberPath.com is mentoring. So what we're looking at now is any partner that wants to come in to do something that's beyond MCP. Maybe it's an affiliation, or maybe it's, if individuals want to reach out to me on LinkedIn, please do so. I'll be happy to talk to you.
Thanks, Jason. Sorry, I was trying to get your LinkedIn link seamlessly while you were saying that. So I'll just bring myself back up on stage so you can see me fumbling around to find your LinkedIn link. So you can tell multitasking isn't a skill of mine, can't you? So hold on, here we go. Right, here is Jason's link, everyone. I'm now going to drop it in the chat. Jason, Shockey, thank you so much. It has been absolutely amazing. Let's catch up next week because we've still got a video to record, actually. The one thing, we had some connection issues a couple of weeks back where we put together a walkthrough of the platform. So for those of you who are not going to buy straight away, but register with the free account for a bit more of an insight over the next 2 or 3 weeks, when Jason and I find the time, we're going to put together a walkthrough and get it posted on the InfoSec Live YouTube channel and maybe on your YouTube channel as well, Jason. But again, thank you so much, Mr. Shockey, and I'll see you soon.
Very nice to meet you, Amanda. Thanks, Simon.
Nice
Thanks,
to meet
everybody.
you too. We'll be in touch really soon.
Bye-bye.
Awesome. Thanks so much. So just the three of us now until we get our next, I would say final guest on, but I've got a bit of a surprise lined up at the end, as you would hope.
Oh, that's exciting. Everybody loves surprises.
The thing is, all we've heard, wobbly camera, all we've heard today is from leaders and experts on how they've broken into the industry, and also, you know, not leaders and not experts like me on how we've wangled our way into the industry over the last couple of years. But what we haven't heard from is any job seekers. So our next guest is Derek Schweller, who is a cyber warrior, and I've been a guest on his Cyber Warrior Studios, and thank you for that, Derek. It was so much fun. He's coming on to tell us all about his journey into the cyber industry. But after that, we're going to have a free-for-all session where I think Chip's going to jump back in with his balaclava on. And then I'm going to have Richard Phillips come in, who's a friend of mine, a member of the InfoSec Live community, and also a job seeker who, like myself, is a little bit more mature in age and is having some challenges getting a job at the moment. So I want to talk to him just for 5 minutes at the end about that. And also, just a big shout out to Richard. My laptop broke 2 weeks ago, which stopped me from working before I started my new job. And Richard, I've never met. So he lives on the other side of the UK to me. Within 48 hours, Richard sent me a reconditioned laptop to use for work. That, my friend, is the power of community. And just want to say massive thanks for that, Richard. Anyway, rambling on. It's 9 o'clock. Next guest time. Derek, are you ready, sir? You're coming on. How are you?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm really well. Looking fresh as ever. Did you have a good week?
I try.
So, tell everyone a bit about yourself, who you are, what you're doing now, and then I'm going to jump back on and ask you some questions about your journey, sir.
Yeah, definitely. So, as I said, my name's Derek Schweller. I go by Cyber Warrior. I own Cyber Warrior Studios. It's a content creator company. So I develop content, do interviews, and all that other stuff. I'm also a senior cybersecurity consultant. So I've been working in the field for more years than I can count. And it's been fun. It's been a long journey. It's funny. People talk about doing transitioning and going from one career to the other. But the reality of it is I took the easy way. I've been doing this since I was 7 years old, started in IT, building computers, fixing them from the time I was young. So, going into the military, doing IT for the military, eventually doing cybersecurity for the military. I had a little bit of a difficult transition with not having enterprise experience. But I was still able to, after a few months, I think it was maybe 6 months, if give or take, before I found my first job, once I retired, that, I was like, this is fun. So I wanted to help others. And so from the time I started working, I eventually, I think about 2 years ago, started my YouTube channel, or really started developing it. And, it's just grown from there. So my whole goal and passion is to help others. And that's where a lot of what I do comes from, is that drive to help others, whether it's clients and companies or individual people. It's all about, who I am.
Clearly muted again. Let's talk about that. So, right, I had, how rude. Amanda, Derek, Amanda, Brian. Sorry, I didn't even do an intro, did I? Are you muted again, Amanda, or are you just smiling sweetly?
Nope, I'm muted, just like you.
Well, I thought I should do a quick intro. Derek, Amanda, Derek, and it was Ryan, wasn't it? I've got that right.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's my number.
Hey, so just thought I'd do a quick intro. Derek, you mentioned then about your desire to help people. Let's talk about that. So why? Where'd you get it from? Where's that come from? Because everyone's got their own motivator for why they help others. There's no such thing as altruism, as I say, because helping other people actually makes you feel really good.
Well, and that's really what it came down to. You see, my initial drive to join the military was for country, or at least that's what I thought, right? My dad did it. So I wanted to be like my dad, and I wanted to do it for the country and kind of help those that couldn't help themselves type of deal. But then when I got out and couldn't help others, if you work for an individual company, sometimes they listen to you, sometimes they don't. Sometimes you can improve their security, sometimes you can't. But what really sparked it was when I was going for my OSCP, and there was a person there that we talked a lot, and he was like, "Hey, I'm struggling to get a job. I don't know what to do." Now had known from my career so far, since I had retired, that I made a lot of connections on LinkedIn, and so I actually got a few of my jobs by meeting people and just knowing others. And so I told him, I said, "Well, have you connected with the hiring manager? Have you talked to these people? Have you developed a relationship?" And it was the best feeling in the world when he took my advice and he came back and he said, "Thank you. I got a job with this company." And it was who he had always wanted to work for. And
Wow.
so having that feeling, having someone actually be grateful for something you've done, was amazing. And so, yeah, I've continued down that path of helping others and encouraging others as much as I can. And again, I'd love to say it's altruism, but it's not. It's a personal feeling. I feel good by helping others. It makes me happy. And that's how I've always been, is I get my happiness from others, which is odd to say, but it is. Like, if I can make someone smile, that's how I live my life, is by putting a smile on other people's faces.
It's the best way to live your life. And it took me too long to work that out. And I spent too long trying to make myself happy, which you clearly can't do. So it's funny when you start being kind and nice to other people, how much better life gets in general. So I completely get the kind of helping people thing. And let's not forget, from a ruthless point of view for job seekers out there, in that you're helping your peers in the community, it's going to help you get a job. It's going to help show that you've got leadership skills, you've got empathy, you've got the ability to communicate. So talk to us, Derek, about Cyber Warrior Studios and what you've done there.
Yeah, so Cyber Warrior Studios, when I initially started it, now this was back when I first retired, I was going to start my own consulting firm. I was like, I'll do a YouTube channel. And the very first video I posted was a rant about the hiring process. I've since took that video down. But that's what it was. It was only a half hour, 45-minute rant. And when I decided to not really go through with my own organization and my own company, but rather work for others, I wanted to go through a rebranding. And I wanted to do something that showed who I am. Now, being in the military, I was always a warrior, and I've always lived behind a keyboard. I've been a hacker and defender and everything else. So I was like, all right, I'm Cyber Warrior. It was the handle I'd gone by for a while. Let's make it Cyber Warrior Studios. And the whole premise was, there's not a lot of IT and cybersecurity all-encompassing channels. You're not going to find a lot on Netflix, if anything, or Hulu, or you name it. So the entire premise was, well, let's start developing content for everybody. Let's make it funny. Let's make it fun. Let's make it enjoyable. And at the same time, let's help others. So, I think the very first thing I did was started putting up technical content. And then I was like, I need to change this a little bit. So I literally had a different video every week. And I use Mondays to motivate people. And that's my Motivation Mondays. Changed it over to Tech Tuesdays. So Tuesdays was the only day you were going to get technical content. But then I had WTF Wednesdays, which I since disbanded and quit doing that. And I think I had something on Thursdays, but I quit doing that. Then I had the one show, the show that mattered most to me, and it continues to this day mattered most to me. That was Security Happy Hour. And I do it every week. And it was pre-recorded initially. Now it's live every week. And the reason it means so much to me is because, it's so hard to put in a CFP and to really put yourself out there. Now, whether it's because you're afraid you're going to get denied, or you're afraid of crowds, or you're afraid to talk in front of people, or whatever the case may be. I know the feeling, because I go and look at CFPs and I'm like, I don't have an outline. I have a topic, and I like to just talk from the hip. And so I ended up saying, I'm going to do happy hour. And I took a little bit of Broken Skull sessions and what Stone Cold was doing on his show. as a huge wrestling fan, it was, something that I could vibe with. And I was like, he drinks on there and I love beer. So I want a show where I can drink, hence happy hour, and at the same time help others. And so instead of it being scripted, instead of any questions being prepared, it is and will always be a completely unscripted, unapologetic show of us drinking, having a good time, and letting others be seen. And that's the hard part, is growing enough that people see the show, because the show's not for me. It's for those that come on, for your people like yourself, Simon, and others that I have had that are new to the field, and everybody else like that. I've had big names on because I love them, and I look up to these people that I've had on, people like Bryson Bort and Alyssa Miller, and all them. Even Shannon Morse was one of my first guests in my first few episodes. Hacker Valley Media, I had them on before they were Hacker Valley Media. They were still Hacker Valley Studio. And I've had these people on, and I love talking to them. They always have great advice, but that wasn't the premise of the show, and it never will be the premise of the show. The point of the show is to have people that don't get heard, don't get seen, don't know where to go. That's the point of the show, to help them, to allow them to make themselves out there.
So Derek, it's an honorable thing doing that. And there's a lot of people starting to reach out and do more, but yours has been around, what, a couple of years now? Has yours been about? I think it's been around a while.
So I've got episode 77 coming up tonight with Mike Miller.
I've just dropped the link in, so the link should be there for people. I see that Roy's just subscribed. Good man, Roy. But what time? Sorry again. What time tonight?
So tonight at 7, I have Mike Miller. Now, anybody who is on LinkedIn should know Mike Miller. That dude is always posting essays on LinkedIn.
I'm still yet to connect with him. He does some amazing work. We've reached out and sort of briefly connected, and then we've just dropped off each other's radar. So I must make sure I get Mike on the show.
Yeah, definitely. Mike has been amazing. I always leave fun little comments on his posts when I can, because I'm always like, dude, every time I see you, I've got to prepare to read an essay. Like, it's going to take me at least 20 minutes to read your post. But it's always great information. It's always valid. And so with everything he's doing, I was like, you know what? I got to have him on. I got to do it. And I looked at my calendar for May, and it was wide open. And I was like, hey, Mike, you want to come on? And he was like, yeah. So he immediately, filled it out and was like, he came on, he's coming on tonight. And it's just been great, because you figure I've had a few months off with moving last year and some other things. So about a year and a half, I'd say, the show is technically, and the channel has technically been up and growing. But yeah, it's episode 77 tonight. So
you must enjoy it. Or you must either enjoy it or really like beer.
Both.
You see, I'm due to come over to the States soon, and I haven't had a beer actually for 2.5 years. And when I come over, I'm going to have my first beer with all of you. A non-alcoholic one to start with.
There you go. There's I buy my dad non-alcoholic beer.
I'll have a G&T after, because I'm a little bit.
There you go.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
So Derek, come on, tell our viewers. So we've got loads of people watching live. We've got, I think, over 30 on YouTube alone, plus some on LinkedIn if it's still on. I know it blips out after about 3 hours on a live stream. It doesn't like it. But what's your biggest bit of advice for those? You say about people breaking in, but it's about standing out, isn't it? I mean, you've created your own channel. I built a community and put a YouTube channel together for the same reasons, to help people, but also it really helps you as well demonstrate your skills. You're demonstrating your ability to communicate, your empathy, your emotional intelligence, all of these things through doing that. And how can people who don't want to have their own YouTube channel and don't like talking all the time like I do and the sound of their own voice, how can they demonstrate their, I suppose, skills in cyber and get noticed by those out there? And we're down to 3. Where's Ryan gone?
There's actually quite a few ways. There's blogs, there's GitHub repos, there's LinkedIn posts, there's anything. It's commenting on people's posts. Find a company and people that work in that organization and find them that you really like and comment on their posts. Let them know who you are. You don't have to be photogenic. You don't have to want to put your face out there. But if they don't know who you are, then when you submit a resume or when you try to bypass these HR systems, if they can't find you, good luck. Because I'll be honest, I help with part of the hiring. I get asked frequently with where I work now, hey, can you see who this is? Or do you know this person? Or, do they know anyone are there any mutual connections you can talk to? And so, yes, in this day and age, it's not always about picking up the phone. It's about, okay, what have you posted? What have you done? Who have you helped? What is your impact to the community? Because if you're not making one, if you're trying to be anonymous, or if you're trying to hide, or if you're trying to just hope your education or, I worked for this company, so maybe I'll get a job. If you're hoping that helps, I'm sorry. Maybe. But look, we all know it's hard to get a job in this field. Half of your entry-level positions say you need 2 to 3 years experience. Yes, it's broken. We know this, and we can go down a whole long conversation about it. But I will count experience if you can show me what you know. If you can show me a repo, if I can Google your name and figure out who you are, then I'll say you have experience. And that'll count for me.
I completely agree. And also, you got to play the game, right, Derek? The system is broken. We all know it's broken, but play the game. There's ways around it. And I think the demonstration of what you're good at, whether it's a GitHub repo, whether it's constant updates on what you've learned from building your own home lab, or any of the other things that I guess you're drinking beer now, aren't you, Derek?
No. I got another phone call after this. This is just a monster still.
Oh, okay. I really need one of those right now.
I know. It's 4:00 here. I'm thinking, oh, when is it drink time?
And
I'm in Pennsylvania. It's 4:00 here too. Don't worry.
Any of my children are watching this. If you could get me a coffee, that would be great. Yeah. Although I have given them all a complete internet ban whilst we do the live stream, because you might have noticed me glitch out a few times. I'm on a 4G router at the moment, so it's been a bit touch and go that they're going to make it for 5 hours. So they've been playing in the garden rather than playing on their Xboxes, which, I'm thinking of it as doing them a favor more than anything else. But they're not listening to the coffee. So, hey, Kev, I see you made it. How are you, my friend? We've got about 45 minutes left. Thanks for jumping in. Derek, come on, let's get back into this again. So what other ways are there to demonstrate? We talked about GitHub. What else have we got?
So, GitHub, blogs, news articles, comments, Twitter. Look, people don't like Twitter, and I get it. There's a lot of drama, but I see a lot of drama on LinkedIn too. So guess what? Steer into the skid. Find your niche. Find who you like. Find the people. And look, I'm not saying get in an echo chamber, but pay attention to the intellect of what you're trying to learn. So if you're trying to avoid politics or drama or this at the third, that's fine. But if you only respond or only interact with the cybersecurity information, then I'll find you, because guess what? I avoid all the drama too. But I still have, over 5,000, or something connections just on Twitter. That's not counting LinkedIn. And so I'm able to reach out and talk to different people. Discord channels. Look, if you're not on Hacker Valley Media or Raices or any of these Discords, KevTech, IT support, all these things, they all have their own Discord channels, or Discord servers. It's a great way to meet people. It's a great way to talk shop and figure things out. And KevTech, look, that's another one. If you're trying to make it, follow his advice.
Yeah, I mean, Kev, you've helped how many people the last 12 months break in? It's amazing. You're doing the same thing. I mean, the content you put on your channel to help people. For anyone who doesn't know Kev, he's in the audience. Kev runs a channel on YouTube called KevTech IT Support. And for anyone looking to upskill in the fundamentals, break into help desk or IT in general, make sure you like and subscribe to his channel. I'm going to leave Derek and Amanda to have a chat, if she can unmute her microphone for a couple of minutes while I find the channel. While I find the channel and drop it in the chat, because we know I can't do two things at once.
Hi, Derek. How are you?
I'm doing all right, Amanda. How about yourself?
Yeah, really good. Really good. No, you do some incredible work. So, it's excited to get connected. And now that I know that you're close by, we'll have to certainly meet in person.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I'm always up for it. Look, I still got to finish my bar, but, it will be finished hopefully this year.
Okay.
My goal is to have my show here.
It's because you keep
Yeah.
drinking the beer, Derek.
It is why the beer's gone before I can finish. So then I got to buy more beer, and then I can't do work. It's a whole circle.
I hear you. Well, you know what I will say, we're always doing cyber exercises here, and we have probably we have like a state of the art, next gen cyber range. So we'll have to get you in here to try that out.
Hey, you name the time and place. I'm willing to jump in a car and go anywhere. Just
All right,
while we're on it, look, before you two arrange your date, let's just move things back a bit. I want to talk about, seeing as you're talking about it, Amanda, let's talk about what you have got there at the CyberPath Foundation, because for people learning who are based in the States, you've got some pretty good opportunities yourselves, haven't you?
Yeah, we certainly do. Stop it. So someone wasn't feeling well this morning, so I have an assistant in my office today. So, but I always say, what a place.
Invaluable assistant as well, who's picked out some winners.
Yes, an invaluable assistant. So, but it's, hopefully they learn by osmosis. I think they learn more in this building than they do sat in their classroom sometimes. So,
have you had a go on any of the tech, Ryan? Have you had a go on any of the VR stuff that you've got? Because you've got some good VR stuff there.
Yeah, the goggles. Not today, but you have before.
I have before. And I really know a lot about this place. I really know a lot about it.
What else? Come on then, Ryan. Come on. You can tell us then. What else have they got? So they've got VR. What else have they got?
So we got like older, like
AR and VR lab.
So about upstairs, we got like hackers, like people just like try and hack in to things. And then there's like a hacker thing, like if anyone tries to hack, they get locked into a room. They also try to hack a toaster, which is kind of funny. And they did.
And what happens when you start hacking the toaster?
It just like
says,
yeah.
It starts talking smack.
Yeah. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, it has its own Twitter feed, so.
It's a talking toaster.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't heard about the talking toaster before. What else have you got there, Amanda? What else have you played with?
So yeah, on the second floor, there's the first floor is everything about learning and education, etc. We offer A+, Network Plus, Security Plus. That's offered free of charge. We cover the cost for the actual trainers, and then we also have a 12-seat Pearson VUE testing center where you can come in and do the actual certifications. And then on the second floor is that's where all the magic happens. That's where all the physical technology is. We have a software factory, software lab. Come in, play with stuff, break it, etc. We have a AR and a VR lab. We have an unclassed SOC with a cyber range. That next gen, probably one of the best cyber ranges in the world. And we also have a AR and a VR lab. We have an IoT OT, the SCADA walls, etc. And we obviously, and one of the really big labs, and one thing that's really popular right now is, the 5G and the advanced 5G, and just marrying the technologies, because you can't have the 5G without the AI.
Absolutely.
So, and just how all these technologies marry together.
Have you got links to the military there as well? Because I'm sure I've seen a lot of serious medalage going on, and also some fairly impressive kit with regards to mobile comms units. I see that you've had on the premises.
Yeah. Well, essentially, what the CyberPath Foundation does, its core mantra is we provide an entire ecosystem for the DoD to be able to come in, see, feel, touch, experience all of the edge and leading edge technologies that, the biggest tech companies on the planet have. So not only do we have all the bigs in the room, it's really critically important to get those very, very small, niche, tiny startup, innovative companies on board. So and get those in the hands of the warfighter. So that's, critically, it is important to get that technology to the warfighter and get it there in an agile fashion and not get consumed by the acquisition process.
And red tape and bureaucratic nonsense and all the other things that cause delays. It's such a great...
With the military, red tape, bureaucratic nonsense. Sounds about right.
Well, I'm only commenting from point of view. I'm not sure how it works over there, but it's like that
It's the
here.
same.
We've had a it is the same. Okay. Look, how about we mix it up, right? So
Right.
we've got 4 of us on here right now. Is that right?
Okay.
Yeah. I can't even count. Richard, you're in the green room there behind, and I'm going to bring you on. So I mentioned earlier that at the end I was going to bring on Richard Phillips, who is a member of the InfoSec Live community, also a job seeker, someone looking to transition from a different career into cybersecurity. And he's also an absolute genius, awesome, amazing man who sent me a reconditioned laptop within 48 hours. I've never met him before. He knew my computer had broke. This is what a community is all about. So for anyone who hasn't joined the InfoSec Live community, I'm not saying join and Richard will send you a laptop, because that isn't what works. But my point is that we've all mucked in together to try and help each other. And Richard, here you are, my friend. I hope your audio works. Your camera is definitely working. Can you hear me, and can we hear you?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you
Hi,
too.
Richard.
How are you, my
Welcome to
friend?
the show.
It's really wonderful. A laugh.
So thanks ever so much for coming on. We've heard from loads of people today about how they've broken into the industry and their exciting journeys. Richard, I know we haven't got too long. We've got about half an hour of the show left. Yes, Mike, yeah. I'll drop a link in the chat shortly. But could you just give everyone a quick overview of your previous experience and how you found it trying to break into the cybersecurity industry so far?
Well, I've sort of fixed and broken, fixed, repaired IT for 30 odd years. And last year, I decided I'd make a transition because I've been an electrician for too many years, and physically I can't go running up and down ladders anymore and crawling through small spaces. So I thought I'd like to do something where I use my brain. So cybersecurity and IT, I can use my brain without having to crawl through small spaces. And I started off with this bunch who the Welsh Assembly fortunately paid for all my training, which was nice. But so much has changed in it's coming up a year, but so much has changed in the last 6 months. Basically, it seems like whatever you do with certifications almost is null and void because the industry's moved on. Although the certifications are important because it's all part of your learning. So it's like with Network Plus and learning your networking and how to sort of wade your way through a network is important. And I thought I knew a reasonable amount before doing Network Plus, but because I'd been fixing and installing networks for years. So it's been quite an interesting, but it's a tough thing because you sort of go through, especially once you start job hunting, you go through sort of almost 4 different stages, which some then reoccur and go round because you start off all excited and willing to learn and keen, and then that sort of gets then after a few minutes that gets knocked out of you because I call them when I get rejections, whether it's just purely from the CV or from an interview, I call them bog offs, which over in the UK it's buy one get one free. But but also bog off is a term of less endearment, which means go away. So you get the second stage is more you go after you get a few bog offs, you go into this angry negative state of what's the point, and that's the bit you've got to get through.
Yeah.
And then of course you get the self-doubting and the resentfulness, sort of the resentment. And again, you've got to get through that because it's not what you got to realise. It's not you, and it's a bit of this. It's about timing, and it's about going through stuff. Basically, if you're not getting the result you think you should get, it's because you haven't done something and you haven't learned something. So whether it's you haven't done the right certifications or anything. That's part of it. But then the most important part is your CV. If you haven't got your CV right, then you're not going to get an interview. And that's something I learned, and I went through. And the thing is also, you got to realize there's different types of CV. There isn't just a blanket CV that you can follow a format and change. If you haven't got the experience, you've got to write a skills CV that highlights your skills that you have got or that you've learnt. Once you start doing that, you suddenly find you start getting interviews, which then is the next stage of disappointment, because you've actually got to put across what you've learned, which is not easy, because I don't know with most people at my age, my brain in an interview goes into what I term as Muppet mode.
I think everyone's does.
So when it comes to technical stuff, my brain goes, I don't love you anymore, I'm shutting down. Which doesn't help, because you sat there like a plum when they're asking you technical questions, going, I know this, but my brain won't access it. But you treat that all as a lesson, because if you treat it as a lesson, you actually start relaxing the more interviews you do, and then your brain will actually allow you to access that information. And it gets better and better each time you do it. So every stage of this, you've got to treat as a learning part of your learning curve. And if you don't succeed,
we had this earlier, didn't we? We had this conversation, and it's not seeing your failures as failures, but as learning points.
It's part of learning. Depending on how you look at life, you need to look at things that if you haven't succeeded at something that you're aiming for, it's because you haven't done something to allow you to succeed. And that can be all sorts of things. That can be your interview technique, you learning how to relax, your CV, your resume not being right. There's just so many, but you've got to. If you want to be in cyber, it's ideal, because you use your analytical skills to work out where that fault is. So it's brilliant for your analytical skills, because you have to work out what the problem is. And if you work out one problem, you can then work out the next, and so you will eventually get interviews. You will eventually get a job.
It's just a slow process. Richard, I'm going to jump in, because we've got Derek and Amanda here, who obviously been in the industry a lot longer than I have. I mean, Derek, I think, is the veteran amongst us with regards to how long he's been in. Derek, from Richard's point of view, so he's Derek, from Richard's point of view, so he's got 30 years, right, working in IT. He knows computers inside out. What more does he need to do? So, Richard, you're getting the interviews now. We think your resume's right, your CV's right. You're getting the interviews. You've had some good, you've had some bad. You've learned from all of them. Derek, what else can he do to stand out and get a job? Because this man would be an asset to any organisation. We just need Ross, and I'm determined to help him get a job. So, let's give him some insight, Derek.
So there's two things I'd recommend personally. One is from the networking side of things, talk to the companies that you want to interview with, or that you're going to be interviewing with. Talk to the hiring managers, talk to the directors, the CISOs, the CIOs, the engineers that are working there from the technical side of things. Take a look at what technologies they're using, because if you don't get the interview for a company that you want to work for, well, do you have experience with that technology? And if you do, and you just don't have it on your resume, guess what? It takes a keyword, because that's what's, these filters or whatever. So you throw that keyword on there and send it up. And now all of a sudden you have an interview. But a lot of it comes down to the ability to interview. A lot of it, and me and Simon talked about this, I think it was 2 weeks ago, it's selling yourself. You have to sell yourself. If you cannot sell yourself, then who's going to buy into what you're saying? So if you have the capability, if you're getting the interview, now I don't think at that time, it's not always the technical side you're missing, because they've already seen your technical written on paper. That's how they decided to interview you. They're missing that soft skill, that ability to sell yourself, the ability to continuously learn and grow.
If I come in from feedback I've had from interviews, I've got all the soft skills. In fact, they've said they've really enjoyed all the interviews, really had a fantastic interview, had a good laugh, everything. And what comes back is the phrase, but we think other people would take less, would require less training. And say I'm 56, so
I despise that terminology.
That is, well, so do I. That sort of hints at that. To put it into technical term, that you're an old fart and the younger person would learn quicker, which is actually incorrect, because a lot of old people, once they get back into learning,
I would reach out to these companies beforehand. Reach out to them beforehand, before you even interview with them. Reach out, talk to them. And if you're not going to talk to them and connect with them on LinkedIn or this and the other, know their background. Yeah. Because then when you get to the interview, you interview them.
Yeah,
you
I think
talk
it's
to
hard.
them.
Yeah, because I think it's hard for a lot of people out there, because from just my experience of some of the people I've come across, a lot of the sort of cyber world and IT world, they're quite introverted people, so they're not the type of person to go, "Hey, it's me." They're sort of hiding from one side of the screen, going, "Is anyone there?" And it's quite a difficult thing for a lot of people to do that, because they are naturally introverted people, and it's a big. I've learned to have to deal with people, because I've had to train people. So you learn over years techniques of overcoming being an introvert. But a lot of people, if they haven't done that sort of thing, they find that very difficult. And I agree with what you're saying. But it is very difficult for a lot of people to make that sort of jump and talk to people and be the instigator.
Oh, for sure. I've noticed that. I mean, a lot of people, especially after the pandemic and all this other stuff, people have social anxiety and don't want to talk and don't want to get out, and they're stuck in their space. But here's the thing. In this field, unless you want to be an engineer that's going to sit behind a screen and never talk to anybody, which is very, very rare these days, you have to be able to put yourself out there. Because if I can't find you, I can't see you, if I can't figure out what you know. And by all means, age is no limit on changing careers. My father got his degree in cybersecurity in his 50s and now works in GRC and does policy and all that other stuff. You can find him. Everybody mixes up him for me, and they're like, "Oh, you have all these certs." My dad's like, "No, that's my son." But he's in cybersecurity also. He does GRC. So that age, it's possible. I've seen it done. And my dad didn't even come from IT. He came from accounting. So, you have the IT background that he didn't have.
Yeah. It's. I think it's also, you pointed out, and other speakers have pointed out earlier, it is that communicating and talking with people. And I've got several people that I chat with over the phone from LinkedIn. We've never met in person, who are trying to help me get a position, and chatting to contacts they know, because I think that.
Oh, sorry, Richard. I jumped in prematurely then, saying I was one of those people. I just ring you and talk absolute crap for 45 minutes.
Well, we're good at that. We're good at that. But yeah, so I would recommend people, like you said, is try and communicate, because it's a lot of it in a lot of industry now, and I always think back to the music industry. It's who you know, not what you know. And the more people you talk to, the more people you communicate with, you'll then get across to them, and they will help you. Because there's a lot of people out there that will actually help you, but you've got to ask. If you don't ask, they can't help you.
There's a good comment.
Yeah, definitely. And one of the big people, one of the biggest people you can connect with that I've seen that helps others from where you guys are at across the pond from the US is Paul Charles and JJ Davey. They do that on a regular basis. They have Discord servers where They go over CVs, they do mock interviews, they do all these things, and they're constantly helping and trying to guide others. And so if you are looking for someone over in your region to connect with to help you find jobs beyond Simon doing what he does, JJ Davey, Paul Charles, they are two of the best people I have ever met, and mentoring and guiding and just helping others in the industry, especially those that are trying to do career changes.
Yeah,
they're some of the best.
It's a lot of interesting comments coming through as well, Simon.
Let's have a look. Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once. I'm trying to put people's LinkedIn's in there. So Paul Charles, your one's in there. I couldn't do two at once. I was far too late to even do one. So we've got, you can tell I've been on here 4 hours and 40 minutes now. I'm just about to manage the last 20. We have got loads in there. I mean, so let's bring this one up to start with. A strategy that Cyber Warrior Studios mentioned about connecting with people at places is exactly what I tell mentees. 3 people from the company in the roles you want to be in. It's another great point. Was there any you saw in there that you wanted to comment on, Richard?
Well, to a point like that last one, that I have a problem that I don't know what I want to do. I did when I started the Network Plus training, thought I wanted to do SOC analyst, and then I've actually done these psychometric tests, and basically I'd be good at everything, which really then
doesn't help.
No, it doesn't help, because and then I've spoken to people within the industry, within pen testing, who say I'd be a brilliant pen tester because I've got good problem solving skills. I would be a good SOC analyst because of this. I could be good at GRC and I'm thinking, well, where do I go? Because everyone says I'm going to be good at everything.
I'll tell you what you are good at. Look what I got through the post from. This is a friend, right? I got this through the post from Richard today. We adopted a baby duck yesterday or day before, and it passed away, unfortunately, and I was a little bit sad about it yesterday. And Richard sent me, you can't see it, but this is a 4-leaf clover all the way from Pembrokeshire, I believe you're based in, aren't you, Richard, in the UK?
Ceredigion, just up the road from Pembrokeshire.
There we go.
West
you see, community, absolutely everything. We've got Chip in the studio as well now, so let's bring Chip on and get his insight for you, Richard. Hey, Chip, how's it going?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. How are we doing?
I'm exhausted. I've got 20 minutes left. I'm ready for a real coffee. But apart from that, I think it's been amazing. Have you met Ryan? Ryan's up there with Amanda, Chip. Don't think you saw him earlier.
Hey, how y'all been?
We're having a real party here. So I don't know if you've heard what Richard's been saying about the struggles he's had trying to find a job, Chip. But any suggestions that are different from the ones we've heard from the others?
Well, it goes to resume, CV, but, it's also hands-on experience. And the thing that I ask people is like, especially when I'm teaching grad students is, what do you want to do? I mean, it's up to you. It's an open field. I mean, there right now, especially in the United States, I don't know how it is in the UK, there's such a demand for cybersecurity people, especially in IT as OT, SOC analysts, red teamers, blue teamers, people that are working everything from business analyst on down. So there's a gulf, a wide array out there to take a look at. And this is what I call it, that kind of come to Jesus moment with yourself. And it's like, what do I want to do? Do I want to do this? Do I want to do that? And talk to people in the field, and I mean, like you're saying, there's Discord servers and there's plenty of resources. You have more resources than I ever did, and I've been doing this 26 years. So back in the 90s, we didn't have any of this stuff, and I tell people there's YouTube videos, there's plenty of people in the industry that you can take a look at, internet resources, and people that talk about their job and the job experience. It also depends on what field that you want to work in. I got a call today from the WWE Wrestling Federation if they wanted me to come work, as a cybersecurity analyst for them in Connecticut. Well, unfortunately, I can't move to Connecticut. I said, I only work remote, I got my own pen testing lab. Sorry, I do almost 90% of what I do remote. And they're like, well, that's the entertainment industry. I never even thought that, the entertainment industry would really kind of need cybersecurity people, considering, that's something I've never thought of, because I've worked mostly in healthcare and I've mostly in banking, so it makes a huge, gigantic, as I tell people, it takes a huge decision on exactly what it is that you want to do and how much money you want to make. Some positions, and the thing is, you got to pay your dues. Everybody does. And I got into this industry with a little bit of villainy in my past. So, as I tell people, it makes a difference on what it is that you want to do, the amount of money that you want to make, and the other thing though too is look at, companies within the industry that you want to work for. I've got a friend of mine that just wanted to go work for Nintendo. And I was like, why do you want to go work for Nintendo? He's like, well, they're in my backyard, and I drive by the place a lot, and I want to go work for Nintendo. I got a friend of mine that, moved to Texas just to go to work for Dell. He wanted to work in that corporate environment. And I said, and he started off as in a cubicle, fixing, stuff, and then worked in the server administration, the network administration. They had a, position as a low-level security analyst. He went as a security analyst, really found out that security is where he wanted to be, and he's been doing that for 5 years. And he's like, Chip, I could have been doing this years ago if I would have listened to you, because that was really kind of the bee's knees and the bread and butter of what I really wanted to do. I said, yeah, but you work in a corporate environment. I work from my house. I don't want to ever work from a cubicle. I am not, dude, I am an HR, biblical nightmare. I would be fired within like 3 days, and that's the kind of environment that I needed to have the kind of freedom for what it is that I do. Plus, and I'm a certified ethical hacker and pen tester and forensic investigator and auditor, and I push a lot of paper, and I deal with a lot of regulation, and, I don't, pen test all the time. I'm constantly doing something different based on the need for what it is that my client base, and my clients ask for me to do. So it's never the same thing. It's like, right now I'm working very heavily, in a healthcare audit, and I'm working very heavily with the NIH and the CDC for a cyber modernization program. So, it's a lot different because, you've got private industry versus government, and they kind of don't, oil and vinegar kind of don't mix sometimes. So, it's an interesting world.
It certainly is. And just going back, Chip, to something you said there, talking about not wanting to work from a cubicle, Richard and I had a conversation earlier today about similar, really, wasn't it, Richard, where you've got obligations where working from home makes absolute sense and life a lot easier. However, you told me earlier that you've gone for a job where you're going to be prepared to stay away for the week to get the job, to get your foot in the door of the industry. And you're talking
That's
a 3 hour
correct, yeah.
drive. You're talking a 3 hour drive to me and taking time away from your family. This has got to tell anyone watching who's looking to recruit that this guy is serious about getting busy. And I know I shouldn't turn this into a sales pitch to get Richard a job, but I am, right? Because I've known you, Richard, now for a few months, and you've blown me away, not only with your genuineness and your kindness, desire to learn and help people, and your tenacity, and you just won't give up. You're like my dog with a bone, And
it's an occupational hazard.
It is, yeah. And so the question I was sort of getting back to, Chip and Derek and Amanda, was working from home is changing. We talked earlier about there being a move more to hybrid roles, but there are still roles in cybersecurity that are predominantly or can be predominantly based from home, and pen testing is one of them for sure. Any others? Derek, I'll come to you first. Any other ideas on what you can do from home?
I have not seen an office in 4 years. So even pre-pandemic, I have not seen an office. I've been a SIM engineer, and all of our engineers and analysts, for the most part, work from home. I've been a pen tester and worked from home. I work as a consultant now and work from home. I have not. There's so many jobs out there that unless there is a absolute reason you have to physically go to an office and sit at a computer, meaning it is only accessible from the office, there is no excuse not to be able to work from home. And 90% of the careers in cybersecurity, you do not need to be in an office at a computer. There's these things called VPNs and corporate computers and, you know, all this other fun stuff that allows you at the cloud. I mean, AWS and Azure are remarkable things for enabling work from home. So there's literally no excuse anymore for having to go to an office. All the meetings, everything is done remotely.
Focusing on perhaps, this might be a stupid question and I'm very good at them. So if it is, it is. Azure cloud, etc. Is it worth focusing on that? Is there more likelihood that Richard would get a job working remotely if he's in that area than he would be obviously for an infrastructure where you've got to be on site? Or
so cloud especially is very heavy these days. And yeah, if you know cloud, not only is it more of a remote role, but that is really what is being sought after these days is cloud experience, knowing Azure, knowing AWS, knowing Google Cloud. There's a few others out there, but Azure and AWS are primary. And if you know those, if you know the security features, like with AWS, you have Security Hub and CloudTrail and all this other stuff. With Azure, you have Sentinel and Microsoft Defender and all these other things. So if you know those, how to implement them or how to secure them or how to do security groups or roles and things like that, you're golden, because not a lot of people understand how to do those things. I've had to learn the cloud since changing jobs because I hate the cloud, but I have to know it. I have to understand it. And so it's part of the job. But yes, I despise the cloud. To me, it's somebody else's computer. Give me.
That's a whole other conversation.
Yeah, I'm not I haven't seen an office since 2015. You know, I was doing this pre-COVID. Yeah, I mean, I just, you know, I haven't seen a cubicle since 2015, since I got back from Afghanistan, and I was like, you know, I can do all this from home, you know, and in 2015, it was really hard to find a remote position. I mean, it was like pulling, you know, teeth out of a shark that was biting you at the same time. Now, since everybody's got cooties, you know, it's kind of expected, you know, to have remote work or even hybrid, like be in the office 3 days, off 2 days. First off, my company doesn't want to see you. You know, we work very good, you know, and there's all this HR bullshit about like, you know, team building and we got to do all this kind of stuff together. And, you know, we got to have kumbaya sessions and, you know, blah, blah, blah. I don't believe in any of that crap. Okay. You know, I mean, I work good alone. I work well with others to a certain point, but I love the ability of not having to deal with HR, upper level management, people that are constantly asking me about gossip, people that are coming by my cubicle wanting me to do something immediately for them when I have a task to do, you know, and I get more done by 10 o'clock than most people get done in 3 days, because guess what? I'm left alone. I know what my task is. I know what I need to do. I can completely concentrate. I can listen to my Norwegian death metal and Danzig and Black Sabbath and Stevie Ray Vaughan and Prince, and nobody gives a flying fuck, you know, and I yell, scream, cuss, throw things, and don't give a shit half the time. You know, and that's the beautiful thing about working from home, is I don't have to deal with, you know, the corporate environment, which has these very thin walls. When you're talking about interdepartmental theft, oh, Debbie's downloaded porn on her machine, you know, we caused a security breach. You don't need that in. You want your security people as far away humanly possible from your home-based corporate environment. For the reason being, and I go on the record for saying this, is the stuff that we look at and discuss and talk about does not need to be talked about through thin cubicle walls around the water cooler or in the break room. Simple as that. Somebody argue with me. I dare you. I'm gonna win.
I'm not going to argue with you, but I will come back on that a little bit, because I agree that there's certain jobs where you don't need to go into the office. I completely agree with that. But I do think that there are some jobs, maybe not in the technical side in cyber, but definitely in some parts of it, where that whole kind of team building part is important. Maybe that's because I'm nearly 50 and that's what I've spent my whole life doing. I mean, I'm arguing with myself now, because a year ago I used to mock people who spent time online and had friends online. Now I've made more genuine friends online over the last 12 months than I have in the last 47 years of my life. So I know that bit's not true. I love you too, Chip. But there's a time and a place for it. I don't want to hang around a water cooler ever again, but I do worry. The whole networking thing at work used to be a thing for promotions. I suppose we have to do that online now, perhaps. But to stop me rambling, Craig did ask a question, and I'm going to bring it up and sort of hand it round the table. We'll start with you, Chip. Is this best way to connect with people in the field? So a lot of people have said about connecting to hiring managers or people out there. What's the best way to do that? So people find this difficult. Do you just send them a LinkedIn request on LinkedIn with no message? What's the best method, Chip?
I basically have a template like, hi there, please add me to your network. I work within your company, blah, 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 blah. And either they're going to accept it or not. I have my core team right here on Teams, that I work with. And it's like, if I need to get HR, there's HR. If I need to get a hold of upper management, there they are. I don't, only unless I have to interface with these people for whatever reason it may be, like I interface more with my lawyers that's on top of my teams than anything, because, we're dealing with a high level audit and everything like that. And the thing that too is we're legally on the hook to report this back to the government correctly, right? So I have a stand-up meeting with them for 15 minutes every single day. But most of these people that are on my Teams chat, or whoever I'm interfacing with on LinkedIn or whatnot within the business is, an at need, do I need you or do I need you at need now for answering certain questions about benefits or HR stuff, whatnot. Who am I going to sexually harass in here?
Yourself?
Me,
maybe.
if you want.
I try, there's my cat over there. It's like,
oh, no.
That's the thing is like, I don't need any of that kind of stuff. I don't interface with any of these people. I don't really need them. I only need them when, like my wife and I have to go to the dentist and I have to ask a question about my benefits, like how much is out of pocket for my copay. That's it. That's the only time I need them. That's it. I don't have to deal with that. Plus, I've got Discord and Slack, that's got my team members and stuff that are on here, that if they don't want to talk to me, that's on Teams chat, we can talk over here privately, and then ta-da, I have a webcam, I have plenty of technology.
Now's the time to stop. I think we got to the webcam bit. Chip, thank you so much. I want to just talk about the struggles that some people have with the communication aspect and team building. I see in the chat there that Max said that he'd prefer to get back and meet people, and the team building thing is important. I've kind of been thinking about what I said, and I do think it's important, although I'll just reflect on the last week and a half I've had at my new company, Bramfitt Technology Labs, who all work remotely all around the world, and spoke to a few of their testers this week. The one I spoke to, I think it was this morning. It seems like a long day. It could have been yesterday. I thought he was in the UK. We were chatting for about half an hour, and then he told me he's working from the Philippines and he's off to Bali, I think, in a few weeks to do 9 months from there. Not jealous about that, even remotely. So I won't be speaking to him again. But the point is, you can, if you have loads of children and commitments, you can work from around the world, which is an amazing thing. But there are some people who crave human contact. There's others who abhor it, but there are some, I think, still who will benefit from in an office environment. Any more questions? We've got like 2-3 minutes left. Let's have a look in the chat quickly.
So Simon, before I go, because I do got another call I got to jump on here in a minute. So before I get off, I wanted to address some of that when it comes to team building and in person, and it comes down to the individual. All right. When people are looking for jobs and looking for where they want to work, I will never look for another company that requires in person. I don't want hybrid. I don't want in office. I want remote, and it's because it works better for me. But you have to go with what works for you. I don't need to be around people. I like it as long as a bar is involved. But as far as for work purposes, I don't need to, because if I go to an office, I will get less work done. And other people will only get work done in an office. For me, it doesn't work. So it does. It comes down to the person. I have more than enough friends and family around me. I don't need to go to an office to do it. you know what? For me, keep work separate from your personal life.
And I think,
absolutely.
I agree with you on that as well. And I go back to what I said earlier about I've always refrained from kind of sharing myself online in the past, apart from the last kind of 8. And the whole idea of having online friends to me, as I said, was strange. But Richard, Amanda, I mean, you've both become really good friends of mine. Chip, we've been speaking now for a few months. We're becoming good friends. Derek, I've known you like a matter of weeks. I feel like I've known you for months. And I have forged better connections and stronger relationships with people on the line than I have in real life.
Yes, pulled it out.
I really have. I'll be honest, and I never thought I'd find myself saying that, but I have. Don't get me wrong. There's dicks everywhere, isn't there? There's idiots online. The good thing about online is, especially LinkedIn, is that you can block them, and that is my recommendation for anyone who's sick of seeing negative comments on LinkedIn. If you don't want to see them, there's a brilliant little facility where you can just block them, and you don't have to listen to their drivel.
I mean, your opinions of me don't pay my bills. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't really care. I mean, and it's like Friday. I mean, like today's Friday. I mean, I have stuff to do like Amanda does and other people to do that are, and you do with your friends and your family for the weekend, and the beautiful thing is I can turn this stuff off, right? I mean, I can walk away. I mean, as long as my work gets done and, I put in my billable hours and everybody's happy, God is in heavens, all's right with the world, I got to go spend time with my family, and so forth. And I mean, I'm just, I have plenty of, human interaction and team building, between my neighbors and my friends and my family and stuff like that I communicate with, and my, PTA members and whatnot. So, I mean, it's, I have a life that's beyond this, and that's the beautiful thing about, the stuff that I can do is I can turn all the social media and all that wonderful stuff off and not really care. I mean, it doesn't, like I tell people, I've told you this many times, I use my phone as a phone, I don't use it as a digital lifestyle device, I mean, it's got a couple things on it that I check with, but that's about it. But I mean, to me, it's the phone.
I think having that time away from technology is hugely important as well. Derek, are you waving or are you?
Yeah, I got to go.
Derek,
all right, Derek. I look forward to connecting with you. We're certainly going to bring you into the foundation.
Hey, reach out.
Definitely.
I put my link up in private chat also. You can find me just about anywhere.
Awesome. Look, everyone, we are actually out of time. Let me just put this link in the chat. So we've done it. We've done 5 hours of Cyber Career Day. It has much fun. And I want to say a big thank you to lots of people. Massive thanks to Amanda, my co-host, for taking the time out and helping me run this today. Amanda, I couldn't have done it without you. To all of my guests, especially the ones on screen, because you're here looking at me, but only of you, thank you so much for taking the time out to speak to our viewers today. The next one is to Jason, Shockey, and MyCyberPath. Without them, I wouldn't have been able to continue with the InfoSec Live community, so it wouldn't be there because I'd run out of money. And secondly, they've enabled me to put on this 5-hour event today as well. Massive, massive thanks to them. Look forward to doing some more work. And finally, a big thanks to my new employer, Bramfitt Technology Labs, for taking the punt on me to help them develop their business in the US. And for anyone watching in the US who's looking to develop strategic partnerships in cybersecurity, we are looking to further our offerings, and please reach out to me and connect. It's been absolutely amazing. Please reach out and connect with me on LinkedIn. Like and subscribe. Big wave, everyone. Say goodbye. I'm going to play us out with a little video of people from the community and what they say. Thank you so much. Take care. See you soon.
It's been so great to be part of this awesome community where you can learn, get potential jobs, and this is the part that the community has helped me the most, being able to get a great contract in security, and thanks for this.
You don't have to be super experienced in order to contribute. They really foster a sense of community, and they encourage everybody to contribute anything that they can, regardless of whether you're just starting out in your career or if you've been in a career for decades. I like the different challenges that they have, the different pathways that you can follow, the fact that you can join communities that are specific to you and your needs. It's a new and growing and thriving group, and I'm really proud that I was able to be a part of it from almost the very beginning.
It's given me a community I could lean on, and the people in there are always willing to help. I've also gotten to break into cybersecurity because of InfoSec Live, and I'm very grateful for that.
Cybersecurity professional or trying to become one, you need to get onto InfoSec Live.
Whether you are brand new to the field, whether you are pivoting from another IT career or you're pivoting from a non-IT career, this is the place for you to. Also, even if you are an experienced professional, there will be something here that you can learn.
InfoSec Live has been great for me because it's brought me closer to other like-minded people, and I've been able to pick the brains of some real industry experts that are also part of the community.
To the right place, because listen, let me tell you that InfoSec.live is everything that it claims to be. A vibrant community. They've got all that you need on InfoSec.live. Listen, they tell you InfoSec.live is addictive. Get on board. Come and get addicted.
Get on InfoSec now.
There you go. Absolutely amazing time. I hope you've all really enjoyed it. I've played out with a clip from InfoSec Live, but I forgot the final teaser for MyCyberPath. So I'm now going to close out again with the teaser for MyCyberPath. Make sure you register an account, a free account with MyCyberPath. If you can afford the paid one, make sure you take advantage of it. Only $3 a month. Excellent value, and also a huge support of the InfoSec Live community. MyCyberPath, thank you so much. Playing you out. See you all soon.
MyCyberPath.com provides you with the keys to a successful cybersecurity career. We match your interests and personality traits to cybersecurity career pathways. The pathways show you in a systematic way the certifications, experience, training, and education to pursue throughout your career. They allow you to search and apply for jobs on platforms where recruiters are hiring. And they're best for transitioning veterans, students of all ages, and human resource departments, just to name a few. Get a pathway today. We promise it'll be one of the best decisions of your life.